Summon Sign is brought to you by you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Hello everyone, welcome to episode 33 of Summon Sign, Last Stand Media's weekly in-depth game discussion podcast. This week, I'm joined by the mighty Dukes, Matty, and Cog. First of all, the drip on both of you right now. Matty has like a full Naruto outfit. He has Sasuke on his shirt and he has Akatsuki shorts he's wearing as well.
Oh, I didn't even realize that. I didn't even realize that when I stood up. Yeah, dude. Awesome. I did not plan this. This types of things happen. It's funny. When I was in New York City, I bought this Gengar backpack from the Pokemon Center. And I was wearing some people may remember when I wear it on podcast, my Gangarade t-shirt while I was there. It was just like totally unplanned. So this is the second time that's happened to me. That's so funny. Good catch. I don't know. I just like grab clothes and throw them on, man. I don't really think about it anymore.
Yeah.
As long as I'm not naked, I'm doing all right.
Please tell me the socks are Naruto socks as well.
No, these socks are actually Dragon Ball. So I mean,
okay, on brand though.
Yeah,
they're close enough.
Almost there. They're like 50%. I don't think I have Naruto socks.
Yeah, you should get some, dude. Complete the outfit.
I know.
And Cog wearing the Akuma shirt. Love to see it. Love Akuma. The demon. There it is. Yes. So good.
Yeah,
so good.
In Florida, Jimmy, he put me on. He's LSM fam, and he was just like, he was telling me, I was like, yo, I need a Street Fighter joint, and I was like, oh, he showed me. I was like, oh, bro, send me the link. I'll buy that immediately. My finances go to the worst thing. It's all gaming drip and foolishness. That's the only thing I will always spoil and treat myself with. But I wanted to give Capcom some love, man.
Hell yeah,
Capcom vibe right now, and then also just the FGC, man. And I, actually, as a Tekken main, the Street Fighter community, you know, we got a little thing because of Tekken 7 and Akuma's appearance. But I love Akuma. Like, I legit love Akuma. So I was like, I'm not going to allow this little rivalry to get in the way of my love.
How could you not love Akuma? He's such a great character, iconic fighting game character. One of the coolest, really fun. Cog, did you ever play Third Strike?
Yes.
I liked Akuma in that game. He was sick.
Really good. Really good. Sick.
I've never heard of that.
Sick.
Mm-hmm.
What, Third Strike?
Yeah.
Oh, man, it's like probably considered the best fighting game of all time.
Really? A lot of people love Third Strike, for sure.
Yeah, a lot of the old heads, for sure. I don't know about the new kids, but the older heads,
this
definitely.
was within my time. I was 4 when it came out. So.
Yeah.
The formative years.
A new version of Street Fighter 3. Street Fighter 3 was like kind of not received so hot when it came out. But when Third Strike came around, everyone's like, oh shit. Well, actually, I don't know if Third Strike was hot even when it came out, but now it's hot. Everyone sees it for what it is now.
Yeah,
so
I agree.
It's good. It's good shit.
Very cool. Is this going to be in the... No, it wouldn't be in the Marvel Capcom collection. Never mind. Stupid question.
No. They re-released it.
Is it in the Street Fighter collection? Didn't they do a Street Fighter collection?
That's a good question, Matty. It might be. Don't quote me on that. I know they released it on like Xbox Live and PSN on PS3, I think. But I don't know how good the online is or anything like that. But they should re-release it because it's awesome.
Street Fighter 3 here.
Okay, just not Third Strike.
Yeah, it says, which encompass the Street Fighter 1, 2, 3, and Street Fighter Alpha series.
Okay, Alpha's fun though too. I liked Alpha.
Yeah, Alpha
maybe.
Loved Alpha.
I love the art style. Diving so the audience.
Yeah, the art style was so cool for Alpha.
Yeah, Alpha is so good, man. So good. All right. Before we get into the show, guys, please check us out on patreon.com/laststandmedia if you'd like to support us over there. We'd greatly appreciate it. Keeps this company going. So thank you everyone who does support us over there already. We appreciate it. Leave us a rating on your podcast service of choice, whatever you're using. That includes all of our shows. You know, if you love the shows, Summon Sign, Dukes, Sacred, all those. Leave us some nice reviews. We do appreciate it. Merch at laststandmedia.store if you want to get some merch over there. Also, our live show, Sacred Cross Dukes, coming up soon in San Diego, bright and sunny San Diego. If you want to get tickets, go to bit.ly/Sacred Dukes. Come see us out there. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm very excited for that. It's gonna be sick.
Yeah, I'm
Matty, are you gonna go to Disneyland while you're here?
Probably not, because I will be out there a little earlier than you guys for work-related purposes, I can say, and so I will be a little busy leading into my time.
I need you to go to Galaxy's Edge, man. As a Star Wars fan,
I know. Well, I don't know. Like, we do have that extra day. We are arriving.
Try to squeeze it.
So maybe I squeeze.
Try to squeeze it if you can.
We'll see. I have to check energy levels. Is a day of Disney trip like possible?
Yeah.
Like, can I just decide like, oh, I'm gonna go today?
Maybe the day of or the day before. I think you have to buy tickets online. I don't know if you could just walk up and buy tickets anymore. I'm not sure, but check ahead. Yeah, as long as you're feeling it.
Yeah,
but you'll be close to it.
I'll check my reserves leading into it because I want to be full, rested, good to go for the live show. But then there's a lot of opportunity calm while we're out there. So
absolutely,
I might strike. We'll see.
Absolutely, dude. Also, before we end the show, as many of you have heard, our good buddy, our brother Dustin, is taking some time off. Him and his wife are going through a situation right now, a rough one. And if you are curious what it is, you can check out Dustin's Twitter. He lays it all out there for him or for us to know what he's going through. But yeah, please send that boy some support. We love that man, but he's just going to be stepping away for a while, as he should, all the time he needs. We'll be here whenever he's ready to come back. But yeah, shout out to our boy Dustin.
Salute.
All right, boys. Last week, me, Ben, and Locke went through our GotY, our Game of the Years for the last decade, and the audience seemed to enjoy it. Now all of them are posting their GotYs for the last decade as well now. So I thought it'd be fun to get both of yours as well, because I'm not really exactly sure what you guys are going to pick. I think I have a good idea what you guys will pick so far for this year, but I am curious, especially COG. I think I know, but I'll just go through mine really quick if you guys didn't hear it last week, just so the odds can get caught up if they didn't hear. 2014, I picked Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze. Love that shit. One of my favorite platformers of all time. It's so goddamn good. 2015 was Bloodborne. Don't gotta say anything else. 2016 was Dishonored 2, tied with Dark Souls 3, but I'll give the slight edge to Dishonored 2.
Yeah.
2017 is Breath of the Wild. 2018, I gave the Dragon Quest 11 with Red Dead 2 right up the rear. Red Dead is a better game, but Dragon Quest just spoke to me at that time. I was just feeling the adventure. 2019, Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. 2020 was Final Fantasy VII Remake. 2021 was Endwalker, the Final Fantasy XIV expansion. But if you don't want to count that, I would give it to Returnal.
Nice.
2022, Elden Ring. 2023, Tears of the Kingdom. And this year so far is Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Nice list.
Nice.
Now,
nice. Very solid.
What we're going to do is we're just going to go a year back and forth. We're going to start with Matty, then we'll go to COG, then we'll just keep rotating as we go through the years. Okay. So Matty, let's start with you. 2014. What was little Matty's pick? Little baby Matty at this time.
Yeah, historically a terrible year for games. I have a video up actually for all of these years, funny enough. So I was actually able to it was a great topic idea because I was actually able to go and watch my videos and see what I was thinking. One of these did not hold up. I'll explain which it is. But anyway, 2014, my game of the year was Transistor from Supergiant Games.
Okay.
I absolutely love Transistor. I think this game, oh my God, dude, so good. The combat, extremely underrated, very tactics based. For those who haven't played it, you kind of pretty much freeze time, plan out all your moves, then resume time, and it plays all of it out. And then it goes back to kind of action as you move around the map and kind of try to avoid attacks. Supergiant never misses. They always make amazing games. And I think this is their most overlooked one. The story is really good. And the soundtrack is my favorite of anything they've ever done. Super good stuff. So yeah, 2014 game of the year by far. I mean, I know 2014 wasn't a great year, but this is to me the absolute best shit that came out that year. Bona fide classic.
Man, I hear people say 2014 wasn't a great year all the time, and I'm just thinking back. I'm man, I had a lot of sick games that year that I played that I really dug. Bayonetta 2, man. You like Bayonetta 2?
Didn't have that was Wii U when it first came out, right?
It was stinky Wii U, yes.
Yeah, I didn't have Wii U then, but Bayonetta 2 is sick. For me, it was the three games I think of when I think of 2014. Transistor, Shadow of Mordor was great. And I think of Danganronpa 2. Danganronpa 2 is my least favorite in the Danganronpa series. So, to me, it just was such a boring year is how I would define it. I think Watch Dogs came out. Did Watch Dogs come out that year or was that 2013?
That was 2014, I think, because it was on PS4 and Xbox One, right?
Yeah. I kind of really dug the original Watch Dogs. I know it didn't
I thought it
deliver
was
exactly
okay.
what was in
It
the
was
demo,
alright.
but like,
Yeah.
I love the idea of fucking with people from a distance. That
Yeah.
shit was still to this day super fun.
Yo, also Hearthstone came out that year. Not everyone's a card guy, but that game was huge. Phenomenon
That was
when it
huge.
came out.
Yeah.
Huge game. All right, Cog, let's hear yours. 2014.
2014 was interesting. It came down to 2 games. And this was gonna definitely upset Matty, but I had to admit, like, as a person that came later into the Dragon's Age situation, Inquisition, baby. I loved Inquisition. I really did.
This was like my whole point about how 2014 was ass, because that they won Game of the Year. I was like, how did Inquisition?
I was upset about
win Game of the Year?
I know people didn't like.
There's never been a more fraudulent Game of the Year. Never.
Listen, I know people don't like it, but I love that game. You know, the whole quest of the Inquisitor. I love the cast of characters. I love the way, as a person who really appreciates romance in games. The way that is handled in that game is amazing, respectful, and I just thought the character interactions were authentic. So, and I still find out about stuff to this day that I didn't even know. I was like, yo, someone told me like the Iron Bull character could be romance. I'm like, did not know this.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it was crazy. So I love that, obviously, the Souls thing. But I want to give an honorable mention to Titanfall 1.
Ooh,
even
great
though
game.
it wasn't
Super
a
good pick.
complete game from a campaign standpoint.
Who cares?
Exactly. Vince and the team knocked it out the park and revolutionized. And that's my old Infinity Ward team. So I want to give them love because I spent countless hours on Titanfall 1. And I remember doing the wall running and doing the mode Last Titan Standing. They added a Frontier cooperative horde mode. I really want to give them credit. The only blemish on it was just that the campaign was like a multiplayer interactive. And then we'll talk about the sequel and all that other stuff. But I just had to give them an honorable mention in 2014.
Yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Fun game. All right. 2015, Matty.
Yeah, so this is the one that was I'm putting an asterisk because my original selection back then with my 18-year-old fanboy goggles was Fallout 4. Now I love Fallout 4, but it's not my game of the year for sure. It would definitely be a number 2 because I do unapologetically think that game is great. But it would be Bloodborne. I'm with you, Brad. This is my favorite FromSoft experience still to this day. I think it's incredible. I'm obsessed with the world, especially at the time. I think it still works really well to this day, but at the time where we were so trained by Dark Souls and then FromSoft comes out and says like, oh, you don't shield hug, like you get your health back by attacking, like your aggression is rewarded. Just such a great concept that is one of the things I look for most in games now. Like, how do you reward me going at the enemy? I feel like Bloodborne was super transformative in that design level, but also just, again, this world, it was the only FromSoft game I actually cared about the story and the lore. So yeah, it completely won my heart. I love Bloodborne so much. I still think about it. And like Matty, still holding off until it inevitably gets re-released.
Yeah. All right. COG 2015.
Gotta stay on brand. 2015, man. Destiny was on its deathbed. They were looking bad. They came off of, oh man, what was that? Content that nobody, House of Wolves or whatever it was, and it really just, only thing that debuted was Trials of Osiris. But I remember when Taken King came out and transformed that franchise. They had a functioning story. They had an amazing raid, and it really saved Destiny at its time. You know what I'm saying? Destiny was really going through it. So for me, it was Taken King. I do want to give an honorable mention. Life is Strange was a huge game for me because as a person who loved the Telltale formula, it did get a little stale after a while. They started to monetize. They used to do every franchise now was Walking Dead, this, but they did. It was so beautifully written. It really touched very sensitive subjects. And Matty, me and you've had this discussion where there was one scene where one of the NPCs paid attention, checked me to see if I was paying attention to everything that NPC was doing. And I couldn't prevent something bad from happening that was really affected me. And I was like, oh no, I have to do my whole playthrough. Like, it was that well done. And I'm like, this game is doing this, touching these subject matters. Love the story of Chloe. And then obviously we know they're coming back, you know, they bring it out.
I'm excited for
So when I saw that, I'm like, yeah, Life is Strange had that effect on me. And the music, original, great. The time mechanic, reversing, great game.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the first Life is Strange. That was my favorite one that I've played for sure.
Yes.
Yeah, I liked Max
I
a
feel like
lot.
everyone says that.
Yeah. Yeah, so that is cool that she's coming back. I'm surprised no one said The Witcher 3.
Yeah, I thought that was
But-
good. That's a good
Yeah.
point.
I Witcher 3 I love. I should make that clear before I go
Yes.
further. But to me, I love games where they have like very interactive worlds, and I feel a lot of The Witcher's world is stiff, is how I would define it.
Sure.
And so it's very character driven, and if you love good storytelling, like you're gonna find it in abundance here, which I do. That's why I love it. But for me, like for example, I enjoy Fallout 4 more than The Witcher, which I know is like a sacrilege take, but like the idea is that I like the immersive qualities, like being able to interact with every object, like everything has value, like that just goes so much further for me. So like for me, Witcher 3 just by default ranks a little bit lower, which is why I love something like Cyberpunk way more than The Witcher. 'Cause it has a lot of those qualities baked into it. But yeah, Witcher 3 is great. Also at the same time, dude, like I gotta play Blood and Wine. You know, I'm missing that whole component that apparently is incredible.
It's
so
very good.
Yeah.
God tier.
Yeah,
That's
very
what I've
good.
heard. So that's on me for being ignorant. So I'll take that out for sure.
There's only so much we can play, Matty.
Oh, dude,
It's
I'm
just the
having
way
that
it is.
problem. We'll get into it. I'm having that problem right now.
Yeah. All right, Matty, 2016.
Controversial year, you know, but I was team controversy for it. Overwatch.
No, I don't think that's controversial. I think that's a fair award.
the
a lot of
consensus.
people were
Especially that
against
time.
the idea of like, oh, multiplayer can't be game of the year. But look, man,
a
600
game.
hours later in that year, I was not regretting my choice. I played this game every single night, no matter what. It was so much fun. That first year and 2 years of Overwatch,
Yeah.
just so good. But also, like, really, at least for me, I don't know if there was anything like a hero shooter before that. I know there was like team comp games, but like
It's like
Overwatch is my
TF2.
yeah, that's what I was thinking of. I wasn't sure because I don't have much experience with that game, but like Overwatch was my introduction to hero shooters in a big way, and like the chemistry between all of the people and all of the members of the cast, and like the little storytelling bits you'd get before matches begin as they like interact with each other. Like it was the first time a sort of like meta level storytelling connected with me. Then it's funny enough, Blizzard did the thing I hated most, where like they said, "Go read the comics outside on our website," or "Go check out our shorts." The biggest crime Overwatch has right now is that it doesn't have a story mode, because I think, especially at its height, that would have taken the franchise to a whole, it was already on another level. It would have put it on a whole other stratosphere. But still to this day, I fondly remember it and talk about often my times with Overwatch. I think Overwatch is still fun to play.
Yeah.
Just obviously it shows how important balance is. I thought this game was so finely tuned when it came out, and they almost over adjusted it and then obviously abandoning it. So I know it doesn't hold as strong today, but I don't let go of the fact that 2016 to 2018, I was almost exclusively playing Overwatch. That game is incredible. So yeah, 2016 game of the year, easily Overwatch. But yeah, shout out to Dishonored 2. I'm glad to see it on your list, Brad, because I feel like no one talks about Dishonored 2.
I know, it's a real shame.
No one talks about it. It's so, if anyone wants best in class level design, like I'll just leave it at that. You've already heard me wax poetic enough about Arcane, but if you want best in class level design, your mind will be blown at what they pull off with Dishonored 2. It's so good. And the story's great.
Yeah, if you're burned by what was it called? Vampire game? I can't even think about it. Redfall.
Yeah.
If you're burned by Redfall and you want to know what Arcane is capable of as a studio, just look at Dishonored, man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Matty educated me.
Yeah. So good. So good. Man, Matty, it's funny you bring up Overwatch. Like, I loved Overwatch 2 also. I love that game. But I can't think of a game that's been like botched harder than Overwatch in the long run.
100%.
It's crazy.
That's
it's
why
so disappointing, man. It's so disappointing. It could be like the League of Legends, or it could be as popular as that. It was huge. I always hope Blizzard can get back on track. Hopefully, they're not giving up, so we'll see. Yeah. But I doubt it, sadly. All right, COG 2016 for you.
Unanimous choice for me. Titanfall 2.
Oh, hell yes.
It was
so good.
I still owe you that playthrough. I haven't forgot.
Bro, it's they answered all the bells, all the issues. They made an amazing campaign. They make you care about this robot BT. And the story's great. The level design is absolutely amazing. There's even a level in Starfield that I feel is inspired by Titanfall 2 that laid the groundwork of doing something and seeing events in the past while it's going on. Again, the platforming between the levels was absolutely amazing. The emotional, the boss battles, they added new Titans and mechanics. They made some controversial things in the multiplayer. I know Titanfall 1 purists like the multiplayer in Titanfall 1 a little better than Titanfall 2, but overall, as a complete package, that game cooked, and I will never forgive AA for launching that game in the same window as Battlefield 1. That pissed me off, and that game got buried. And it's a shame because that game was a classic, man. Titanfall 2, absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it is a shame the IP got buried like that. I guess it lives on kind of in Apex, but that's not the Titanfall we all want. We want real Titanfall. We want 3.
Yeah.
All right, 2017, Matty.
Easy one for me. Nier Automata. Just, I love me a little Platinum games. I love Yoko Taro. One of the first games, I think the first game I can ever really remember that made me cry. I played Nier when I was way too young to comprehend what was going on. That game was just so emotional to me. But that game hit me like a truck. And I always fondly remembered my time with it, especially, of course, the music. I loved Nier. And so when Nier Automata came around, I remember Carrick reviewed it and he told me how great he thought it was. I was like, oh, is this connected to, because it was so to me unbelievable that they would have made a continuation of this extremely niche thing. I was like, is this a continuation of that Nier? He's like, yeah. And so I immediately picked it up, and of course the music takes over, but the story and character development, Yoko Taro's ability to be extremely weird and dark-hearted at the same time is very sincere and thought-provoking. It's I know he's crazy, but he's a very rare talent, man. And I just loved his work here in Nier Automata. I know the combat for many is very all flash and no real depth, but I just had so much fun slipping and sliding around as 2B and just going on that adventure. Got the platinum for it authentically, by the way. Did not buy my trophy.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, just got to put that out there. I paid my dues. But yeah, this game was just it's incredible. And obviously just, marking that kind of milestone, this game sold almost 5 million copies. And that's unbelievable. I know that shouldn't factor in the game of the year, but just thinking about the level of success that this game reached, it never should have. I'm sure when Square measured it out, they were like, yeah, 500K to 1 million maybe. But this game completely overperformed, and rightfully so. It's that good. It's one of the best games you can play. I love it.
Yeah. You have one of the most iconic gaming characters now with 2B on that, so sure she helped sell a few copies to some people.
I wonder why.
Yeah, still waiting for that Nier sequel, so let's get on that.
You think they're gonna do that?
Yeah, they have to. I feel like they'll do a Nier game. I mean, they did a mobile game, but that doesn't count.
Yeah, Replicant could have done more. I had some issues with Replicant. I thought they could have gone a little further, but if they do a sequel to Automata of some kind, oh man, I'm gonna lose it. I'll be so excited. Platinum games need something to do, so
yeah, that's true. I don't know if they're gonna work them again after Babylon's Fall. I don't know what that's gonna be.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know how they're still afloat. I can't lie, but fighting on.
All right, COG 2017.
Pretty simple for me. That's when I fell back in love with Nintendo. Breath of the Wild, baby. Yeah, it was a no-brainer for me. As a Sega kid who I never had any issues with Nintendo, but I'll be honest, their IPs I loved them, but I felt man, I just wish they'd go to the next level. Come on, let's introduce them into 3D and modern tech. And when I saw that iconic Zelda trailer, and then him going to the cliff, and you see the mountainside and everything going on, I was just, oh man, this game looks beautiful. I'm the person that didn't have an issue with the weapon breaking. I didn't mind them. It made me get creative with using different stuff, and I just really love the ability to just manipulating the world and using the powers and stuff like that at the temples and stuff like that. So yeah, Breath of the Wild was amazing. I really fell back in love with Nintendo. And I was so Team Switch because of that game. That literally put it
I want to be on Team Switch, but I'm ready for that thing to just die.
You're waiting for the next one now. Now that was time.
There's so many games I've skipped on the Switch because I'm just if the next Switch can just play those a little bit better, I'll be a Switch addict again. But right now, I'm taking a hiatus.
All right, 2018, Matty.
All right. So this was an incredible year for games. I feel like there's a lot of good choices, but I went with Spider-Man. Just as a lifelong Spider-Man fan, playing all the games through, being obsessed particularly with Spider-Man 2. This was one of those games that I felt was pulled out of a dream for me. Like I had a vision for what a Spider-Man game could be. And I always said Insomniac would be great because my theory was like, to make a good Spider-Man game, you need to make Peter Parker as interesting as Spider-Man and you need to get his gadgets involved. And obviously on top of that, it's like somehow if someone could figure out free flow combat, which at that time seemed impossible because you just had Rocksteady doing it. Shadow of Mordor did it well because they borrowed the tech. But like you saw the Amazing Spider-Man games and they like did it okay enough, but it just didn't feel quite as smooth. Mad Max did it, but again, they borrowed the tech. So like it felt like Rocksteady had a cheat code and Insomniac just cracked that code, making what I thought was like the most easily emotional Spider-Man story in gaming. That ending still hurts. I absolutely love that game. By the way, I just got to throw out there way more than the second one as well. But they I know it's like a simple kind of checklist open world, but they number one, just being in that world and doing things felt so good. Like the point A to point B felt so good. They figured out web slinging. They figured out combat gadgets. Peter Parker was as important as Spider-Man. Yuri Lowenthal cast as Spider-Man was like my dream casting. I was always like, you got to do him as Spider-Man. They did that. Like it as a massive Spider-Man fan, it felt like a lot of like-minded people made this game and just understood the task and took it very seriously, and they knocked it out of the park. I still love going back to this game and just swinging around and doing things in the world. I love the story. I love that they focused on a Mr. Negative. I thought this was really cool because as someone who reads a decent amount of comics, I didn't know who this was. And to make him a very compelling villain and make him a very personal villain, I think was a tall task, but they did a good job introducing a more niche villain into this role. And I think they did wonderful job, which they didn't do as much with Spider-Man 2. I feel like they kind of wasted Kraven. I feel like he could have been more, but I like that Insomniac's willing to tackle these kind of lesser known villains and do something meaningful with them. And I thought Mr. Negative was also phenomenal. So yeah, I loved Spider-Man on PS4 still to this day. Yeah, excellent video game.
Nice.
And fuck the new face Spider-Man, by the way. Fuck that. Awful.
Yeah, when they did
forgot to say that's the only blemish on that game right now. That shit.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
I like the old face too.
Yeah.
I don't know why they did that.
Yeah.
It's annoying.
Did it like match the MCU?
It doesn't even look like Tom Holland at all. It doesn't. I love Tom
Holland. Like they were trying
to
go for that, which was kind of funny.
Yeah, they were. They're like, no, we weren't. Like, bro, I always remember that because it's more of the painful news cycle of them being like, no, look, we just thought this fit. I'm like, you just decided to change it. There's no mandate. You're just like, yeah, this thing we committed to pretty hard and marketed around. Like, we're just not going to do that now.
Yeah,
like
so
come on.
That doesn't happen very often.
It never happens. Just changing the face
on
of
a
Spider-Man.
huge game. Yeah, like a huge game. Like just like imagine they just changed like Drake's face in Uncharted or something like that.
Dude,
like,
they sold over 20 million copies of this game and changed this man's face. I'm like, that's insane to me.
Yeah. No, you're right.
At the end of the day, they just care about the costume, right? So it's I'm maybe overselling it to some. I know some people are like, who cares? But it bugs the hell out of me.
I cared. You see a lot of Peter Parker. You get to know Peter Parker a lot in that game. I think it is important.
It was a jump scare to me in Spider-Man 2. I forgot they did the face change because I refused to play like the remastered version. and then like Spider-Man 2, he takes off his vest. I'm like, oh fuck. I was like, George. It really got me, man. But yeah, hey, shout out to Spider-Man 1. Great game.
Yep. All right, COG 2018.
Boy.
Yeah, this was the year of PS4, man. Damn.
Yeah, it was the year of PS4, man. I was blown away. I really like what Cory Barlog did, and just we kind of sad dadded my band, a little bit, but it was an emotional story in Atreus and listening to where Kratos was at in this time of his life and the whole story. I just felt graphically it punched above its weight. I think it kind of set the tone for PlayStation to continue in that, third person over the shoulder, slow kind of thing, but with immense great storytelling. And to me, a lot of times I just love the conversations, between levels and stuff like that. And I know they get killed because they do it a lot in their games, but at this time when it came out, I was just like, man, this is sweet. So yeah, shout out to Cory Barlog and the team. And I really did like God of War.
Yeah. God of War, when it came back, was such a breath of fresh air, man. Like, I liked the old God of Wars a lot. But, Kratos needed a change, in my opinion. He had been the same. There's been so many God of Wars. Like, we got to do something different. So it was great to see like more dad Kratos, more trying to be a good dad Kratos, actually.
Yes.
So it was very cool. I did like it. Definitely more impactful at the time than Ragnarok, in my opinion. I think Ragnarok's a great game. Don't get me wrong, but I felt more with this game. Okay, 2019, Matty.
Yeah, this is the year I was most excited to talk about because I get finally an opportunity to put a game on people's radar that just don't hear enough about. Astral Chain.
Woo!
Oh, yeah.
Dude. God, man. I love Platinum, as many people know. But I love them because of the feel of their games. Like Bayonetta has a skill level. There's a lot of cool shit you can do in that game. I'm not going to act like there isn't, but I wouldn't qualify it as like a super difficult game. But Astral Chain, man, I think that they just understood the mission in like the critique that came to their combat system. For those who don't know, it's a Switch exclusive. I thought this game would eventually get ported, but it's still on Switch. I will also say that as someone who still fires it up occasionally, I think it still plays really well on Switch. And I think it still looks good on Switch. Like they did a great job with it. Like I do think it's still like, even if you got the stinky Switch energy, like we kind of do here, I do think it's still worth a look. You play as a cyber cop in this like super futuristic world. You have a legion. Think of it like a pet that's chained to like your arm, and they have all different types. Like there's a Titan you can pretty much get into. There's like a beast you can send out. And you also have this chain. So you like hold the trigger and use the right stick and like wrap it around enemies and like tie them up. And then you can like rush right through them. There's just so much depth to the combat, so many ways to approach it. It feels so good. And when you talk about getting into a rhythm, like still one of my favorite games ever. And absolutely, I think one of the most criminally slept on games for the Nintendo Switch. Like it is loaded with amazing exclusives. I'll always remember when this got revealed, I was like, give me that ASAP. They have some amazing boss fights. And also, unlike a lot of Platinum games, story is pretty good. The ending stretch for Astral Chain was legitimately good stuff. I thought I feel like this was a sign to me that Platinum, it's so funny because their game after this was like Babylon's Fall, I think. But I was so excited for Platinum's future after this game. So I was like, oh my God, they worked Yoko Taro, and you could just feel the focus in this game. Like they were way more refined and narrow scoped. It was so beautiful. I was like, damn, this team's going to pop off. They did in the wrong ways, but hey, Astral Chain, man, a hell of a video game. Highly recommend people check it out. It doesn't go on sale ever either way. So just a heads up for anyone looking to pick it up. It's usually full price.
Bro,
Matty, I bought this game when it came out. Day one, haven't touched it. It's just been on my shelf.
Hey, look, you did your part. You did your part.
For like 6 years, it's just been sitting there. Not because I just haven't gotten around to it. It's just been there.
I have plenty of games like that, so I'm not gonna. I won't grill you over it. But if you do find the time, or if you're thinking of me next time you look at that copy, maybe throw it on. You know?
Yeah, we already got a deal in place about something I gotta play.
Sorry, I can't push. I can't push too hard. I got to complete another MMO.
One at a time. One at a time. Okay, COG 2019.
This is tough. This is tough for me. Because I had to decide, okay, what game resonated the most with me and I played the most, and I had to think about it. I gotta give it to Outer Worlds. It was what really set it off for me was the obviously the base game was great, but when the Murder at Iridanos DLC came out on top of it, and that really was just great tone change, but absolutely hilarious and murder mystery kind of vibe. Bro, like that game really with the choices and the characters, especially was it Pavardi? I had and Vicar Max. Those are like two of my mainstays, and I just love the way they would interact in terms of things that we face and stuff like that. And the way they handled her relationship, I thought was really good. But it really made some tough choices, and I just love the way they handled the hub world and the density and all the stories packed within it, kind of thing. And to me, it was classic Obsidian. So I really loved Outer Worlds. I played the hell out of it. My only nitpick would be like, okay, next year or the next one, I want the combat, because they had that like you slow down combat thing. You know? So that was a little bit, it was okay. I didn't hate it. It was okay. But that's like my only little blemish on the game. But other than that, man, I thought it's just so well written, and the characters and the voice acting is so good.
For Outer Worlds too, bro.
Oh yeah. Outer Worlds, man.
I think that was the first Obsidian game I like ever finished. because I missed a lot of their older stuff, and I was like, okay, I like these guys. These guys are cool. I was like, this is a solid game. I liked the scope of it at the time, so I'm really excited for Avowed. Really excited.
Oh yeah.
And I'm happy it got delayed, frankly.
Same.
Let it breathe, man. Let it breathe. Let it polish it up. Let that shine.
Exactly.
All right, 2020. Matty.
Very important year. Very important year for me personally. Persona 5 Royal by a million, by the way. I have never been more moved by a video game than Persona 5 Royal. This game, as I've documented many times, but I'll say it again here for the sake of just being thorough. This game gave me it was so moving and so good that it gave me such levels of imposter syndrome that I felt very inadequate with what I was doing with my life, and like made serious changes on where I was going with my career. Like I was just content being like YouTube guy and just kind of like podcasting and all that cool stuff. But I played this game and it was just so transformative for me. I was like, I want to make something more meaningful than what I'm doing now. It hit me like a bus, dude, and just came at a perfect time in my life. But more than anything, you know, because like with the pandemic, everything shut down. Like it's the perfect time for a 135-hour JRPG. But the third semester is like some of the best ever content in a video game. The whole stretch of Persona 5 is incredible. But I was one of the people, like when I played Persona 5 when it came out, like I liked it a lot. But I always said like 4 Golden was better. But 5 Royal just is on a whole other level. The gameplay changes they made were really good. Like some of the new social systems they added, like, you know, playing darts or billiards with your friends and being able to upgrade like the follow-up attacks and the baton passes and the boosts you get from that. Like it really felt like a game all about teamwork. And you could, you know, one thing Persona does so well is feeling those, like a lot of games are like fight with your friends, but they don't capture it really well in the mechanics of the gameplay. But Persona, you really feel it. Obviously combined with an unforgettable soundtrack. This game just, I will like be writing Atlas a thank you letter whenever my game comes out, just for, you know, being able to make something so creatively inspiring that it managed to move me in such a way. Like they're just so talented and so good at what they do. And so, yeah, I cannot wait for Metaphor this year. Now Avowed has been delayed. Metaphor is my most anticipated game of the year, where no doubt I'm sure this game will rattle me to my fucking core again, which I can't wait. But Persona 5 Royal just, you know, it's not just a great game, obviously. I think I've stated that, but it is one of the most important games I've ever played.
Yeah. Damn, man. Yeah, I always hear people talk about games. They're like, oh, games are too long kind of thing. When I was playing Persona 5, I was like, I wish it was longer. That's how I was feeling when I played it. I haven't played Royal that much, but the base game, I was like, let's keep it going, boys.
Dude, I hope one day you get to experience it. Yeah, it's like Persona 5, I always tell people, like, the length when you hear it is intimidating, but the way it's paced out, like, yeah, you can usually feel 135 hours, but I've played through these games like each twice, and you just don't. Like, I don't know how else to word it. Like, it took me a month to beat Persona 5 Royal, which sounds like, oh my God, but this was not me like grinding it completely. Like, I just kind of chipped away at it over time. It's funny. I was actually really against Persona 5 Royal when it first was coming out. It wasn't until my friends were like, it's amazing, you got to try it out, that I gave it a shot. Because I was like, I don't like what Atlas is doing with this re-release crap. But then I thought of how much I love 4 Golden compared to 4. And I was like, and then my friends were like, 5 Royal is amazing. I'm like, all right, fine. And so I picked it up and it was, here I am now.
Yeah, we'll get Metaphor Royal Edition or whatever in a couple years also.
Yeah.
You already know.
Revisit that. Full price, no upgrades, no nothing. Thanks, Atlas. Appreciate that.
Yeah. Like, they got to make their money somehow, I guess.
Yeah, they sure do.
I'll take it over microtransactions, but
Yes, I will. And but then they got plenty of skins.
Yeah, true.
To buy.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I spoke too soon, because you are totally right. I'm trying to give Atlas the benefit of the doubt here, but yeah, they're not, or Sega maybe, I don't know, but someone's not cooking right now. Especially
someone's
with,
not cooking over
selling the answer. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Persona, there's always like a monkey's paw with whatever you get. Always.
Very thematic, yeah.
COG 2020.
Great year for me. Had a couple of choices, but I had to narrow it down. So which was the one? And for me, it was my favorite IP from PlayStation. It's Ghost of Tsushima.
Ooh, yeah.
That Jin Sakai hit different.
I
remember being curious about the game, but I saw the Insomniac reveal. Sucker Punch, reveal. And I just saw him walking through the blades of grass, and I saw the cherry blossoms. I'm like, man, this world is alive. It's beautiful. You know, petting the little foxes, going like it was the first game where I followed the wind and I literally didn't like most open world games. I'll be honest. I get when I see like a whole bunch of icon vomit. Like it really annoys me. And Ghost of Tsushima was the first game that made me say, no, go see what's in the distance on your own. Follow the path of the wind. Do your own thing. And for me, you know, as a person who loves stealth and I love Japanese culture, like I like the transformation of the character. You are dealing with these dishonorable people. The Mongols are here. And if you choose to be this announce yourself samurai, you know, like your uncle and stuff like that, you're not going to beat this enemy. This enemy has studied you, knows all your tendencies. I thought the voice acting was great. I played strictly with Japanese voice acting on, you know, kind of thing. They had a little Kurosawa mode with the black and white. But the thing that took it to the next level for me personally was the attention to detail on the duels, the standoffs, the background. And man, listen, every fight, every one-on-one encounter in that game was a movie to me, even against lesser enemies, right? And then building him up, building that skill set. And then I thought the end was fantastic because I had to make a tough choice. And, you know, man, that was tough. That was tough.
Yeah.
So yeah, man, Ghost of Tsushima, man, absolutely love it. I can't wait to see what's going to happen with the sequel. Oh, hold on. It doesn't get enough credit. Iki Island expansion.
So
amazing.
Good. It's
so good. And one of the best multiplayer cooperative Destiny-like add-ons, you know what I'm saying, to their game that people do not talk about. They didn't have to do this. This game is amazing. So yeah, man, Ghost of Tsushima, that was by far for me. It was that close.
Yeah, that was such a great game. Yeah, and when that multiplayer came out, I was so confused and surprised. I was like, what? And it's free? What?
Exactly. They got to fix this whole PC situation where they're requiring the PlayStation account nonsense for the PC. PC community does not play that game.
No, absolutely not.
But it's a shame because I want people to play that mode. That mode needs to get
the mode's really cool.
Love.
It's really cool. Okay, boys, 2021. Matty.
This one, another one very excited to talk about. Hitman 3.
Yeah, great game. That was definitely on my top 10s for that year. 100%.
Part of it kind of took the wind out of the sails for me for the year because it was the first game I played. I was like, I'm pretty sure it's going to be the best thing I play all year. So I kind of felt like all anticipation for 2021 got removed. Like nothing reached that bar. So it was a little bit sour of a year in that regard. I really can't think of any other game from 2021 off the top of my head right now except Hitman 3. But yeah, dude, this game launched with 5 levels and I put like 50 hours into it. Like it was just, it's 6 levels, but the 6th one is like a very linear mission. So because it's the finale, but that is like one of the most replayable games I've ever played. I do wonder if I played a lot more Hitman 1 and 2. I played a decent amount of Hitman 1, but if I played more Hitman 2, would I have felt the same? Because I know firing up Hitman 2 and learning just how much content is in that, like the amount of challenges and ways to assassinate your target is there. That made my head spin when I saw that. So maybe I would have felt a little differently, but Hitman 3, you know, as my first, I guess you could say real deep dive, just had some super creative levels. I always think of going to the mansion in England. That's my favorite one with the murder mystery. And there was like, you could kill your target by just straight up like being a detective and just getting close to the target that way. Like I thought that was super cool. Just the way the levels are so active and like time is passing and there's schedules for these NPCs that are all doing different things. And like you learn by going back again and again. Hitman's brilliant. And I really cannot wait for the 007 game now from the same team because I think, you know, while they're clearly drawing a line saying like it's not just going to be Hitman, like they just know how to do great stealth, which I appreciate a lot still to this day. And I think of like we talked about earlier with Dishonored, I feel like it's few and far between. Like stealth is usually an option, but not the only really way to play. Like I guess you could go crazy in Hitman, but that's not like like you're not gonna have fun. You're not gonna have fun. So yeah, Hitman 3 is just such a good time. Love being in that world, just discovering new patterns, new challenges, new ways to tackle things. Just so incredible how much time you can spend in those levels. So yeah, absolutely loved Hitman 3. Easy game of the year pick for me.
Yeah, amazing game.
Yeah, might as well. It ain't much more for me to add because this is what we share.
Ah,
yeah, Hitman 3 is definitely mine as well. As a person who truly appreciates pure stealth and dumping the bodies and the sheer paths you can take, and it added to the replayability when you can see other things and other options open up. I remember even the opening level with the boat. Trying to manipulate outcomes in how you assassinate your target and stuff like that, and then using specific time windows to get things done with certain characters and stuff like that to go alternate routes. And I forgot that one. There's that level. It was kind of like you kind of had to be an imposter for like this famous actor or something. What it is, and I thought that level was hilarious. You actually were in being you take the target out, but then you have to be him for a little bit. I forgot the level. It was hilarious, right? And
that.
yeah, man, such a good game.
Oh, was that in the Berlin? Was it like in the Germany club or something?
Yes.
Yeah.
I love that level.
One of my favorites was like being at the winery and like
throw
the dude into like the grape crusher.
So good.
So good. Up. Yeah. Hitman 3, man. Love it.
Yeah. Amazing game. All right. 2022, Matty.
This was a tough one. I remember going back and forth between these two, but I made my decision, and I have not looked back since. A Plague Tale Requiem. One of my favorite games is The Last of Us. I just, as someone who like isn't a certified Uncharted bro, but like The Last of Us scratched that itch. Like I love post-apocalyptic games, but more than anything, I love the production value and the character interactions. And because Naughty Dog has created such a high bar, I don't see many developers try to reach for it. And it was really cool to see Asobo try it at first with A Plague Tale Innocence and really set the table with like a very, I would say, heavily directed 10-hour experience. Like it just, everything flowed from one piece into the other. Like it's very guided, very, very much, I almost over designed for some people, but they knew the scope, they knew the budget, and I think they worked really well within it. It's like one of the best managed projects I've played. But now they knew they had something. Like it did well for them. And so they go to Requiem and everything's turned up to 10. Level design's way better. Combat's way better. Stealth's way better. The story, dude, oh my God. Hands over my mouth type of finale. Like, holy, like the music, the score, like this team means business. And you know what's crazy is on the side, they're making a huge flight simulating game. Like, I don't know. I don't know how they're doing that over there, how they're splitting these two teams up and how you farm that talent to be like, we're going to make a Last of Us style experience and we're also going to make a flight simulator. Okay. But A Plague Tale Requiem is just phenomenal. I love Amicia as a character. I love Hugo as a character. Many people know if you watch Retro Rewind, when I talk about like kid actors, dude, makes me want to blow my brains out. I can't fucking stand it most times. It's so annoying. But just because their performances are understandable, they're younger, like they're never convincing, but man, did they find some talents here. These two carry the whole game and just make it an experience you need to be a part of, and you get to like control the rats. And again, the twist on stealth that A Plague Tale does, where like being in the light is good and the dark is where you don't want to be, because that's where the rats are, is incredible. So yeah, I just really adored A Plague Tale Requiem, and it was a close match between that and Elden Ring, but I really just continue to think about Plague Tale Requiem to this day. Just an amazing story, and I cannot wait to see where they go next with it. It's also a looker. Beautiful video
beautiful game.
Yeah. I'm sure you guys have talked about it many times, but that seemed like a prime candidate for Microsoft to acquire that studio. They seemed like prime real estate. They've been working with them for a while. They do great work. I'm surprised they haven't picked them up.
Honestly, I agree, but I'm like, you know what? I'm kind of glad they haven't. Like they're doing well in this kind of position. You're getting the flight simulator, which honestly is the bigger. Yeah, like it's the bigger game of the two. So Xbox is kind of winning, Asobo's winning. So I think it's a good target for them, but it's like, you know what? We're seeing the aftermath of some acquisitions, and I think some are good for Xbox. I'm like, one of these, it's like you got a good partnership, just keep it that way.
Yeah, you gotta be careful. You might get an egg, like you might get a Bungie or something like that.
Yeah,
you gotta be careful.
That's true.
All right, COG 2022.
This is. I had two real personal picks for this one. It was tough, and I had to really challenge myself out of these two, which one resonated the most. And I gotta go with the dark horse. My man took a risk. My man Jake Solomon took a risk. and he decided to change the XCOM turn-based format and get the Marvel IP license.
Oh, right. Yes.
And I'm like,
this
bro,
makes sense.
what are you doing? Card game, bro? I don't know. Man, I fired up that Midnight Suns and never looked back. Like, that game is so creative and different.
Yeah.
And the thing that I love that he did is he put the personalities of each character in a way, the way they play and the player play style with the way the cards. It's hard to describe it. It's just like, okay, for example, your Spider-Man, you can move around the battlefield. You can use objects to your, advantage, unlike the other characters. Wolverine, obviously, itself is healing and stuff like that. But I just thought each character had specific identity. And then the other thing that I liked is the quote unquote DLC characters, the Storm, the Venoms and stuff like that. This is the first time I've ever seen DLC characters introduced to a game that had their own narrative baked into the game and a whole story to finish. The way they handled Deadpool, amazing. And the game told a good story. The only nitpick was they had these goofy hang out with the character modes in the Abbey, which was kind of goofy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that was goofy. You know what I'm saying? Like, why my shirt off with Wolverine in the pool? Like, that was kind of hilarious. You know what I'm saying? No doubt. But you could tell, they're having fun with it. But, nah, man, I gotta say, Midnight Suns. And what's funny is it did get the critical acclaim, but much the financial acclaim. It actually rated well, but it didn't sell. But anytime I have someone say, yo, just try it, they come back, yo, Cog. I set up a movement on Twitter. I don't know if y'all know, people be like, yo, Cog, this is the greatest. I am so glad I told people, I'm like, you got to give it a shot. But Midnight Suns was an honorable mention. The tough one for me was obvious as a Destiny fan, Witch Queen was peak Destiny. And that was, this is not, this is a story for an MMO. No, this is an amazing story. And a shout out to Chris Reagan. We did a Witch Queen, I believe, Sacred Symbols Plus. And I want to give Bungie their flowers on that. But as far as the game, the one that resonated the most for me that year, I still go back to, I still play, is definitely Midnight Suns.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, unfortunately, it didn't sell too well.
I know.
But you hate to see that. Great games that don't sell well is always the worst thing ever. But,
absolutely.
Yeah. Shout out Midnight Suns, man.
Mm-hmm.
All right, boys. 2023. Last year.
Yeah, so what a tricky year this one was, right? Just so many top tier bangers. I remember going through most of my year thinking I knew what my game of the year was going to be. And then I hit Liza P. I was like, well, that's my game of the year for sure, right? And then I picked back up with my Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough. And I was really torn in two different ways. I had this, what I think is probably one of my favorite ever FromSoft style experiences in a world I loved. And also I think Liza P is one of the best endings in a game I've played. Just so exciting. So exciting to be that's the vision. And again, I always tell people, just as a little word of warning, do not wait until DLC or the second game gets announced. You will be robbed of a really great moment. That right now it feels like it's still in that bubble. I thought it would have popped way earlier, but please go ahead and play and check it out. But I thought that was going to be it. But then in the last 3 months of the year, I was just chipping through this Baldur's Gate 3 co-op playthrough, started a second run up, and just, if there's a Matty game, it's this, right? I'm not a big fantasy head. Many people know, if you could tell from my list here, for the most part, I love sci-fi. And so fantasy is always a tough climb. And the best compliment I can give is when I say something's really fucking good, and it is fantasy, because I think of Elder Scrolls, Dragon Age, and Baldur's Gate 3. Those are the three moments I can think of where I'm like, yeah, I can do with this type of fantasy all day. Baldur's Gate 3, I mean, first off, as a long time, I should say long time, but as a Larian fan since Divinity Original Sin 1, and played and replayed Divinity Original Sin 2, to see their transformation as a studio in the terms of technology, that has to be one of the biggest individual studio leaps I've ever seen. Just to go from this isometric, very limited, confined style of game, which is fine for what it was. It was just a strict, hardcore role-playing game with a tag system that evolved over time and the choices you made, to go from that to having more role-playing options with incredible motion capture, very authentic motion capture, where like you're seeing different gestures and movements and looks at you for things that people are saying across the whole game. Like they figured something out and ran a mile with it, and we got to feast because of it. Some of the best characters in an RPG, Shadowheart, Karlach especially, is just so good, so charming at first, but she has a moment in Act 3 that just like heartbreaking, dude, heartbreaking, and one of the best performances in a game I've ever seen. Like just so incredible. Like what a performance. But you know, it's a game that you beat and you're like, I haven't scratched the surface. Like I know for a fact, because of Locke, who's played this game and beat it 4 times.
Yeah.
Every time I'm talking to Locke, he's like, yeah, I'm in the middle of a Baldur's Gate playthrough. I'm just like, dude, like, he's like, yeah, like I'm discovering new things. I'm like, this is, you make it sound so appealing. It's so terrifying to jump into.
Yeah.
But yeah, just obviously incredible role-playing game, really evoking the old BioWare experience that I grew up with. You know, Knights of the Old Republic, Mass Effect, Dragon Age Origins, Jade Empire I got to later, but that's another one I'll put on that pedestal of like just incredible experiences from that team. And to get it from Larian, it's like, this is the new BioWare. Like, this is the team. It's funny enough with Baldur's Gate, which was BioWare's IP, right? They did Baldur's Gate 2, which is like one of the most celebrated RPGs ever. So there's a special full circle moment in that like now this new BioWare is kind of beginning their era with Baldur's Gate again. Now they're working on 2 new games. One is apparently a new IP. I imagine the other is Divinity Original Sin 3. And I just truly cannot wait, because they delivered here. And this is going to be a game, Baldur's Gate 3, that like every couple of years, just like other Larian games, that come back to, that I replay. And the icing, the cherry on top, is it's got great co-op. We have so many co-op games nowadays that are just survival. And I complain about it a lot because as someone who's actively seeking more co-op games, all my friends are online for the most part. So we're always looking for things to play together. And all of them are just like survival crafting. And that's cool. I like that there's an abundance of that. But I feel like when it comes to like, you know, and It Takes Two or something like a Baldur's Gate 3, like the higher level co-op games that, you know, are very mechanically involved, or even Gears of War, where like the levels are designed in a way where it's like, you split up and you're covering each other. Like that is just so few and far between. So I really tremendously appreciate Baldur's Gate 3's ability to give like an incredible co-op experience that branches and goes in different ways while still being online with my friends. And like, there's no limitations. If anything, it adds a lot to the playthrough. Just what a special game. One of the best RPGs ever made, and easily my game of the year once I finished it up.
Yeah. Awesome game. Loved it as well. Locke. You said Locke. Cog.
Yo,
I gotta guess what yours is.
I think you may have a guess, yes, but look, like everything Matty said, it's hard to compete with Baldur's Gate. I get that, but it's about what resonates with you, right?
Yeah,
it's about
absolutely
what is the game, and it came down to 3. It came down to 3. Baldur's Gate was one of them. I'm like, man, Baldur's Gate's so damn amazing. But what was I playing the most? What was the game that I lived in? And I have to admit, they're going to kill me for it, but I don't care. It's that damn Starfield, bro. It's that damn Starfield. And for me, the connection happened, and I think Matty and you and Gene talked about this. When I think I spoke to Rand, excuse me, and he said, have you done the Vanguard yet? And I'm like, no, I haven't really, I've been messing around. I think I beeline to, what's the corporate guys? I forget their name now. What's our corporate faction in Starfield? Why am I forgetting something in the streets? Whatever.
Ryujin?
Ryujin, right? I started there, and I was doing stealth and all that stuff. But I was Vanguard, and I'm like, wait a minute. The only mistake this game has made is this should have been a default mission from the start. Because I tell people, if they play the Vanguard mission and get the full scope of the narrative, the game makes you go through a museum and you learn about the Freestar Alliance, you learn about the House Varun, you learn about all these characters. And the thing that I liked about the way they handled their companions is every mission you brought them through, they have very distinct personalities, and some are very against other factions and ideologies. And then obviously me and Matty bonded over the Andreja character. I thought was one of the best written companions in video games. This is a person that there's so much complexity to this character, And when you find out truly about the intent of this character initially, and then you have to make a very heartfelt decision. And then if you take that further and you try to romance this character, there is a lot of what I consider is probably one of the best handled, almost consider like if you're dating someone of a different religion who is truly like, say, for example, you're Christian and the person's Muslim. That's how I looked at that relationship. And it's like, look, our faith, we don't, and you see two people trying to bridge the gap with thought-felt questions and conversation, just amazing stuff. And then the last thing for me that really, the ship combat was absolutely phenomenal to me. I don't care what no one says. I'm dying on Starfield ship combat. Now, I get people don't like the planetary, the 1,000 worlds that are bare. I get that. That's fair. But I think for me, what really took it over was beating the game and the Starborn mechanic and realizing how that game transformed. I think there's still so much to be told here. And last another shout out. I have to shout out what's our evil faction with the red? That whole quest line is hilarious.
Crimson Pirates.
Crimson Pirates is hilarious because that was the only negative I shout out to Jess Gordon that I had about the game until I did that faction last. Because I'm like, damn, this game don't let you really get grimy and you know what I'm saying? Like in Elder Scrolls fashion, right? I want a Dark Brotherhood, some stuff. Oh, you mess with the Crimson? it's some things there. So yeah, I love that. I love building out my ships. And as a sci-fi guy, I really thought the foundation was great. Is it perfect? No. But as far as the game that resonated with me, Starfield by far. I played so much. I'm looking for excuses to go back. And that's why I'm excited for Shattered Space. So yeah, that was mine.
Cool. Awesome. Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing wrong. Like, to me, Cog, you nailed it. It's like, what resonates with you the most? And it's like, sometimes you just gotta go with your heart, man. Whatever you enjoy the most, even if it's not the quote best objectively game, whatever you have the most fun with.
Yeah. So
yeah, that's awesome. All right, boys. 2024. The year's not over yet, but we're gonna do what our GOTY nominee would be now. Right now.
Yeah. So for me,
subject to change.
Yeah, as of this moment in time, at first it was Tekken 8, right? Like it was really had that Tekken brain rot. As I've pulled away from the Tekken brain rot, still easily top 3 contender, probably my number 2. But my number 1 has been Trails Through Daybreak. Just as a huge fan of the franchise, I would just say the long-term payoff here is really strong in this game, but also I do think like it's the start of a new saga, so it's for a lot of people a good place to get into it. So I say that because for me it also had like a really refreshing story. Like comparatively speaking, I mean, Trails is full of some dark moments, but I think in the Cold Steel saga, which took place before this, they really lightened up and went full like anime. Nobody dies, no one gets hurt. We're all heroes of the story. Like everyone's on even playing field, no side characters, and it hurt the series. But what you get here at Trails Through Daybreak is something more dark in the terms of the protagonist. Protagonist is like a dick, which in a good way, which is he's so enjoyable to be around. Aaron Way is hilarious. Rosette is one of my favorite characters in the game. Like she's incredible. Agnes is also a really deep, rich character connected to some important lore, I'll say. But just such a special video game. And more than anything, Trails sometimes historically struggles with pacing, but Trails Through Daybreak has been, I think, like it was a very well paced JRPG. And also, unlike a lot of Trails games, which I feel like end in a spot where you can see where they're going to continue, this one felt very complete, very full circle. The combat, the mixture of like action and turn-based where you can like hit your enemies, get them into a stun state in like this very action beat 'em up style combat, and then activate turn-based, and like the whole level you're in is the map you're fighting on. It was just, I think, so forward thinking, and you saw developers immediately copy that, one of them being Metaphor. Like they just had those same ideas, and like, Trails Through Daybreak, given where it released in Japan, was a little bit ahead on that front. And so, yeah, from combat to story to character building to like return on investment, I think they really hit a home run here. And also like for what Falcom's an indie team, so they're like they're a bigger indie team, but they're a team of like 70. And for their scale, the visuals of this game, again, comparatively speaking, massively improved. Animation quality massively improved. Like it's just such a big step forward for them. on this engine. It looks really good and feels really good. And so, yeah, I just love this game. And I think Tekken 8 comes really close, but just when I value, of course, like story and connection over like a really strong fighting game. And I think that'll always be the case because it's like, what do you carry with you? It's like, I carry with me a bunch of matches online with my friends, or do I carry like this series that I've been a part of for like over 10 entries? And like the latter always, I think, take over for me. But man, just it's been a fun year just because it's been a year of like discovery, because like that top year was just loaded, like where, I'm talking about Tekken, I'm talking about Trails Through Daybreak. Like that's where I played all of this. And then like, it just feels like things tapered off, and it's been kind of trying to find out if we're going to talk about another, for me, game of the year contender. It's been finding some gems since then. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of cool to have this sort of like established number one, and then just seeing what kind of surrounds it. We'll see if it gets bumped. Obviously, there's a lot left in the year here and a lot of games yet to come out, but so we'll see. But yeah, Trails Through Daybreak, just one of the best JRPGs I've ever played. Just really good one. Highly recommend to anyone who is looking for a refreshing JRPG.
There you go. All right, COG. Game of the year so far, 2024.
Man, this is tough. Again, to be determined. I'm still fighting myself on this. It's a 3-way tie for me right now. And I have to start, in fairness to one, I'm just going to put an asterisk. I have to get it finished first, which is the Final Fantasy VII remake. The Rebirth, excuse me. Mm-hmm. So I got to get that done, and then I can see where that falls in the pantheon. So I'm going to knock that out. So until I get that done, right now it's a 2-way tie between Tekken 8 and Infinite Wealth.
Mm-hmm.
This is tough. If I'm going, obviously what I played the most is obviously Tekken, but Infinite Wealth really does tell an amazing narrative, and they go somewhere with our characters, and especially Kiryu, in a way that is really thought out and well done. Man, this is tough. Tekken is, man, I'm struggling. Like even until I was like, what am I going to go with when he asks me? Like, what am I going to? So, all right, gun to my head right now, where I'm feeling right now, I'm leaning with that slight edge to Tekken 8. But I do want to give Infinite Wealth its flowers. Infinite Wealth is really well done, and it's 2 stories going on at the same time. But what Tekken did, from a fighting game standpoint, from everything that the community has always wanted from Namco, and then the production value, and obviously trying to tell at least a functional story. No one's saying it is Mortal Kombat level, but I love it. And then I think the jury's still out, because obviously, I don't know if most of you guys know, the way they're going to handle DLC is different, which is now, the Hayachi return, and how is this resurrection happening, and then implementing that narratively into the damn story. Yeah. So look, Tekken 8 is a fantastic game. It's best fighting game in my opinion. And as far as from a technical standpoint, there is nothing that looks better than this game, as far as in my opinion. So it's got everything that I need. So right now I'm going to leave it there, but this is to be determined, because I got to get Final Fantasy VII. I have to go back to it. The only reason Matty knows it's just a joke. The only reason why I stopped, Brad, is because I'm like, oh, the Square relationship with Xbox is improving rapidly. I see it. It's going to happen. Oh. So I didn't want to play the game twice. I'm like, oh, man. So I'm going to just stop right here. I'm thinking for sure Xbox Showcase. Oh, yeah, it's coming, baby. Oh, yeah, they ain't coming. So now I'm like, all right, this ain't going to come for a while. So let me get back on focus on my PlayStation and get going again. So that was what held it
up. That's awesome. All right, that is our GOTYs for the past decade. Looking forward to see what everyone's is at the end of the year. When all's said and done, we'll get it locked in, no wiggling out, hard decisions, gun to COG's head. He's going to have to choose between his babies.
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about what we've been playing now, actually. Matty.
Yes, sir.
TMNT. Splintered Fate, our Ninja Turtles expert. What is this?
So
what the hell is this game?
This is a right now. Well, it started off as an Apple Arcade game, and it
doesn't fill me with confidence right away.
Hold on, I had the same thought.
Brad was not impressed with that.
I had the same thought. I really did, But I will say that this game combined with, and Brad, I was here with you last time when I forgot the name of the game. It was the other Apple Arcade game that Square Enix is publishing, JRPG.
Oh, Fantasian.
Thank you. I always forget that game's name.
Yeah.
But yeah, like that was the other one that I think had a case for, this is trapped on the Apple Arcade. Now, as a lifelong TMNT fan who's used to being fed a lot of shit, I can't believe I would be sitting here saying on the other end of this game's release on Switch that Splintered Fate might be the best ever TMNT game. Like,
whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
I really love this game. If I could give you all a good sales pitch in a sentence, I call it TMNT Hades. All right. It has all the bells and whistles you remember from Hades. Good art style. The story gradually evolves as you go through runs. They kind of have like new encounters and new dynamics each time. Like they on a narrative level, like when you see a boss for like the 15th time, but also like the levels will change a little bit. There'll be new mechanics popping up or for the bosses when you fight them, so it doesn't get stale. And then each of the turtles, instead of like in Hades where you have like a bunch of different weapons to switch between, each of the turtles just plays differently. Like Donatello's slower, but has a lot of range and starts off with a whole different kit. Like he has immunity built in. So while he's slower, he will be able to protect himself a lot easier early on. Michelangelo benefits off of getting what's called multi-hit. So he's got the quickest attacks, but he also, when he lands those attacks, he has like a 10% chance off the rip to hit you a second time just by landing that attack. So you can just like lay on the damage with him. Raph is like full crit burst damage. Like you can kind of like rush down, quickly attack and get out. And Leonardo is like a jack of all trades. And he was the one who I first finished this game with. I completed a run and it starts to add more narrative layers. Like, why are we still here? Like, what's going on? So yeah, again, very Hades-like. But for me, as a TMNT fan, like I'm very judgmental of the quality of the stuff they put out, which I think this is the first time they put out something that's new and refreshing, because TMNT games have always been prey to the beat 'em up genre. Like they can only be that. And I even say this with all due respect to something like Shredder's Revenge. Shredder's Revenge is an amazing game. I've beat it at least 10 times, which I know isn't saying much. It's like a 2 to 3 hour game, but like I beat the game a lot. Like I love that game because I love Turtles in Time, which is the arcade cabinet right there behind me. Like I love that game. But I feel like there's been a limitation on what Ninja Turtles can be in video games, and that you can evolve that beat 'em up spirit into new thought-provoking ways. And a roguelike, at first when I saw it and it was on a mobile store, I was like, garbage. But now it's come over, it's like this full release, and you realize like I was just kind of being ignorant, because like this is the perfect evolution for a beat 'em up style TMNT game. Like you still have the, again, beat 'em up gameplay, but now it's 3D. You have also the IDW comic art style here, which is to me second to my favorite Turtle appearance in 2003. Those are both like more gritty appearances, and they both take themselves much more seriously than recent entries, we'll say, in the TMNT license. And so, yeah, some really heartfelt writing. Like there is a moment where, obviously by the name Splintered Fate, like Master Splinter's missing, and you can really feel the aimlessness of the turtles. And they have, as they go through these runs, like they'll start to miss Splinter, and you'll be able to like sit down and talk to them. And they have these really incredibly well-written conversations that are sentimental and meaningful. And you could feel like a lot of TMNT stuff is built with you knowing the turtles, and like Raph is the pissed one and Donatello is the smart one. And of course they love Master Splinter, but this game doesn't operate on that assumption. They kind of operate on like, you don't know who these characters are, and we're going to build them out over time. It's also fully voiced and great cast at that. Like you have, I think is Nolan North as Raph.
Oh,
you have Yuri Lowenthal as Michelangelo. Like really, really high level talent reprising these roles. And so each run is different and a ton of fun. Just like Hades, you'll gradually progress throughout the game, like all these different skills that'll make your next run a little bit easier. Like you'll have more health or more damage to start off with, or special attack damage, et cetera, et cetera. Like you'll gradually build out more and more. So yeah, man, like it just is a gift that keeps on giving. It's kind of like a nightly tradition for me to just sit down and like go for a run if I have the time to. I haven't done it as of late, but like if I'm like heading into bed like an hour early, that means I got an hour of TMNT Splintered Fate on my hands, or whenever the run ends. And I usually sink right into that. So it's kind of been a good wrap up game, but also just as a TMNT fan for the first time in a while with a video game beyond like things like Shredder's Revenge, I feel respected, and I feel like they're not just preying on nostalgia, but willing to try something new that isn't like it's not a safe idea. It's not. And so yeah, this game really surprised me as someone who had the same reaction, like, oh, Apple Arcade. But then as the game approached its launch, I was like, let me listen to some reviews from the Apple Arcade release. And people were like, no, this is like really good shit. I was like, okay, people seem to really like it, but maybe there's a difference in like scales of quality for people to do like content for Apple Arcade and like what they expect versus what I expect. But no, dude, firing up, I got like 20 hours in it. Right? I love this game. I love it. I love going back to it. And obviously there's a little bit of the sweetener on it, which is, as a huge Ninja Turtles fan, it adds something to me, adds something to it for me. But I really even think like if you're not a big Turtles fan, like you can love this game because it's a great roguelike game. It's very fun to play, very fun to progress in it. And it's got a lot going for it. So yeah, I think it doesn't lean on the Turtles license in all of the best ways. And that's something I've been waiting for a while. So yeah, just really great game. Been loving it. And that's why it's like in top 3 right now. I really think Splintered is just some excellent stuff.
Is it multiplayer?
Yes, there is online co-op. Yeah, I forgot about that. Nice. Yeah, so you can do online runs with friends. That's another thing. Like, that's one of the things I think can kind of put it for some above Hades in that like you can play this online with friends.
Yeah, I think that's really cool.
That's huge. And you can get all 4 turtles. So you can do 4-player co-op with friends, which is really
that's
cool.
Awesome.
Yeah. You are bound to the Switch though, so just a heads up.
Switch online,
and they do scale the difficulty, so it doesn't. It honestly is sometimes better to just do a run by yourself.
It's probably easier. It's probably easier.
It's way easier. It's way easier, but the satisfaction is greater when you do it in co-op, which me and my buddy have done, and it's a really good time.
Yeah, I'm surprised to hear about like these kind of emotional moments you're talking about. Like I know the Turtles obviously do have some of that. Even with my limited knowledge of them, like the Turtles I come from is like the 90s movies and that first like animated cartoon that was like Turtles for me. So I know there is still some like deep connections there, but I was really happy to hear about them like lamenting Splinter missing and all that, how them dealing with that. Like I do like the Turtles when they kind of fight with each other and figuring out what they're doing because they are just dumb teenagers and stuff like that. So I'm happy to see that made that in here. How's the longevity of the game? Do you think it's pretty long?
Yeah, easily 20 plus hours if you really want to like go through all the runs with all the turtles and see everything this game has to offer. I will say that first run win eluded me for a long time, longer than Hades, honestly. Like I was really like, that's the other thing is as a TMNT game, you expect it to be easier. But a lot of my playtime, not like all 20 hours, but like a lot of my playtime initially just went into that getting that first run win. Like, what's great is like your skill level translates well in that you can get pretty deep on your own, but eventually you'll kind of hit a wall of like, this would be a lot easier if I knew what I was building toward, I understood the skills better, or I actually had the built-in upgrades. So yeah, like as you're going through, you're going to get like a couple types of currencies. There's some that are specific to the run, which is scrap. You'll spend that scrap on like new powers you can get on the run on top of what you'll get at the end of finishing a room is what they call it. So like you finish a room and they're like, pick an upgrade. Just like Hades. But then you'll spend that scrap and you can maybe like double up on upgrades or recover your health a little bit and so on. Then there are, I think they're called dragon coins. These are what you spend once the run is done. You go to this pedestal and you spend them again on like health upgrades, damage upgrades, crit chance upgrades, like how many lives do you have, that sort of thing. Like all these different kind of passive bonuses that make your next run easier. And then there's another type of currency, I am forgetting the name of it, but it's a different type of coin that can upgrade your charms that you equip. It can upgrade the economy of the game, like how much scrap do you start a run with. So like you can kind of game it where like, oh, I've upgraded where I have like 200 starting off, go through a couple of rooms, get to like the first storefront that they spawn for you, and now you'll like upgrade an extra power early. And so like you get rolling a lot quicker. And a lot of this game is about like preserving lives. Obviously, like you don't want to die, but like it's like if you like lose one of your lives before the final stage, it's kind of like a scrapped run because the final boss is really tough and has a ton of phases. And also they put you through like a pretty tough gauntlet on top of that. But yeah, the longevity is definitely there because there's a story here and it kind of evolves. It definitely hits you pretty hard early, and like Hades, it tapers off until you hit another major milestone in progression. One thing that was really cool too is like I beat Karai. And she dropped a fire charm, I think it was. And so when I lost that run, I equipped it. I was like, okay, well, I don't have any other charms. So I'm going to put this on. I got back to Karai and we had a whole conversation about me wearing that charm. Like it was really cool. It was really cool. And you know, there's not like a million moments like that. People have to understand, you know, this is like a $30 game that was on Apple Arcade, but they have enough where it's very meaningful, very purposeful. And I think they make efficient use of what's there. And it's not a game where I feel like, oh, I see the ceiling here and I can't wait to see what they do more with this. Like it's not like a potential game. Like I think it's potential realized. And yeah, so there's a lot to do here. But if you like a good action packed roguelike, you know, there's a lot to play here. There's a lot of game here, more than I expected, frankly.
Yeah, I looked at some footage actually when you're talking, and yeah, it looks really fun actually.
Yeah,
you're right, Matty. Yeah,
it does get into a good flow. It also, I think, like visually, it looks acceptable. I would say, like, it's not going to blow your mind. Like Hades is definitely way more visually pleasing, but I think this game does enough, especially the portraits and the voice work really lift the storytelling and some of the style for the game. Like they've done enough, I would say. You know, again, it's on the Switch, so things like shadow and texture quality aren't great, but you know, I don't blame the game for that. I think this is good stuff, and people should really give it a chance if they're interested. Again, it's unfortunately right now only on Switch, but I think it's coming to PC later this year. Okay. And so yeah, I don't know about console releases. I haven't looked into it, but yeah, right now Switch, and then look forward to PC later.
Cool. Awesome. Yeah. Looks really cool. I might have to try it actually. Maybe if it comes to PC, I'll play it.
Yeah, wait for PC. For PC. No frame. I should mention this. No real performance issues. The only time I notice is sometimes when like the room ends, the game like micro stutters, and as it's like, it seems like it's loading the menu.
Loading in. Yeah.
And that's the only time the game has like a weird hiccup. And so maybe that irons out with PC because of like a better frame rate and everything and better specs under the hood typically. But otherwise, yeah, no real Switch issues here. No lagging. I will say I had a couple crashes. I should throw that out there. I did have a couple of crashes.
Okay. Next game is what I've been playing. The Dukes aren't big fans of this game, I found out when I wrote in and people were writing in their responses about it. That game is Death Stranding Director's Cut, though, this time. I played Death Stranding when it came out in 2019. Really enjoyed it. Really liked it. But the Director's Cut I missed. And I was like, man, with DS2 kind of on the horizon, it exists. I'm hoping it's early next year. I was like, it's time for a revisit. It's time to revisit this gem. Man, I love this game. It's so fucking weird. And I love it. I love how weird it is. Here, let me read this write-in real quick. This might sum it up. Andrew Morgan wrote in, Brad, how do you feel about this game? The Dukes will dub it as a box delivery walking sim, blah, blah, blah. Did this game touch your soul like it did for the rest of us? You crest a fucking hill in the middle of an apocalyptic United States. You've been hiking for 35 minutes, built bridges, survived landscape shifting monsters, and repelled down various obstacles. You crest that hill. Low roars, I'm leaving, kicks up slowly and softly as the sunrise hits your character to reveal the surrounding landscape. This game rules. Never mind the freshly smoked joint and bottle of ice cold Dr. Pepper next to me. Much love from Oklahoma. First of all, what's your guys' history with this game? Have you guys played it, or are you just kind of like, not for me?
Zero, Brad. I'm here from the peanut gallery.
Okay.
No, I played it. I when the director's cut came, I believe that was like Xbox was able to get some loophole to get this on PC Game Pass. So
yes.
So I was able to play it then. And look, I remember the initial, I was kind of like, man, I didn't play it at first. I was just like, I don't know about this. And as I played more of it, I'm like, okay, this is weird. It's all over the place. But there was an addictive thing to keep going and do the connective strands and all of that other stuff. And the game is a gorgeous game. I will admit that, and it's weird enough where I'm like, okay, I get why some people have the appeal to it. For me, where it just lost me was the main mechanic of doing the backpack and, moving around. And I'm just like, okay, this is me delivering packages, the game. Like on a base level, it's delivering packages. So I'm just like, only Kojima can get away with this, in my opinion. But I will say, he did, this is what I look from it. The parts where you see other players influence in the world.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What I got from it is, you know what? He is doing something different in the space in that regard, and I'm very curious. This is what I came out of it, because I remember he was announced to be making something for Xbox. So I was like, this could actually be very innovative. I'm very curious to see what Kojima could do even further with cloud tech and with all the, so that's what I looked at. To me, this is like a baseline idea, and I do feel that there are some overall world themes that he's trying to get across and stuff like that. And I think that's cool. But overall, I was just like, okay, it's a little overhyped for me. But, God bless for those who love it. Because I know people who truly love it. I believe Hogue loves it. Like, there are tons of people that really feel that there's a brilliance to it. It is more deeper than the surface layer stuff.
Yeah, I think that is the Death Stranding. Death Stranding on the surface, the game is about delivering stuff packages, and they tell you straight up, that's what it's about. That is your mission as Sam, is to deliver these packages and connect to other parts of the United States and bring everyone together. And yeah, you're carrying boxes around, but there is so much more to just that. Like the story and the characters, like BB, man, by the time, I'm not gonna spoil anything, but by the time the end of this game, dude, me and BB, ride or die. I will do anything for this BB. I love this little thing. It is definitely a game as you play more, the layers of the onion start to just peel back, and you're like, oh, little things here and there. Like, oh, this little cutscene right here, like this character moment. Whoa, this like structure, this storytelling going on right here. That is Death Stranding in a nutshell of how that game runs or works. And it's definitely not a game from everybody. I can totally acknowledge that. Like, it is such a fucking weird game. 100%. It's so weird. You're like delivering some package and you got a baby strapped to your chest crying and the rain makes everything turn old.
Yes.
And you're like sneaking through these BTs who are terrifying, by the way. They're like these ghostly entities that hover around. And as you're going through them, your BB, he like gives you, he like lets you know when they're nearby, but this like little thing comes up and like starts clicking and stuff like that. And as they get closer, it starts getting louder and starts spinning. And it's really terrifying. And these things grab you, man. Then like almost like these like Bloodborne-esque things come out of the ground. Like these ooze monsters like grab you and start pulling you and taking your packages. And you're like, no, not my fucking packages. Then you see them fall down and get damaged. You're like, no. Then a big giant like tar wheel comes out and like starts attacking you. It's like a boss fight. It's fucking wild, this whole game. But I think it works in the end. I think some of it is pretty messy from a narrative perspective. Like all the characters and the lore going on around there. There's so much information in this game. Like not only do you have cutscenes you're doing with characters, which can be confusing on their own. Like they're talking about being connected to the beach and like what that means. It's like a gateway to the afterlife and stuff like that. But then you got all these like documents you get sent to, like emails from people just telling you more about the world. It's fucking crazy, and talking about the old United States and all this stuff. But man, when I am out there with Sam, I'm with BB, man, and I'm walking somewhere. You feel this sense of peace that I don't get in a lot of games. This sense of isolation that I really love. First of all, the game, like Cog said, is beautiful. It's supposed to be the United States, but it does not look like the United States. It looks like it's like Norway or Iceland, something like that. Very green, very nice hills and mountains, everything. But you're just going through this world. You are chilling. Everything just feels at peace. One cool thing is also, Matty, like Metal Gear Solid 5, you can listen to music and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. Of course, Kojima puts that in the game. You can listen to some tunes while you're walking around the world. All his favorite bands. So you got all that good stuff on there. But I love this feeling of isolation it gives you. But at the same time, you get help from other players by, like Cog was saying, like structures out there. Like maybe someone will leave a ladder out there. And that could be like a huge clutch thing for you. It's like, okay, now I can get over this mountain or something like that. And it's really funny. The game has like systems. So you can like leave likes or everything. And even BB like gives you a like sometimes like that. It's really cute. I do love that. But it reminds me a lot of when I played Demon's Souls for the first time, in the sense of when you summon someone into your world to help you with a boss fight, or like Journey, you have this stranger with you and you don't really know them, but they're just some stranger, but they're there to help you. And you get this feeling of camaraderie with them. After the boss fight, it's all done. But it's like in this, I still get that feeling. It's like, you're not fighting a boss together necessarily, but I feel this sense of like cooperation between us, even though I don't really know who you are. We're worlds apart. And it brings me such joy. Occasionally, though, I would see someone's thing on my friends list. Like someone on my friends list left something, and I'm like, oh, like this so-and-so person has helped me out. I'm like, oh, that's so cool. I love that. Like my friend left a rope here, so I'm going to use the rope. It adds that nice sense of co-op while also feeling very isolated. But it's cool. Like a lot of it is, what's smart about it is not all of that stuff is accessible right away. Usually to unlock other players' structures in your area, you have to journey to a network, which is like an outpost, and put it on the network. It's all a lore reason. But once you do that, then it opens up everything for you on that map. And you can add like little signs for people. You can put like a sign, be like, yo, there's BTs in this area. And you can do crazy stuff. Like I've seen people like just build a bridge over a BT or something like that to help people get over there. You could build roads and later on in the game, so you could just like, which are super helpful because you do get some vehicles in the game. Like early on, you get like a motorcycle kind of thing. Later on, you can get like trucks, big trucks to carry a lot of stuff. And these roads are really great because all of the vehicles you drive are electric. And so you need to recharge them. You can build recharging things out in the world, which are really nice. But when you get on these roads, you don't lose any power. So you can just gun it down there, and it feels so liberating because you see like these scavengers out there. There's these scavengers, Matty, that kind of like roam around the map. And if you get in their area, it pings them to where you are. It'll like leave an indicator, and they're going to come out there and try to steal your shit, your packages. And you could fight them. You can like punch them. You can do, they added some new stuff. The director's cut some new moves for Sam, which I thought was awesome. You can do a drop kick now, stuff like that. They added some new cool things like that, and some new weapon. They give you a weapon earlier on in this version too, also to help defend. It's like an electric gun they can stun them with. That was not in the base game, so they do give you some extra tools like that this time around. But later on, you can get way crazier shit. You can get some like gloves, I think, later on in this version that help you like punch faster or something. And of course, if you're carrying luggage, you can use that as a weapon too. You can like throw a huge case at someone, and just knock them out. You got this like. It's like bungee cord almost. So you can get like stealth kills. But you don't want to kill anybody in this game, by the way. You don't want to kill people. If you kill someone in this world, it causes like a huge event. There's going to be like a huge like crater left over from it. It's very scary. It's like introduced in the cutscenes throughout the game, which first of all, the acting in this game, everyone is fucking great. I am so into everyone's performances. I like even Norman Reedus, dude. I'm like, dude, Norman, I'm fucking with you, bro. I'm with you right till you die. Everyone in this game is so great. Die Hardman, especially later on, is fantastic.
He's good.
Higgs, I enjoy also. I'm enjoying Higgs more this time around. He's a villain in the game. Mm-hmm. I thought he's just okay the first time, but I'm enjoying his performance more. Who's Trey Baker? Lots of great acting in it. Lots of good graphics. Also, there's dual sense features now, so they had all that good stuff. There's also this thing called an old factory. I've just scratched the surface of that. This completely new to the director's cut, which is like, I guess like an abandoned factory, and you go down these levels and there's humans in there you're going to fight with, but there's apparently much more to it that I'm unaware of yet. So I'm looking forward to seeing all of that. But man, I just really have enjoyed the struggle of like setting out for this trip, getting everything ready. It's like, okay, Sam, you got this cargo, you put it all on your back, you carry it on your arms and stuff like that to help with weight. Cog, you definitely get stuff to help carry it. Like you get leg attachments for yourself, like exoskeleton legs that let you carry your heavier stuff and make just movement way easier. So you're not going to have to be holding the buttons all this time. I know that's killing you, Cog.
The mechanic was driving me nuts. I was like, oh my God, really?
When you're carrying really heavy shit, yeah, Sam struggles, which I think is so funny too. It's like, hilarious. I love that. But I can see how people would not like that, but I think it's really funny, and I do love that. They also added a racetrack to this edition. You could like build a racetrack, I guess, and do like time trial attacks, which is very bizarre. I haven't done it yet, but I looked into it. I was very surprised. They also added like shooting ranges now for the director's cut. So when you get weapons, you get different types of weapons. Like you get these grenades that you can use that hurt BTs, which are interesting. They use Sam's blood and they affect the BTs. Or you got weapons that only affect humans. But they give you like time trial courses. I was running through like a Call of Duty training mode. I was really surprised how in depth it was. I was kind of blown away.
Nice.
But yeah, you go out on these journeys. It's all about you go on these journeys. You prep, you could make sure you got an extra pair of shoes or something like that. Your shoes take durability as you use them and stuff like that. Or some terrain can take more durability through that.
Right.
Got all your equipment. You're like, do I need to carry a ladder with me? Do I need to have a rope with me? Who knows what I'm going to run out there? And when you're out there, you just got to manage your resources. Like you don't got to eat or anything like that. You don't got to worry about that. But your packages, if it starts raining, you're going to take damage.
Yeah.
So you might want to take cover, or you can bring repair sprays with you to spray them down to help repair them. And some of them, the deliveries are more goofy later on. Like you have to deliver a pizza to this one guy, but you have to put the pizza on a very you have to put the pizza flat. You can't attach it to yourself or anything like that, like a lot of stuff, because it's going to fall and get everywhere. You got to keep that pizza flat and make sure it doesn't spill over. Just some goofy shit like that.
You are not selling Matty right now, but I'm going to let you continue.
But
I'm just letting Brad have his fun, man.
Hey, that's just a goofy one. There's very serious deliveries later on. Like one of the very first deliveries you ever do in the game, technically is a body. You carry this body to an incinerator, and you have to burn these bodies. It's very intense.
And who said body was
who said body is carrying people around is something you do later on. And it's very, very intense carrying these people around while you got fucking weird demonic BTs trying to kill you, take you out. But I also love you have a big hub base usually in every region. And I love this thing. It's you go through this journey. Sam's fucking covered in mud or whatever, goo. And you go to your private chambers. And it's a little hub for Sam. He's got his bed there. He can take a shower. He can use the bathroom. And taking a shower or bathroom, they make grenades and weapons out of all your fluids and stuff for you. So there is an incentive to rest. You can go to your table. There's a bunch of energy drinks that used to be monsters, but they're not anymore. They're bridges themed. So you can drink energy drinks to give Sam more stamina before a mission and stuff like that. BB's on the wall. You can interact with BB and push it. This is a little tank and play around with them a little bit, stuff like that. You get figures later on that you can put in the background, stuff like that, just making it Sam's little space. And I'd really appreciate that because it feels like a relief. It feels like a Resident Evil save room almost. So, you've been on this huge journey, you get back to this spot of comfort, and you're just I can decompress for a little bit. But yeah, I'm not going to spoil story stuff for anyone who's going to play in the future, but shit gets fucking crazy what goes on in the story. Who you run into, Mads Mikkelsen plays a big part in this game, and the stuff you do with him and all that kind of stuff. It's fascinating. Definitely not a game for everyone, and I can understand why people don't like it, but I think it's incredible. I love this game. Also, I was playing last night, and you get to these outposts where people are, because everyone's kind of underground. You talk to a hologram of someone. It was Herman Holst, CEO of PlayStation now. And I was like, oh, it's Herman. Now he's the CEO of PlayStation. He was here. And later on, there's Jeff Keighley down there. Yeah. And then there's Conan O'Brien as one of them. It's just super weird. Kojima loves his celebrity cameos. He's got them all. Even Guillermo del Toro's in the game. It's not his voice, but it's his likeness and all that. His name's Dead Man, I think. But really fascinating game. Really cool. Building stuff is so satisfying, and just making small adjustments to layouts and land to help you overcome stuff is so satisfying and rewarding. There's nothing better, man, when you just have a smooth route to somewhere if you put in the work to make it that way. You don't have to if you don't want to. People will build it on their own. Maybe you could take advantage of that kind of stuff, but for yourself, you want to do it sometimes. If you're going to be going back and forth between the spot for every now and then, put a couple ladders up, get a rope. Some of the stuff you get later is crazy. You can make zip lines. You can put up really huge, and you can just cruise across huge gaps and stuff like that. There's also these things they added where you can launch packages in the air and just goes flying towards your target. They get really creative with the stuff you can use. You can have a robot with you who can carry stuff for you and just follow you around. And you can also ride that, sit on that robot if he's not carrying anything. And of course, all the vehicles, you get the cars and motorcycles, all that good shit. It's an awesome game, man. I love this game. It's so weird. Not for everybody, but it's so fucking interesting. There is nothing like this video game out there. Nothing. Nothing even comes close to this. So if you're curious about something like that, you want to experience a game that there's nothing like, and especially with Death Stranding 2 in the works, probably coming out next year, I'm assuming. Now's a good time to check it out. Now, Matty, after all my rambling, does any of this sound somewhat interesting to you?
Okay, so I don't want to judge a book by its cover. I certainly have many examples. Like 2020 was a year of me being wrong a lot. Like I wasn't crazy about Ghost of Tsushima. So I thought it looked like a Ubisoft game. I tried it. I loved it. It was top 5, I think top 3 game for me that year. I already talked about how Persona 5 Royal was a game that I was like not crazy about the release of, and now it's like completely propelled my mindset for creativity. So I don't want to judge too hard because I have said that I wish AAA explored more ideas, and I cannot hate the idea of Kojima trying to do it. But I think a lot of people in today's very black and white era of discussion is like, well, Matt, here's different. Like, you got to like that. I'm like, well,
right, of course.
I like different. I don't like delivering fucking packages, bro. But you describe it like it's got a lot of layers. I think what would really go far with me is, number one, if there was actually decent stealth gameplay, like what we got.
It's okay. It's not Metal Gear. You just gotta be aware. It's not Metal Gear. You're Sam carrying packages. You can't fucking army crawl necessarily through there. You can stealth take out guys though.
Yeah, like a little bit of stealth gameplay could go a long way with me. I knew they added that in Director's Cut. I'm just curious how far and how useful it is. The other thing is, hearing the narrative's a little convoluted. Like I'm one of the people who, as someone who thinks like Metal Gear Solid 2 is the best thing Kojima's done, at least story wise. Like I feel he gets a little too long of a rope for like being able to just do what the fuck he wants. Because it's Kojima. I'm like, dude, you can't excuse a lot of bullshit away. So like I've experienced a lot of that, and I feel like you saying like, oh yeah, the narrative gets like a little messy. I'm like, man, like that's also kind of unappealing to me. But I feel like I should just eventually try. It's just, you know what it is, man? As I'll talk about when we get to my next game, I'm in this very like pick and choose era because I'm expecting a busy couple of months. And like, so right now I'm in that I really got to like bang some stuff out. Like I got to finish a couple of games before like the review season comes in. We're playing a bunch of new stuff. I got to like all of us a bunch of stuff picked out for this coming set of months. So, and then I always try to be very careful with what I pick in December when we're off for a few weeks, because like that's my window to just like, I don't think about content, I don't think about anything. I just got to play a thing and just enjoy it for me. So like, what is that going to be? And when I did Cold Steel 4 a couple of Decembers ago, I was very upset because I was like, I spent like 90 hours on that game. I thought it sucked. And I was like, damn, man, like I spent all that time during my break pissed off at a game because I just wanted to get to the next one in Reverie. So I say all of that to lay out that maybe this December I look at it, but there's a lot of games that I want to get to. And so I, out of respect for, hey, he's got new ideas, I'm like, I might check it out. But I used to never really get this, but like everything's been kind of like giving me an itch lately. Like I watched the Borderlands movie. I'm like, this movie is, talk about it a little bit, liquid ass, but like I kind of want to play some Borderlands now to remind myself, because I know I love good Borderlands for sure. So it's like I have that itch now to dive into that. And it's like I just get the itch for these things, and I think I've become a little too ready to jump on those itches instead of just ignoring them and focusing on what I got to do. And it's definitely set me back a little this year because I've been just popping around everywhere. So Death Stranding. Yeah. I mean, look, the thing I needed to know is like COG couldn't hang with it, man. COG could not hang with it. And I know COG and I are very like-minded in this regard. So I'm like, if COG couldn't hang with it, I don't know if I'm going to be showing up like, COG, you just didn't get it, bro. Get it, bro.
It's just,
you got to set up some roads. I'm not a sim guy either. This sounds like a sim game. So
it's not though, really. It doesn't feel like a sim game to me. Like maybe on the surface you could write it down as one, but it's just like, I don't know.
I guess sim-like mechanics, like the focus of like balancing the packages. Maybe sim game is a bad definition, but similar mechanics of like, I don't know. I'm definitely being a little close-minded. I'm trying to be.
No, that's okay. No, it's a weird game.
But it's more like it's a game I could see myself liking if I play it long enough. But if I do play this thing in a current window where like I don't have the time for his bullshit.
Yeah, don't do that.
And then I just waste my time for 30 hours. I'm like, dude, this sucks. Like, I will be the biggest Death Strand hater. So
Yeah,
I was like, you know what? Let me just. That's what I said. Let me wait till December where I'll evaluate. This will be on the list because I'm just like building a list. And I'll kind of just pick out what I think like I have time for that I can just, really deal with the crap if it's there.
Maybe when Death Stranding 2 is coming around, you'll be a little more incentivized to play it or something. You'll be feeling a little more, perhaps.
Yeah. Or if he says like, hey, you just have to play this. You don't have to play the first one. I'll be like, okay. But
you're going to have to play the first
one.
I
doubt that. Yeah.
That trailer. I was like, yo, you definitely got to play one. But it's crazy. If you like the Metal Gear games, which I also love the Metal Gear games, those games are fucking wild also from a narrative standpoint. So if you love that shit, it's all here in Death Stranding. Sometimes in Death Stranding, I guess, Matty, is like some of the story I feel like is maybe just going over my head a little bit. I got to like maybe just like think about it for a second, maybe read a couple entries to make it click for me. That's how I kind of feel about it. But
that's not too bad, but
yeah,
it's definitely.
I remember liking the ending a lot of the original game, so
okay.
I'll see how I feel when I finish it this time around, though. But yeah,
let me know how long when you finish it. If you remember, let me know how long it takes you, because that's the other thing.
Okay.
Is if this is like a 30-hour game or something like that, then I could be like, I could get down with that, even if I end up not liking it.
I think that's kind of what it is.
Yeah,
let me see.
If it's like 50 something hours, like that, that's where we're really, we're really pushing it.
I'm curious how long it is now. How long to beat? It says 37 hours.
All right, that's not too bad. That might be doable then.
Main story's like 30, but yeah, I'll let you know how it is.
Okay,
I'll do some extra stuff, of course, whatever I feel like. But
yeah, because before anyone reacts in the comments or whatever, like I like to gauge like how long it takes, because you usually add like 10 to that because you're like, I'm gonna let the game kind of take over once I'm enjoying it. If I'm enjoying it, right? If I'm playing it, I'm like, this is great. Then I'm just gonna go do the side stuff, and then the hour count doesn't matter. But just knowing when you're going in, like, what's the gauge for the start to finish helps a lot. So that's good to know.
One thing I'll just say quickly also before I finish is I think this game does a good job at rewarding you with player power at a very good rate, where you get something that like changes the game for you, and you're like, oh shit. You get to use that for a little while. You get used to it. And right as you're like, man, I could use something else, the game kind of introduces something else. So you always get these nice little, like going up steps of progress to help Sam with his job, which I think is really great. But enough about Death Stranding. Though I wish I could talk about it more. It's time.
Hey, it's your show, dude. You could park it here for as long as you want.
I might revisit it on this show when I finish the game, but probably not next week. But boys, it's time for Sort It Out. On this segment, we just talk about something that needs sorting in the game industry, something we are not happy about. Who needs some work? Now, I can't think of anything spicy for myself right now. Maybe something come to me later. Maybe you guys will ignite something in me I'm not thinking about. Matty, you used to look ready to go.
I am ready to go.
Okay, Matty, let's start with you.
Sort it out, Borderlands.
Oh,
sort it out.
Ooh.
Dude. All right, so
you paid money to see it?
I did pay money to see it, yeah.
Okay.
I went to the theaters. Me and Locke made a plan. We're like, all right, we're going to review this for Retro Rewind, right? We're like, yeah. Now, I went first, and actually, in the picture I posted of me, I don't know if you saw it on Twitter, of me after I got out of the theaters, and I looked like my soul had been just completely taken out of my body. It was cropped out, but you could see my phone was in my hand, and you literally see like Locke at the top of like my phone was upside down. It says Locke, and the text says, I watched the rest of this so you don't walk out. So like you can walk out of the theater. You can actually see it in the picture, because Locke's walked out of the theater for like 3 movies. And I always crack up at the idea of him just being so pissed that he's going to storm out.
That's kind of funny. The visualization is hilarious.
He's such a nice guy. Him just being so disgusted with something is so funny to me. So I watched it out. I had to like, you may as well have bolted me to the chair, because I was like, I want to go so bad. This is not good. And so I told Locke, I was like, I watched it. So if you want to walk out, you have the freedom to, so we can at least deliver some sort of review. He sat through it too, but obviously when the trailers broke, this movie was not looking right. The casting decisions, as they've been well documented by now, were terrible. Not because like the actors or actresses are not talented, just they do not match the roles they're reprising at all. We're picking like people in their 60s that play as characters in their like late 20s and 30s, all across the board. And especially when at the point in the Borderlands timeline it's in, which is like, if you're looking at a 1-to-1 with Borderlands 1, this is actually before Borderlands 1 really even begins. So they're younger than that, is what I got from it. And like it looks like a bunch of cosplayers on a movie set. Yeah. This thing is the sloppiest movie I've ever seen. There were points where there were dubbed lines, which is normal movies. Like Kate Blanchett dubbed a line, Tiny Tina, I forget her actress's name, dubbed a line. And you would hear the voiceover, completely different quality, by the way, and their mouth would stop moving, but the voice would keep going.
Oh,
like really bad stuff. As seen on Twitter, Randy Pitchford fucking 100% lied about this. There was the scene with the hatch. It's pretty much like a redoing of Holes, where like they open up the hatch and you see all the characters look down the center. It was like one of the shots from the trailer where you see all of them. So in the movie, you can literally see a set member through the crack lifting the hatch up for the rest of the crew on set.
That's funny.
And Randy responded, he's like, "Oh, that was Brick, but he got cut from the movie." I'm like, dude, stop. I was like, you're so full of shit.
That's so awesome.
Be careful, he might block you. He out here blocking people if you don't like it.
That's okay.
Yeah, big deal.
Yeah. Just the fallout from it's been tremendous in that the movie is not even going to crack. It looks like $10 million. And apparently the budget was $110 to $120 million. And look, man, like I don't cheer for downfalls really ever, but this felt like something born out of an era where, like, remember when we got video game shows and movies and they were like the cheap adaptations, really like
cash-ins.
Cashing in, like what kind of big faces can we attach to our IP to create awareness for it? This is what that felt like, but it has been such a epic failure in the face of things like Fallout, Cyberpunk Edge Runners, these great adaptations or additions even to these franchises that have brought them to new heights. The Witcher on Netflix and the list goes on. Like there's some really good options out there now, and it's really exciting to see where we've ended up. But Borderlands feels like from a bygone era where like trashing video game adaptations was like an acceptable thing, and it's not. So it's a lot of people have asked, like, can I even go and see it as like a dumb fun thing? And I've said like no, like it's really I'm not being over exaggeration. I'm not always over exaggerating when I say sincerely there's not a single redeeming quality about this movie. I know I'm not like known for movie critiques. I'm learning the ropes and everything over on Retro Rewind, but like, look, man, I've seen enough to know bad shit. I'm not that clueless. This is the worst movie I've ever seen. Like, just production quality. And also, it's not just like, oh, well, Matt's a big Borderlands fan. Like, he feels disrespected. It's like, no, like, there's nothing here for current Borderlands fans. That's for sure. There's no real fan service. Obviously, the sets are not obviously, sorry. Obviously, the character designs show that, but the set design is super low budget, very CG ridden, like Phantom Menace era CG is what I define it as, which just like, I like Phantom Menace, but that has some as someone who watched it just a couple months ago, way worse CG than I ever remembered. And very cheap looking. But dude, it just, this series deserved better. And while I know current fans have nothing here, the reality is, like, as someone who took my fiance with me, I was like, I'm not suffering alone, girl. You're coming with me. And she's not a Borderlands fan, and she's definitely not going to become one after that movie. She was like, that was one of the worst movies I've ever seen. Like, I have no interest in the games. And wow. I know that's not going to be for everyone, because immediately I said to her, I was like, well, hold on. I was like, even like the worst of the games in their storytelling, like Borderlands 3 story, I think is terrible. It's like, look, they're still great games, like especially Borderlands 1 and 2 are like classics. Like, they're so good in my opinion. But she was like, yeah, it's just like there's no respect for this franchise clearly. And it's true. It's like, yeah, because the story there doesn't inform you on what Borderlands is, because it's PG-13, so there's no like gore or dark humor. These characters are not authentic representations of what they are in the games. And so the story about Borderlands goes beyond the movie, though, because in my opinion, and maybe now people are more willing to vocalize it, this series has been on a downward trajectory since Borderlands 2. The difference is it's been gradual. Like, pre-sequel wasn't offensive. Like, it was just, it existed. It was more Borderlands. Okay, fine. It came out like, 2 years after Borderlands 2? So, all right, like, it was forgivable, I think. It added very little, like butt bombs, cryo weapons, like, nothing really crazy. And honestly, it felt like too much of a good thing, which is what Borderlands struggles with. Like, Tiny Tina's Wonderlands was too much of Tiny Tina. She's better as a side character. Handsome Jack was one of the best villains ever made. We didn't need a whole other game dedicated to him. Like, let him rest now, right? Borderlands 3, the Calypso twins. Awful storytelling again. Awful writing. I've heard the DLC is better, though, so I'll keep an open mind to that. And then Tiny Tina's Wonderlands had, in my opinion, the same problem that the Borderlands movie does. Tiny Tina's Wonderlands is rated T for teen. And because it's so afraid to offend you, or it doesn't have the ability to offend you, it says nothing important to you. In a funny way, in a meaningful way, like Borderlands has always been a great mixture of dark humor and really sincere, heartfelt moments all throughout, like Borderlands 1 and 2. That's what really, beyond the excellent gunplay and the fun loot and the great character building, there was a level of heart there that's just been missing since 2. And I know 2, what's sad is it's starting to feel like that was a lightning in a bottle moment. Like that just accidentally happened and they just have not been able to find the magic since. Because like I've said, they get too attached to the things like, oh, you love Tiny Tina? Okay, like they did it right. Like, let's give you a DLC in Borderlands 2. Tiny Tina's Assault on Dragon Keep. Perfect. Like, that is what you should have done. Like, oh, you really like her? Okay, guess what? We're going to make a whole fucking game about her being like basically a bunkers and badass host. And like, it's like, okay, that sounds good on paper, but like, they never execute it right. Or again, oh, you love Handsome Jack, best villain ever? We're going to make a whole game about him. And we're going to go all in on him. It's like, no, like, too much of a good thing does exist, and Gearbox has never had like a steady hand in understanding what works for their games and what doesn't, and like why these characters resonate. Like Tiny Tina is great because you want more of her, so you get excited when she shows up. But when she's like in your ear for 30 hours straight in Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, it's like she's still an all right character, but she's just not as appealing because you're overexposed. Same with Handsome Jack, because when he hits your intercom and he's talking about like butt stallion and then capping someone a moment later, that's hilarious because he's not always there, but he's always there in pre-sequel. So yeah, man, it just is it's sad to see where the franchise is. Like I've covered a lot of Borderlands on my Mr. Matty channel. I love this franchise. I've built and repaired even lifelong friendships through this game. I have some of my best co-op memories of this game. I've replayed the first 2 numerous times. Like I love these games. I really enjoyed 3. I actually re-downloaded my old save on my PS5 from my PS4 for Borderlands 3 because I'm like, I kind of want to run through this game at some point. So that's another game on the December list. I'm like, I kind of want to just like, because the Borderlands 3 gameplay was great. It's like, I kind of want to just like indulge in this for a while. There's a lot I love about this franchise. And it was just so sad to see that the movie was completely devoid of any of that. And this franchise needs to get back on the rails quick because Borderlands 4 is, as Randy Pitchford is now teased, is coming up. And the pressure's on. Like you can't continue, in my opinion, to deliver these products that feel lesser and lesser in quality. Like there was a standard set in 2012 and it just hasn't been met. Well, I will say Tales from the Borderlands, I haven't played it and beat it. Or I've played it, but I haven't beat it. Apparently that is like high quality stuff. So maybe since then there's been a decline. I should give that some grace too. But yeah, this series deserves better. Obviously the movie is its own kind of travesty, but I worry also about the games and have worried about the games as documented across like now 3 reviews on my channel. I have like a 2019 re-review of the pre-sequel. I have my Borderlands 3 review and I have Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. And in many words, I'm saying a lot of the same things that I think the storytelling and the writing just, they need to remember what made them great, which is like very dark humor. And I'm not even saying that from like an anti-progressive kind of wave because Gearbox is a very progressive studio. I think that shit is awesome. It's just that they're so afraid to hurt anyone's feelings now that like they're not leaning to any of their jokes anymore. It's like a comedian that's lost their edge completely. It's funny because Borderlands never got any blowback. They just kind of like seemingly internally changed. It was like, we're not doing that anymore. So I don't know what happened there, but yeah, Borderlands needs to sort out because it's one of the best, I think, most important first-person shooting franchises. And I just, I really want it to go back to at least a higher level. Doesn't have to be perfect. Yeah. Doesn't have to be Borderlands 2. I think that's tough to match, but it deserves better than this.
I don't know if you guys know this or not, but I have been a notorious Borderlands hater.
Ooh.
All the way back from my game trailer days.
Talk to me.
Let's go.
It all started with Borderlands 2 because I thought the writing was so bad in those games. I hated that writing so hard. It's like, it's been It's been very nice for me. I've been felt very justified with all this Borderlands hate going on.
You dancing on the grave today. Okay.
And I was also annoyed about a lot of the Marvel writing before the general populace got in. So I was like, yes, everyone's on my page now, dude.
Yeah. This man knows. No,
Nothing
I think
against the shooting or the gameplay in Borderlands.
Sure.
Totally fine. But I thought the writing and the meme overload, fucking stop, guys.
I get it. Like, no, 100%. Like, I played this game when I was in high school, so I do wonder if that had
perfect audience.
Yeah,
perfect audience. High school
100%.
Kid, bam, they got you.
No, I totally agree, because like I watched like Tiny Tina's intro. I was looking back at some clips of Borderlands 2, and she like has a bandit tied up to a like a TNT thing, and she's like singing a little song, and she goes like, "Pop goes the bandit," and I'm like, I remember loving that, and when I watched it, then I kind of like cringed, and I'm like, this is the representation of the 13-year gap. So Brad, I think you're onto something. Like, it's part of it is a little bit of nostalgia. I think that's totally fair, but yeah, there was at least something better in Borderlands 1 and 2.
Yeah, the gameplay is good.
Yeah,
it's definitely
the gameplay
good.
always has been solid. I thought that Tiny Tina's Wonderlands introduced like a whole custom class system and stuff that I don't like. Like, I like the preset classes with like 3 branches because there was so many diverse build options, but the custom classic, like Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, I'm glad it exists because they got to try a lot of ideas, but it just, I think, ironed out that a lot of the stuff originally in Borderlands was much better. So
yeah,
it felt like a waste for me, but a lot of people disagree with that review. So
I was definitely the guy, the Squidward meme. I was Squidward in his house watching
looking outside,
playing Borderlands, having fun. I'm just like, you fucking idiots.
I like that visual.
But I was right in the end. Borderlands went too far. People got sick of it. But they can bring it around with 4, so we'll see. Matty, nothing I want more in my life to want to play Borderlands game. I want them to do something where I'm like, all right, I got to check this out. I got to see what this is about now. So hopefully 4 will be that it for me.
4th entry, and like based on Randy Pitchford's wording, he like, we have something for you, and he wrote out like the number 4.
Yes,
I'm guessing you'll need a little bit of an experience with the earlier games in the catalog to fully get into it. But
what it's like, I hope it's like, dude, Saints Row 4 or whatever. What was the reboot, dude? Like, I better not have that same energy in this Borderlands game or anything like that.
Yeah, Gearbox
got some work to do.
Apparently, a lot of the Borderlands 3 DLC or some of it is way better. It apparently has a different writing team, which at first I'm like, awesome. Like, that's why I re-downloaded. I was like, I want to check that out. Here's the problem, y'all. That means that writing team for Borderlands 3 went somewhere, and that means they're probably on 4. So don't get your hopes up, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see. I'll suffer for everyone though. I'll go through it because I do love the franchise a lot.
Yeah.
And Borderlands 3 had like great visuals, great game. Like, I can't say enough good things about the gameplay. Like, that was a very feature complete game at launch. Like, it's awesome, but my soul hurts a little bit at what's happened to my beloved characters. And I'll just say, dude, because like Brad, Cog, have you played all the Borderlands games?
2 of them.
Okay. 1 and 2.
Yeah, 1 and 2.
Good job. All right, so
I'm good. I heard about that. I was like, no, I'm good.
I'll just say that in my opinion, I'm curious if the audience thinks I'm overselling it. I think that Borderlands 3 made some catastrophic decisions with the fate of certain characters. Like, like really bad, reckless decisions that I think they were just before the modern era of like grifters on Twitter, who I think would have fucking ate this game up and spit it out. And so that's why I worry about Borderlands 4, because I'm like, if they're going to put what they did in Borderlands 3 out, like, they missed a wave with Borderlands 3. Okay. And maybe they got lucky there, but if they do what they did with 3 with 4, they are going to get chewed up so quickly. It's not even funny.
If this movie was evident, is this like some Abby Joel situation or some shit like that? Maybe not that extreme.
I would argue a little. I without getting too spoilery, I don't hate the Abby Joel thing personally. I think it could have been done a little better, but I don't hate
the backlash on it. I would say,
yeah, I don't know
situation like that.
Yeah, I think it's more like Borderlands 3 just felt like careless. Like, we just don't care enough about this particular characters to do something for you that would maybe be a better sayonara to individuals. And so but that was one thing that Borderlands 2 did super well, super fucking well, so good. So yeah, man, just Borderlands 3, really heartbreaking game in the worst of ways.
Damn. All right, that was a great rant. I love that, Matty.
Oh, that bars for this one.
Yeah, that was great.
Oh, I've been talking about it so much. We talked about it. Obviously, we reviewed it on Retro Rewind. Then I made a video of the fallout of what was happening with this, and then we talked about it on Memory Card. And I've been playing Borderlands, so I'm just like in a Borderlands zone where like my passion like just ramped back up to where it was like pre Borderlands 3, and I was like, man, fuck this. Sorry though, that's my sort out.
Cog, do you have one this week?
Yeah, not as lengthy as Matty. Matty had to get that out of his system. Right. He was holding on to this. Mine's is simple. I'm just tired, man. Executive accountability. I'm just tired, bro. I am so pro developer, and obviously coming off the wound that is, Destiny 2 and Bungie, and now what's going on potentially with Marathon, and leadership has been changed there, and just overall the industry. I'm just getting tired of seeing developers blood, sweat, and tears give us the games we love. These games are actually critically acclaimed, and their fate laid off, removed, studio closed. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just sick of it. You know what I mean? And it's just like I really don't feel the people who are making the awful decisions have no penalty. Like they again, I don't want to, I'm just going to say in Bungie's case specifically, right? As a game I love, and I'm just like, man, they told you what the community needs. And that game for over 10 years was succeeding despite leadership, right? And it's brutal, man. We've got to do better as a games industry, and there's got to be accountability with it. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. It's just like, where's that at? Where's the, you lose your job because you've been a terrible CEO, or you've been you know what I mean? Like, we got to get back to that. So I think that's where I'm at right now. So sort it out, games industry, especially from the executive level. We have to do better. Like, at the end of the day, there has to be some, payback for that kind of thing. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah, Cog, on our Secret Symbols Plus, we talked about Bungie on there, and I was
my heart to miss that one. I know.
I was like, yo, that guy's head needs to roll. Like, he needs to be gone. I was like, how could we let this happen for so long? He's in charge of it. It's his company. The buck stops with him no matter what. Get that boy out of there.
Yeah, and I'm the guy that's usually more positive and try, but it's
how many chances can you give this guy?
That's what I'm saying. Exactly. At some point, how many chances? That's exactly where I'm at, bro.
And the reality is that company would be in a worse spot if they were not owned by PlayStation. Like that damage would have been catastrophic.
They'd be in big trouble.
The layoffs would have been past 300 if not for PlayStation, and they're spinning all those developers and making a new team out of them. Like that was like the only bright spot of that. It was like, okay, at least like something got preserved in that. But like this guy would have lost like almost half his workforce in like a year's time. Like, that's just incompetency. And also, like, there's a personal level of accountability, and you wonder about, like, clearly he lied about something going into that deal with PlayStation, right? Like, clearly there was some skewed number or something out there where, like, the overpay is tremendous. Maybe PlayStation just did a bad job analyzing it, but I almost refuse to believe.
I think both ways.
I
think
I
little shady from him, and Sony probably negligent on some of that.
And desperation in a world where they're being reactionary to live service during the Jim Ryan era. And remember, that's that people forget the timing of the Bungie signing was not that far after the ABK deal with Microsoft and Sony's reliance on thinking that Call of Duty would never be taken from them from a marketing standpoint. They're the de facto thing. I think, again, that played a factor to that kind of error in judgment and being finessed by Bungie, so to speak, what their worth was or what they could, give potentially.
Yeah. You guys need help over there. I don't know what you're fucking doing. You got to clean house, though. You got to do something, man. It's been too long with too many mistakes. Someone needs to be held accountable. And not just the devs who are making the actual game when they're not doing anything.
It's funny you bring that up because it's like, think about the people working there. Like, okay, you busted your ass to get Final Shape out. You're thinking it might be the thing that makes or breaks your job. You learn that your fate has been set. how do you feel secure moving forward and want to make something good or feel motivated to make something good, knowing that your fate, A, may already be decided, or B, that the guy who's making all these decisions is more than willing to hide it from you. Not that anyone wants to be like, hey, dude, by the way, I'm thinking about laying you off. Like, I'm not advocating for that, but more so that the trust has been completely eroded in that team. And it's hard to motivate a team to do the hard thing, which is game development, and get them going and getting them being creative when they know there's no, pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Like, it's just it's not a good situation.
You need a good leader.
Yeah, literally.
I don't got one.
Yep.
All right. This is from Daddy T. Lord Beef. Why will you not finish Danganronpa? Surely a man who can commit his time to Path of the Repetition, can spare another 10 to 20 hours of prime real estate to a game with substance. Have a Monokuma just beheaded Ichiban kind of day.
Hey, shout out to Daddy T. That might be our best ever write-in.
Holy shit.
Don't encourage this nonsense. Nothing coming for me. Look, man, Matty knows me well, where it's like, I'll give something a try. But, after a while, just with something, I am too old to force myself through something I am no longer enjoying. I'm just sorry. And I know people have this thing, well, you got to finish it, bro. I get that and respect to everybody. Look, and I will say this about Danganronpa. I told Matty this. I was like, bro, it wasn't the worst. I was expecting way worse. I was like, I'm going to hate this game. And I'm like, all right, I get it. I see the appeal. I see the whole clue thing. I felt the way the murders were done and putting the clues together was actually excellent. I really appreciated the way you put these clues together and true twist and turn, like, oh, it was you. I can't, like, that energy is great. Where the game lost me was the damn courtroom mechanics and the button pressing and all this random gamifying. I'm like, all right, I know what the answer is. Let me do it. You know what I'm saying? And the game was fighting me, and I'm like, okay, I am done with you now. Like, I was like, you pull me in. I get it, what you're going for. I just didn't like that part. Now, in Matty's defense, I haven't played 2, and I heard 2 is superior, right? I
think 2 is the worst in the trilogy.
Oh, 2 is.
I think worst. V3 and I like 1 the most. V3 is fucking insane.
Right.
I think V3 is one of the craziest stories I've experienced. But I think 1. I think I like 1 the most. There is there's that kind of claustrophobic school feel. I will say, I get Daddy T's right in. I don't like the idea of, like, why not finish it if you're not liking something. Like, if I order like a steak at a restaurant, it's cold and shitty. There, like, no one at the table is going, you should finish it, bro.
Just finish your food,
you
bro.
don't get it until you finish it. It's like, no, the steak is fucking terrible, dude. Like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to eat this.
Way.
So it's the same thing with the game. It's like, oh, you're not liking it? Like, all right, like, you put 10 hours into you. Like, you got to, I think, trial 2, right? If I remember correctly.
Absolutely.
That's deep enough. That's a 6-chapter game. You got a third of the way through. That's totally fine in my book. Like, you gave it a way bigger shot than I thought you would. Because to me, a lot of people the problem with Danganronpa 1 is chapter 1's like really easy. Like, you can almost figure it out from the investigation scene immediately. And so a lot of people are just like, I already know. Like, why do I have to go through all of this? That's a game you play with Danganronpa. Me, a clueless individual, I don't know what's going on. So I'm like, yo, who done it? I'd be the worst detective. I'm like, who did it? I've gotten better, but like back then I'm like, man, who the fuck did this? And it's like written upside down on the wall. I'm like, oh, that's brilliant. So
hilarious. I love it.
Yeah, bro. So I think you're good in my book. I think you gave it more.
Yeah, you gave it a real fair
time.
shot.
Yeah,
I gave it less of a fair shot than you. I played for like 2 hours. I was like, I'm not really in the mood for this. And I just started hours.
He gave it that smooth too.
I don't like visual novels that much.
Yeah, I feel you.
I was playing the Vita, and I was playing in my bed, and I was getting tired, and I was like, now's not the time. Not for this.
Dude, and you played it on the Vita? That's crazy. Did you play it when it came out on the Vita? When did you fire this up? I'm curious.
I don't think it was right when it came out. A little bit after.
Oh, man, you were in the Vita hype, too. Man, that's crazy. You had all the odds stacked in your favor.
I just don't like visual novels, man. That's something I realized about myself. I just don't like visual novels.
I get it.
Just like, I wish I did, because I know people love that. I liked Monokuma and stuff like that. I was like, hilarious. He's cool.
Dude,
hilarious.
There's some shit that they say in V3 that's with Monokuma and the Mono Kids that is Dude, there's like one line that I know Cog would get a kick out of because it's like one of the guys says like, fuck the Patriots, it's jet season. And by the way, this is a Japanese developer ripping this line. Like it's unbelievable some of the shit that they pack into that game. It's so
that
funny.
Is crazy.
But yeah, that game's wild. Yeah, it's worth it if you love visual novels. But again, there's no way to sell someone who doesn't like visual novels on a visual novel. Like you gotta love the story enough to go through it.
Good point.
Yeah, don't even bother trying to write in to get me to play that. It ain't happening.
What about Zero Escape, Brad? Hang on. Some people who don't like Danganronpa like a little Zero Escape in their life. Have you tried Zero Escape?
No, I have not tried that.
Virtue's Last Reward is a pretty big mindfuck.
Listen, Matty, I already gave you 3 choices for a game for me to play.
I got a lot more. I got a lot more on the docket.
We gotta take one at a time.
I'm like a pushy new relationship with Brad. I'm like, Brad, let's go to first base. He's like, not yet. Not yet.
So you're trying to get me to play Trails and there's like 50 games in there. So I'm like, all right, let's slow down one at a time.
Now just imagine dealing with me every week like a certain someone here.
Oh boy, trust me. He pushes drugs on you. He's the ultimate drug pusher.
It's so funny.
All right, boys. It's time for the exact opposite. Keep it up. Stuff we're pleased with in the game industry. Now, we are all Tango Gamework fans here. So I think that this is like the keep it up for the week.
Yeah,
I would say.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Breaking from, I think I saw it from Jez, friend of the show. So I think he was the first one that broke that I saw. Tango Gameworks has been acquired by Krafton Inc., the PUBG developer, as well as the Hi-Fi Rush IP.
Yes, sir.
So very excited. I was hoping when I first saw it, I was like, oh shit, the Evil Within 3 can happen still. And someone's like, no, Microsoft still owns that. And I was like, fuck.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
And I was like, what about Ghostwire? Nope. Still on Xbox. I was like, God damn. Not that they couldn't make a good game with it, but it's just like, I don't know if you guys are going to do anything like that. With the amount of IP they have right now, I cannot see them making a new Evil Within 3 game.
Yeah,
but
I think it's going in the bin for sure.
Tango Gameworks is alive. John Johannes, excellent director, still up there. Seems like Hi-Fi Rush 2 is definitely going to happen now. That is a huge win to a very sad story we had earlier on in the year. So very happy about this. I hope everything works out properly. But what do you guys think about this?
Yeah, I mean, wow, what a chain of events, right? From where we came from. And, I've been on record, as much as I love Xbox, I never forgave them for that. I was just like, Tango, I don't care. I've said this to Matty before, being in game development, but also being a gaming executive, all these people, these $1 trillion companies. And I feel like, what they lack is gaming sensibilities, and not everything is pure profit. There are some things you need to keep to give your platform flavor. I think of classic PlayStation, and it has
Astrobot's a new example of that.
Perfect example, right? We're going to look at Astrobot as a spreadsheet and like, oh, that didn't make that much money, or whatever. Why are we? But it adds flavor to your console. It really broadens the experience. And what these games do is they also bring players that sometimes will just buy your console, get into your ecosystem for these games. And what pissed me off with Tango is like, this is the perfect portfolio for Game Pass. You want titles like this that are different and cool. And I'm the guy that don't like rhythm, music, anything. And I gave this game a chance, and I'm like, man, this game is so cool. And it was like a cartoon jump, and they had a damn mascot. I'm like, you guys literally got something that I've always said. When I came up with #JustOne, the whole thought of it, besides the whole, they need to make a game that's, over the shoulder, third person, cinematic. But part of it is like, where are Xbox's mascots of the future? Where's the Jin Sakai's? Where's the Nathan Drakes? Where's the Aloy? Where is that? Right? We can't be Master Chief and Martian Phoenix forever, bro, and the Forza car. No, we're not doing burger, shake and fries every damn generation. Make some new damn characters. And that's why I was so pissed off with it. So to see now, to get back to where we are, I want to give them credit because one thing that I did say, and I told people during the Matt Booty interview, I said, read between the lines. He is saying they are trying to exhaust every option with a studio. Now, at that point, though, I thought the options were exhausted, right? So I'm like, oh, man, all right. So they did try. It looked like it's happening. And then you get this news, right? So I'm like, man, first of all, I think John Johannes is one of the most talented up-and-coming developers in gaming. He's an understudy of was it Mikami?
Mikami,
yep. And you know, I saw his work on. I had the pleasure of interviewing this guy. I didn't realize how brilliant he was until I got to interview him. And to see this level of creative risk, of rhythm, you know, game with all this amazing music. You know, I still think about the Corsica fight. I think about the Wolfgang fight. Oh my God, so heartfelt moments. So yeah, like to see them able to continue. Now, granted, Brad, I know we don't get your evil within. You know what I'm saying? We don't know what's going to happen with that. I'm still heartbroken about Ghostwire Tokyo.
Love the Ghostwire, man.
That's my gem. It wasn't perfect, but I tell people, play the Fear the Children mission and get back to me. And that's one of the greatest, most scariest missions I've ever done in a horror game. That mission's crazy. But just to see Tango live to fight another day, to get that security and give Microsoft credit. They took the feedback, the criticism to heart, and they still, you know, went the path to get them a home kind of thing. So the last thing I'm hoping now, if you want to really finish the good vibes, is now that we know Shinji Mikami is getting his own studio, at least give them boys back the rights to them other two games. You know what I'm saying? To the Evil Within and go give somebody, do something with. Don't let those IPs die. But I know this is the main thing, that the studio lives, though. This is the most important thing, and I'm always about that. So kudos to this. Is probably the best PR they're gonna get, you know, out of a horrible situation. So I am happy for this. But yeah, this got me emotional. I was so saddened by what happened with Tango. So yeah, this is dope.
Yeah, man. I'm hoping maybe they'll do. I'm on copium right now. I'm hoping Xbox will do like a second party relationship with them or something to get Evil Within 3 out, because, you know, John Johannes directed Evil Within 2 and he directed the DLC for the first game, which are excellent. So this man has got the credentials to keep that series going. And I would love just to see one more. Absolutely. One more, boys. Come on. One more ride. One more ride. All right, dudes. Anything else you guys want to bring up, or is that good for all three of us?
You nearly nailed mine. Yeah, that was what I was going. Yep.
Okay.
Keep it up.
Great. Now, boys, I did this with the Sacred Boys a couple weeks ago. We did a PlayStation check-in because, you know, we're a little over halfway through the year now. So I want to do with the Dukes now and kind of see where you guys are at with the brand right now. Xbox has been a very interesting brand this generation of highs and lows, like it's over or it's the best thing. Like it's been crazy. I can't imagine what it's like for you two dealing with this every week. So I wanted to ask you guys some questions about just Xbox in general. The first question I want to ask you guys is just, how are you guys feeling about Xbox so far this year? What we've had this year so far, more specifically.
It shouldn't be that tough of a question to answer, but it is, because it's just when we're looking at this year, I don't have many good things to say. I don't. I think Developer Direct was a good start to the year, and I felt like it was all downhill since then. This also is coming from someone who did not like Hellblade 2 that much. I did not enjoy my time with it nearly as much as the first one.
Destin Gary's a big fan of you, by the way. He mentioned your review.
I love Destin.
Yeah, he was like, bro, I'm so with him on that, even though we disagree. Yeah, but I just wanted to give you that because he said everything you said verbatim. Yeah. I was like, wow, he's got to watch Matty's video. Let him know I told him. I was like,
I loved it. I love Destin. We've collabed on my channel before. He's great. He is. So as someone who didn't like Hellblade, it's not like I had that bump up by May. So I really kind of look at the summer showcase as like a good turning point after a shit ton of bad news. Like, okay, like, you know, despite all the crap happening, there is a lot to look forward to with this brand, and a lot of it's arriving at the end of this year. The other positive I can pull out of it is I think the Avowed delay is really good for the health of the ecosystem. They've always been missing a significant top of the year title. We got it out of nowhere with Hi-Fi Rush, but in the terms of like planning and knowing like, hey, this is something that's going to hit. That's really exciting to know that, hey, we have this fall and holiday field of fun potentially. We still are waiting on a couple of release dates as of the time of recording this. So we don't know when Starfield Shattered Space is landing. We don't know when Indiana Jones is landing. But we have a lot coming into Game Pass and things happening, which is very exciting. But to know like, all right, February, I can mark it on the calendar. I'm going to get Avowed. That's exciting. Like most times with Xbox, it's like we've had Hi-Fi Rush, which was a big deal, but we didn't know until the day it happened. But otherwise, it was like Minecraft Legends. Like, this company could do so much better with the amount of projects they have in development. And I've said that I hope they adopt the Nintendo strategy of like, you know what? If you got to sit on a game, like a lot of people are like, bullshit. Avowed did look a little rough at the developer direct. I can understand some of that BS energy, but if Xbox has this many IP to sit on that they can just delay something because they can, number one, afford to, and number two, give the game a better chance, and number three, like just get a little bit more out of the year. Like not everything has to come out in this big end of the year period. I think that's great for everybody. So those are like my positives. Like the showcase is great to look forward to a lot of games. No doubt that there are some really exciting ones. Like I can't wait to finally play Stalker 2. I actually think Black Ops 6 looks really good. I can't wait to get back into Starfield. Indiana Jones looks like a real treat. Like there's a lot of good stuff coming from them. It's just, again, as I've said, part of the benefit of spreading out the games, if they're looking at it purely from optics, not even like money wise, is that you get to, there are distractions. Like part of the reason people hyper focus on Xbox's fuck ups is there's nothing to pull you away from it. It's just in your face. But yeah, this year, man, with the business update, with the studio closures, which I know hit a little less now, but still like losing someone like Harvey Smith, I think is a huge blow to them. But, I think if people look at it objectively, like you lose the Redfall developer, one of the teams at Roundhouse got folded into ESO, which sucks, but at least they didn't lose jobs. So you really lost a mobile studio and the studio of one of the worst ever Xbox, when it comes to reviewed, worst ever Xbox exclusives. It sucks, but I think if you look at it, I think, again, just fair and honestly, it's like, okay, this isn't as bad of a situation anymore. The worst of it is now they've lost Hi-Fi, which, as Cog mentioned, was like this mascot figure, I think, for them. And something they could put on the front of like the next console and be like, alongside this pantheon of characters, like that's one that pops out. It's good for all ages. Like there's a lot there. And like now, because it's with Krafton, like there's a world where like Nintendo or PlayStation come in and be like, let's money hat this. Let's just get this exclusively. Yeah. Like there's a world where that can happen. And Xbox just loses Hi-Fi Rush. I doubt it. I think it'll go multi-plat. But yeah, I just think this has been a really, really bad year for them in a lot of ways. It's outside of Game Pass, which has always consistently been good. Even with the price hike right now, I'm like, I still love Game Pass, still love using it. Like when my brother visited for the weekend, when my friends visited for 4 days, like Game Pass was a lifeline. Like we just had so many things to play and pick out and just quickly mess around with. It's so great. So that continues to be very valuable, but definitely this year was like the lifeline of positivity for me with them, because otherwise it's just good showcases, which they've continued to do very well with. Yeah. And no, like in the terms of games, I have nothing to talk about that's exciting me from them. But down the line, that'll be different, hopefully.
Yeah. What about you, Cog?
I mean, yeah, me and Matty for the most part, it's pretty similar here. I think that, for me, the top of the year, I want to give credit for a gem that doesn't get enough credit that really did big for them was actually Power World. And I want to give them credit as far as that discovery, right? And you're like, okay, they're not missing out on Genshin Impact style stuff. They're finding things. They're doing a better job. And I do want to give a credit to Game Pass in terms of the lifeline of titles that I feel that they were able to get into the service this year from a AA and an indie standpoint that I'm actually having a great time. And obviously one I will be talking about when it comes to me, right? That I'm just like, man, I would have never played this game if it wasn't in Game Pass, straight up. And there's games like that, and there's games like The Alters that I'm like, man, this looks really cool. So to Matty's point, I think where it really suffered for me at the top of the year was that business update. I think they just did tremendous damage to just brand confusion. Like, what are you now? Are you third party? Are you committed to the console? It just did damage. And I'm gonna be real with you, like as a content creator, I saw the effects. You know what I'm saying? I saw, like, you talk about Xbox content from post business update, the interest waned, and I think they really did serious damage. And the question I had was, what is the vision? Is it worth it? were the sales of a Sea of Thieves on a PlayStation and Grounded and that kind of stuff, did that achieve your vision? Or is it a situation when you put over Pentiment and, the other game, I forgot what was the other game, but Pentiment is one more, I forgot the fourth. But, that didn't do well. Hi-Fi Rush was the fourth. Like, it didn't do well on the other platforms, right? So I think the message confusion and stuff like that was there. Now, obviously, where I differ from Matty is I did love Hellblade. I thought it was a technical tour de force. I really felt Ninja Theory punched above their weight, but it was very short. And it was a game that I have to admit, after coming off the bad news of Tango initially, right? Yo, can these type of games live in this ecosystem that you have? Can these studios survive with, no monetization model, no multiplayer, short, right? Like, can it? Because we were told Game Pass would allow these games to exist. That's why the Tango closure did tremendous damage at that time. So look, wrapping up is this way. Same thing as Matty in the sense of the showcase really did them a number as far as a shot in the arm, as far as, wow, the future is tremendously bright. Provided these games are quality and they hit, they look amazing. Fable Playground reaffirmed itself. I love the what was that game? Expedition something that
33.
looked. Oh my God, that game looked amazing. I was like, wow, how did they get that? And then obviously we know what's going on this second half of the year, which is again the Microsoft, the flight sims, the Avowed now is delayed, but Indiana Jones, Stalker 2, and I'm with Matty. I think people are really sleeping on this Black Ops. I think Black Ops is. As a person who have not played Call of Duty, every time I see it, that zombies look amazing. That campaign looks amazing. We know the multiplayer component. So they're, in my opinion, going to have a super strong second half of the year. And I am one that personally think, I know Hellblade I like more than others, but I remember seeing Indiana Jones and I'm like, that's their game of the year to me. I have a lot of confidence in machine games. And I'm like, I know the first person thing is a little controversial, but I'm like, man, that looked good, bro. That they almost overexposing it a little bit. I'm like, bro, I'm sold. So yeah, I think this is great. The last thing, the Avowed decision was the right call. Now you're in the abundance of riches stage. You can now push them away from always doing the Xbox shotgun blast holiday season 4 or 5 titles at the same time. No more of that. You want Game Pass to thrive. You have that quarterly. April, spring, February. I think that's perfect. So I think the future is great. They just got to be consistent. The game's got to be quality, but I am good with it right now. But yeah, the first half was a bit rough.
Yeah, first half was pretty barren. What was going on out there? Like, you did have Hellblade, but it just kind of came and went really quickly.
No, absolutely.
But now they're starting to heat up. They have so much shit coming out this second half. Like, we didn't talk about Diablo. We didn't talk about World of Warcraft expansion. It's just like they got crazy amount of content coming out this year.
And we got to give them the kudos for the Fallout resurgence with the IP, with the movie directly benefiting all the properties. That blew me away. I was shocked to see 76 out here like it's the hottest, live service thing. Like, that showed me when you care about your IP, you put quality in and not, not let people who don't care about the IP run it. Let's get that true Halo TV series. It goes to show you the difference, right? Look at Borderlands now. They're going through it. When you don't put the right people that's going to protect the IP and what the essence of it involved with it, sometimes those are the results you get. But that was a good example of how to do it.
What do you guys think the perception of the brand is right now, and how can they improve it?
I think a lot of people are very indifferent right now, which is not good. I think it's worse than hating the brand. I always say that. I think indifference toward anything, like not feeling anything, is worse than feeling something. Because I think a lot of people have accepted that Xbox is moving in some sort of multi-platform strategy in the future. What that is in full, we don't know yet, but we have a pretty good idea based on what they've done this year. And I think that for a lot of people, I felt like that was the kind of pin in the balloon for a lot of people. Like, I noticed it was very uppity. People were fighting back and forth. And I feel like this kind of just popped that and went, there was a level of acceptance that happened. It's sad to see, but at the same time, Xbox has the potential to be better than they've ever been. They've yeah, depending on how much you want to believe the word of certain execs, they have said that they're going to commit to more exclusives down the line. So I think right now the perception is very indifferent, and many people don't know what to expect from this team. They're clearly capable of delivering good games. They have a ton of great IP. Like, they have a lot of the chops, but you just don't know where they're going to be delivered, when they're going to be delivered. Obviously, there's always the joke about Xbox and no games, because they have a ton of games, but they usually get backlogged to the end of the year. Like, they're going to release like 4 different first party games in 4 months coming up here. It would have been 5, but they delivered, what's it called? They delayed, Avowed to February. So yeah, I feel for them on the perception of the brand, because it feels a bit like kind of waving the white flag in the traditional sense. At the same time, what can improve it? I think Xbox is pivoting for what they believe the future of gaming is going to be. And they have never really shied from that. The Xbox One is evident of that. Like, they were like, we're going in this direction. They stayed firm on the DRM shit, and that's where PlayStation got them. Xbox has always been like that. They commit to a vision and they go. So they're clearly committing to, like, we think multi-platform and knocking down these walls is the future. That exclusives are going to die out. Game Pass is going to flourish. People aren't going to want consoles. They're going to want streaming services and have them built in, or having Game Pass built into streaming services and smart TVs and whatever else. That's what they think is going to happen. And I think the main thing that can improve it is them being right. Like, as PlayStation pivots, and I think Nintendo will definitely be the last to pivot, because Nintendo above all else benefits the most from the traditional way of games being done. So I think the best thing Xbox can do is be right, because you saw a glimmer of it. It's very small, but you saw a glimmer of it, I feel, with smart delivery. That was a very hand-waved feature at launch, but then you saw, even though it was temporary, because eventually games just left this feature behind, how disastrous the transferring of saves was. You know, you had to download 2 versions of the game, download it from the PS4 version, upload it, then download it on the PS5 version. So you're just like, it was like PS3 era energy all over again of like, man, I got to wait so long to play my game. This sucks. Or like to reload a save, or to upgrade just my old save and play a next gen enhanced, or play a next gen enhanced version. So we saw a glimmer of that, where smart delivery was just like, no, put the disc in or download the game. You're good. Like, it automatically does it on the back end. And I think at first, with that combined with like the Game Pass push with EA Play being integrated and a lot of exclusives on the way, there was a while like Xbox and PlayStation were neck and neck to run out of the gate the generation. It wasn't until like 2022 happened that Xbox fell way off, because they had no games. They were ill prepared, massive delays. You just had Pentiment and Grounded, which are great games, but definitely not enough to sustain a console fan base. And so, yeah, I mean, the only thing that can really, I think, help them big time is being right, and having these companies, you know, follow them out with the similar strategy. Like, you're seeing PlayStation kind of creep out a little bit. Like, now they're doing PC because they're seeing big success there. So that's how I kind of view things. Like, I don't view it as negatively as some probably think I do, or as negatively as others actually do. It's more like, Xbox is now a gaming platform that I hope I'll be able to, like, I'm accepting that this is their future. So, like, are you going to give me Steam on my Xbox? Can you figure that out? Can you figure out Epic Game Store on my Xbox? Can you just let this be a platform where I can access everything? Because then that'll appeal to me. Because, like, right now the rumor is like they're going to do a next gen system and a handheld counterpart to it instead of a Series S. And I'm like, okay, if you become the platform where just I have access to everything, like a PC effectively, except in my living room, I can kind of get down with that big time. So again, I think it's about vision, and they might look like the odd ones out, but if they're ahead a bit, where you got a glimpse of that with smart delivery, if they're ahead with something as big as this, like we're seeing them get ahead on cloud streaming, and you know, how like they're really counting on that, then, you know, I think they do have a leg to stand on, and it'll benefit them greatly, but it has to play out in their favor.
Well said, Matty. Yeah, cooking. I mean, I was just going to add on really quickly. Yeah, I agree. I think this is the biggest bet that they have made, and it's a combination out of necessity. You had to reinvent yourself if you choose to stay in the gaming space, right? Because you're not going to out console PlayStation and Nintendo. It's apparent. So the strategy was Game Pass, right? We're going to make this service, and now the strategy is expanding to having. You notice they're bragging about active users, right? MAUs, and then also active users. That's big for them, because all they care is that you are in the ecosystem. It doesn't matter where you go. So I don't think consoles will go away. It's still an endpoint, right? It's still a point of access that some people use, but it's clear through their marketing they are devaluing their own console by saying you don't need a console to get into our ecosystem. And that, right now, I think we're in that transition period where it is having short-term negative effects. But to Matty's point, I think it's all in on this bet. Now, the question is, are they too early? Is it too aggressive, right? Xbox One, very aggressive. Digital only, bro. DRM check and all this other stuff. And people are like, whoa, partner. We ain't ready for all that. We're going to go over here. Well, you get that. You sound like the government. And you got a spy camera with no bro. So, it's the same thing with AI right now. I see what's going on. I see the transition. But again, if you're too aggressive, right? And I think they have learned that. So I think part of it is they understand we cannot take the console away from them just yet. The tech's not all the way there. And we still have to placate this base. But it is, hey, PC, we're seeing great growth over here. Hey, we're going to give you the easiest price to jump into our ecosystem and to be a part of what we want to do. You could see the eyes are catering. It's like you've been in a relationship with your girl, but she want an open relationship.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And the console guys are fighting, but what happened to me? Yeah, but this is all you can do, and that's nice. We've reached the limit with you. That's what's happening right now. And it may be the play. It may be. All I care about, honestly, games. Please continue to deliver. Keep a quality cadence, please. That is, if you do that, gamers are very fickle. They go forget. Soon as you get because think about the cachet that Sony Nintendo builds up. They can do horrible customer service practices. But what everybody say, damn, them games though, that man, that Mario was fire, bro. That last Zelda, no one cares. As long as you give, it's what I consider good games are the ultimate deodorant. That's what it is, bro. You can be smelling it. As soon as you got, oh man, this is great. So that's what it is. And I think that's ultimately what will happen. But they just have to execute. And that last point is I do like the future of a potential, if they do dual SKU again, handheld, have open storefront. If you're going to be and welcome everybody, that's going to appeal to a lot of people. And then the key point, whenever they launch this next console, please, for the love of God, decouple yourself from PlayStation. Do not launch at the same time they launch. You do not have the brand recognition to be going head up and drop it on the same year. You're not that. Take the 360 energy. You have the blueprint with Peter Moore, and me and Matty have discussed this. They're showing a lot of 360 future energy. If you launch it into 2026 and 2027 with Gears Emergence Day and the next Elder Scrolls, and you have all these things in tuck right now. We can see it. You just got to execute it. So that's where I'm at with them. But we'll see. We'll see if they pull it off.
Yeah, I'm just curious what you guys think about this. We talked about a little cog, but for me, as someone like I play Xbox and stuff like that, but I'm not like super into the brand. I have a Series X though, but they always give me a reason not to play on it constantly.
That part.
And I feel like if I was a console player, like, I love the Xbox, it's like you love the Xbox, you love the ecosystem the most, but you love the Xbox. And they're just like, hey, man, yeah, you can play Game Pass too, but it's going to be way more on this box than anything else. And it's just like, wait, but why? And they're like, I don't know. That's just the way it is. Tough luck, kid. Well, it just kind of makes me like, well, fuck you, dude. I don't want to play on your box anymore. Do you think a lot of people are kind of feeling that now? Because like you said, they're telling you don't need it now.
The console guys are going through it for sure. But you made a fantastic point about something else I've been really on them about as far as their third-party relationships and stuff like that. I don't want to hear about NT frameworks. I don't want to hear about stop giving people excuse not to play on your platform by having games missing from the portfolio. Yeah. Where is the Mega Man collection so I can get my man Matty in the building? Where's the Pixel remaster from Final Fantasy? Stop giving people a lesser than vibe. You know what I mean? Like
it definitely has that vibe.
Yeah,
it does.
Like, yeah. It's the cartoon you said. What's the game that you like? And everyone's having a good time outside, and you out the window. Like, how come
SpongeBob meme? Yeah,
SpongeBob joy. Like, stop it. I'm so sick of it. Where it gets to the point. Even if the answers are valid, And even if everything you explain is valid, this is where, again, stakeholders that don't have gaming sensibilities, when they look at numbers and they make these type of decisions that can affect this type of stuff. And that's what I want to stop. You know what I mean? Kind of thing. So yeah, I agree with you. That definitely plays a part. But in fairness, I have to be fair. When I get into my next game, I have seen tremendous improvement of things from the big picture stuff, the Tekkens. And I remember when Tekken wouldn't even be on the platform. Right. I remember Monster Hunter wasn't on the platform. Like, so I see it. The Persona's not on the platform. Atlas game. So trust me, overall, yes, improvement, but tighten stuff up, bro. Don't stop giving people excuses not to get your platform.
It definitely feels like you get a lot of the big games, but some of the smaller games that we do love still, you're just not getting them. It's just like you see all those limited run games coming out. It's just like, not on Xbox. It's like, why? Why is the Capcom, like Marvel vs. Capcom collection not on Xbox? It's just like, damn, dude.
Pain.
And they, like you said, they could have their reasons, but it's just like, man, death by 1,000 cuts. It's like, how many of these is it going to take for someone just to be like, all right, I'm done. Yep. I'm moving on or whatever.
Absolutely.
I don't know. Very strange spot. But like we said, the next half or the coming half of this year looking strong for them. So I'm really curious. I'm almost curious if they have too much content coming out at that time. Like Matty's always saying, because it's like all kind of like that part of the year. I wish they could have spread it out more, but we'll see how things go. Absolutely. We shall see. All right. How are you guys feeling about the leadership currently right now of Xbox? What are they doing? What do they got to do different?
Okay.
What changes do we need?
Leadership. I guess kind of I alluded to it. I think again, it's hard to judge. The way I always look at Xbox is the acquisition of all the studios. To me, I use sports analogies all the time, which is, these are the draft picks. These are the bets, right? And, the early results for the most part are solid, at least with Bethesda for the most part. I think Bethesda has really done a lot of heavy lifting for them, to be honest. If it wasn't for Bethesda, oh boy, you know what I'm saying? Like what would happen? But the jury's still out on a few. We have to see what South of Midnight, how that lands, and Compulsion. We have to see. I'm very bullish about In Exile, but we got to see, right? We got to see what Clockwork hits and stuff like that. Playground right now, to me, is the shining star, and Obsidian. Those are the shining stars where it's just like, man, these are no doubt great decisions. I think ultimately where I feel the biggest challenge is, again, managing all these studios and, again, quality cadence. So I don't envy Matt Booty's job. Like that's a huge role to fill. So to me, seeing the results of all of what I consider the class of 2018, then I can have a fair performance review for him, right? And say, okay, this is everything you guys did. These are all the games. How did Perfect Dark do? How did all the titles, right? And also with leadership, they took the biggest bet with ABK. The biggest bet. How does that influence it? How does that affect Game Pass? How does that affect console sales, right? So right now they still have an incomplete grade. We have to wait until the end, especially the end of this year. Well, out of these games, Indiana Jones, does that hit? All these games that we talk about, does that hit? Then it's more so the studios that haven't released yet is where I'm at with them, as well as the effect of the ABK thing. And then we'll learn a lot. So I think it's set up for them to be super successful, but this is Xbox. Sometimes a layup ain't a layup. You know what I'm saying? So you never know. You know what I'm saying? Like to me, Brad, on paper, I'm like, bro, you got a winning hand here. Like you can't really mess this up. But again, it's Xbox, and they got a little New York Mets energy. They snatch, victory. What's the expression? The jaws of defeat or whatever. Like they snatch defeat for the jaws of victory kind of thing. So we will see. But, I think the future is bright, but it's the execution. And that's always what it's going to come down to. So leadership is still on the bubble for me. I will have a way better assessment. If we revisit this conversation in December, I have a lot to say. And I'm like, okay, nah, bro. Because I remember you two actually had strong, points. You were like, hey, God, how you feeling this leadership? And I really couldn't come at y'all. I just was like, let me just wait and see, because I know who's in the building and I just need to see if they execute. So I'm trying to stand behind the booty as long as I can. Pause. But I gotta see.
Yeah. I think that's fair. Totally. Matty, how you feeling?
When it comes to the execs, I am feeling very much. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but indifferent. I don't really shy away from the fact that I was 100% after all those closures calling for their jobs. I don't know what kind of factor or who played into saving Tango. I don't know if it was an act of benevolence or a good offer. I don't have enough details on that. That would definitely earn some respect for me to at least be able to salvage that team and prevent some sort of closure, and not let that story be completely done there. Obviously, I have my own concerns about like Krafton and stuff, but that's separate. That team gets to fight another day, and they otherwise would have been closed by Microsoft. So I don't know who was instrumental in getting that done, but that definitely was a little restorative if they had a factor in that. Not because, like, again, it was their own fault, like they were closing them down, but a little bit in the fact of like, okay, there was at least some desire to keep this afloat when they saw the opportunity to, again, giving them another chance. But otherwise, like current leadership, man, it's time to deliver. Like I definitely was one of the many people who's backing the current trio of Phil Spencer, Matt Booty, Sarah Bond. And I just feel like there's been a lot of inconsistent messaging across the board from all of them. And then some. Of course, you have like Tim Stewart sometimes saying things, Amy Hood sometimes stepping in and saying things. And you could see this internal civil war brewing of like differences in philosophies. And it just feels like this group of leaders not only has kind of struggled to deliver, in my opinion, but has also not been able to unify the internal teams to go in a direction where they're just kind of trying to outmuscle each other by like saying things that the other clearly is pushing against. And so no one knows where the platform's growing. And the reality is all of them are combining to hurt it. So I'm not as like wipe the slate clean, but I'm team accountability. And as I saw it, it's like, hey, look, I don't think Xbox is delivering. They have a lot of gaps in their years, way more than any console should have, or platform holder should have. And when I get Phil saved the brand, but is he the future of the brand? And I think that was especially after 4 studio closures and the changing of the multi-platform strategy. Like this guy was known as the savior of Xbox, and many people kind of regard him as like the potential leader of the death of what Xbox was. And I think that holds a lot of weight with me compared to others, where it's like, yeah, is Phil a great guy? Yes. Do I love that he's a gamer and has gaming sensibilities? As one of the many who went through the Don Matrick era, of course. But is he a Peter Moore in my eyes? No, definitely not. Definitely not. Xbox's best days were in the 360, and I have a lot of hope for the series, but I don't know if the blinders are off. Maybe I'm less naive. I have faith in this team. Like I know they can get the job done, but they have to get their shit together sooner rather than later. And it feels like a lot of collective realization is happening because it feels like a lot of what they're doing now is gearing up for what next generation will bring and starting that sooner rather than later. I think Xbox does need a clean slate, which I know sounds very overly forgiving, but I especially because this has been a generation plagued by just wait till next year, bro. Like that. And that's another fair point of criticism. Like there's been a lot of the community has been at this team's back, like supporting them when they weren't delivering. And I think we can only make so many excuses moving down the line. Like there's a lot of question marks, and I feel like they got to answer it. At the end of the day, numbers talk, and Xbox is doing extremely well. So, speaking from like that angle, they don't need to get fired or anything like that. But in the terms of delivering for me as a consumer, they don't make it easy. If I did not have an Xbox show, I would be very indifferent to the platform. I would not have a reason to fire it up. So to me, I have a very biased, specific interest in the platform. Also, a lot of it built off nostalgia because my adoration for the original Xbox and 360 knows no bounds. Like it's the main reason I wanted to do that show. Like I enjoyed the opening years of the Xbox One too. Like I thought there were amazing games, but it feels like with the abundance of riches that Xbox now enjoys with Bethesda and now ABK, and I'll give them a little more slack on that because that's pretty new and fresh. Like they got to get it together. You have too many things. You have money more than maybe more than any of your competitors. You have IP up the wazoo. You have teams that specialize in all genres. You have the leading gaming subscription service. You have everything. You have a great hardware team. You have a great controller team even. you're just missing, I think, a good marketing team, frankly, but you have everything otherwise you need to succeed right now. There is no reason why Xbox should not be the top dog. And that's why I expect better out of the leadership core. And it's like right now I'm indifferent to them because it's like they're not going anywhere because they're making them money. But as a fan of the platform, I think they're failing me in a lot of ways. They're not failing my wallet. Game Pass is great. And I know that's all that people speak. But in the terms of exclusives, maybe my tune will change when they start delivering more consistently. But I hope that, as I've hoped for many years during this generation, that this holiday period leading into Avowed in February is the beginning of a more consistent Xbox. That's all I've asked for them for the entire series generation. So if this leadership core can deliver that, I'll be all for them, especially because you see the future. Like one day Phil's going to go. I think Sarah Bond fills his shoes. Like that's kind of how it's clearly being set up. She's starting to make all the big announcements now for Xbox as the president of Xbox. Like that's her position. And one day I think she will be the head of Microsoft Gaming. So I think we're in it with this core for the long run. It feels like we watched not literally, they're all like middle-aged, but like it's like we watched a rookie core grow up and it's like this is our team for a while now. Like so you kind of make what you can get out of it unless one of them leaves. But like I feel like this team is sticking, and the only thing I see pushing them out is if their vision is so dramatically overridden by other execs that they are not having any sort of footprint on the brand, then maybe they ditch. So that's how I'm feeling about current leadership. I think they can deliver a lot more than they currently are. And I hope that they've strategized enough. And also, last thing, sorry, I know I'm going on a lot in different segments of this podcast, but I think Redfall was a really scary sign for me too. Not just like, oh, game bad. It was more that they were surprised by the reaction. Oh, you connect that game to us? I'm like, it's exclusive to your platform and you bought this company. Like what?
Yeah.
How dumb do you want to play right now? And also the lack of attention paid to that game is scary to me. And they haven't had that since, so I can give a little bit of grace. But the fact that we have leaked emails from the FTC showing Phil saying like, well, we have Redfall next year and hopefully that's going to do really great for us. Like, did you look at that game, dude? If what we got was the final shipped product, and what did you see, if anything? So again, I think there was a tough adjustment in trying to track everything going on, and I can understand that, but that means that their focus is in the wrong area. Like the FTC and the whole battle for Activision took a lot away from this company too. So with that all done, I hope they don't make purchases for a while. Just like, you got enough, dude. If this can't work, nothing will work. So you got to make it work. So yeah, I have a lot of faith in them. I know they're all capable. They all have experience and they all love gaming and the platform, but do they love us enough to continue to deliver quarterly? We'll see.
Yeah. Just the last question, I guess, just general is, how are we feeling about Xbox's future? You know, there are rumors, or they did say they're coming out with a new console. Could come out earlier like that. Do you guys think it feels like, well, they're just counting this generation as a wash already, where they're like they're getting ready to trying to wipe their hands of this generation already? The handheld rumored to be there. How do you guys feel about all the future Xbox stuff?
Yeah, I mean, kind of what you said, Brad, in the sense that, you know, definitely they want to take a bet on handheld, seeing the success of Nintendo Switch, seeing the success of Steam Deck, and seeing how they could put their mark into that, you know, that space. And I think that for them, it's huge because, you know, if they can Xboxify a UI, unlike the, you know, like the ROG Ally, and have that native experience where, again, you're going to get more. The hope is you will get more people who would never get into your ecosystem otherwise, and for other regions that don't really move the console like that, right? So I think these are healthy bets, you know, for them to do. As far as like the future of everything else, is kind of what Matty said earlier, which is kind of like, you know, they're looking at gaming 10, 15 years from now. And if the technology is in that place, then they will be the best equipped if that bet, you know, pays off. They will totally be, you know, the beneficiaries of that. For me, you know, with the hardware, I'm always going to be a primary console gamer first. You know, I mean, PC is great. Don't get me wrong. Functioning rig, that's sick.
Right.
But I'm always going to be the guy that wants to be in front of my OLED, in front of the couch. And that's just me. You know what I mean? And as long as they continue to give me that access point, I'm fine. Now, I do understand the people's concern about the devaluing of the console and them getting out of the console business. I get that. But there's a part of me that's just like, things are changing. And we have to be sometimes what we realize, I think a lot of these documents, we seeing that, this new generation of gamers, whether it's Gen Z or whatever, they're not trying to spend no money, bro. They're not trying to spend a ton of bread on consoles. They're not. It's like, why isn't it free? That's it. Or why? So again, this is where their value proposition comes in, and how they deliver it and stuff like that. And another big push. And I know Matty hates this one, but the big reason for the deal is mobile. That's another endpoint. And I know we are not mobile gamers, but that's what a lot of these kids and people are playing. They, again, so I think they are going to try to service all of these communities and push that ecosystem with Game Pass being the platform. That's how I see it. As long as you give me good games, I really don't care. As long as there's still a console for me to access, I don't care. That's just where I'm at. So we'll see. Again, big bets. And if they pull it off, they will be. It kind of reminds me of like, when we used to, I'm from the era where I used to Netflix and the stuff come to your house in a disc, you know what I mean? And Gamefly and all. I'm from that era. Yeah. Think about how crazy that is now. Like people are like, bro, I'm just going to do this digital right here. And that's it. And that's the bet I think that they're taking. We just got to see if they're too soon or not.
Yeah. What about you, Matty? Thoughts on the Xbox's future?
Yeah, I feel like a lot of what Cog said is echoing how I'm feeling. I've said before on Defining Duke that I feel Xbox is in the same position Nintendo was in, which is another reason why I have some hope in that. With the Wii U, I always remember like watching the videos like Nintendo's dead, bunch of has-beens, like they have no chance. And what's funny is they were putting out some pretty good games too. Just no one was moved by the Wii U at all. And I remember when the Switch got announced, there was like a projection like, oh, it's going to sell like 40 million units. And I remember laughing at that. Like my faith in Nintendo was unshakably low. And it turns out that they delivered hand over fist, like one of the most dominant generations they've ever had. And that's because they switched it up, right? Like they switched up what gaming was like, oh, play this on console and in handheld, right? So for Xbox, the leg up they have, in my opinion, with doing a handheld, like we're hearing is rumored, is that they've never done this before. It does serve as a big shakeup to how you typically consume Xbox content. And I know it's in a wave of like Steam Deck and, Asus ROG Ally or the Ally X and the Switch. But like one thing Xbox could do really great here is like if you just say native play, right? Like native play on the device and you can access your content offline. I think those two combined would just sell people, because there's like a whole handheld market of people just looking for the next best handheld, like Cog and I. Like we're just handheld freaks, right? I got like 4 next to me right now. And like I have my Portal, I have my Logitech G Cloud, Asus, and Steam Deck OLED. Like I love these things. So there are people who are just hungry for the next handheld. So you got that. They're hungry for the next gimmick that moves the handheld space forward. And I think Xbox could be a leader in that. Especially if, again, I go back to my point, like they want to bring Epic Games Store to Xbox. It's like, if your handheld can say like, hey, everybody is here, except like PlayStation, I guess. Everybody is here. Just play games on your handheld. Dude, like that is going to sell people outside the ecosystem, which is what they're struggling to do. Because the Series S made sense, and I'm a big defender of the Series S. However, what we've learned is that there are smarter ways to do a cheaper price proposition. Like, hey, here's your main, like the rumor right now is like, here's your main home console, all the power in the world, and it goes to your TV or whatever you're playing it on. And then the cheaper alternative, instead of it just being a smaller, less powerful box, which has kind of damaged them optically, right? Like when you look at the game's performance and visuals, like some games, I think of Baldur's Gate 3 not being on Xbox because of a parity clause. It's like, well, now you have handheld where people can kind of like have that context to like, oh, this doesn't look as good. Well, it's handheld. This doesn't run as well. Well, it's handheld. Like there's that correlation. It makes more sense. Like I'm playing this big console game in the palm of my hands right now. It's not to make excuses in advance. Just it's more so to clarify that I think it'll translate well optically for Xbox. It'll shake things up in a pretty radical way. And if they can deliver on a feature set that's really good and stands up to task with the rest of the market, like if they have a built-in good UI, which is one thing why I don't use my ROG Ally anymore. I love the Steam Deck UI, the UX really. Better. Like just the scrolling through menus, finding the storefront, going to my library, just all of it felt like built in mind for gaming. And so I think that's the other thing Xbox has to nail. If they can do that, I think I could see a lot of people being like, look, I don't want to spend, throw a number, $500 on a new console, but I'll spend $200 on a new handheld. I'll spend $250 on a new handheld. And that'll just like, I don't need to worry about entertainment center space. This will just be plugged in and sitting on a desk somewhere. And then the other thing is iterations of that. Look at Nintendo, dude. Look how many DSs they've sold you, how many Switches they've sold you. Xbox can do iterations on a hardware level for this handheld, get them cheaper, get them slimmer. And
they're going to make a wrap. They're just going to make a wrap for it.
Yeah, not the wrap.
I forgot about the wrap guy's going to pop off. He's going to do with you remember the PS Vita had those skins that you would get? I remember being so excited. I thought they were plastic covers, and then you just like lay a fucking sticker on your Vita.
Yeah.
Fire who? I thought that was the rap guy. Fire him. His evolution was the console rap. But I think that the future for Xbox lies a lot in how they shake it up. Like, I think the IP are there. Nintendo, I think, is just the biggest lesson they can learn. Like, yeah, you can have the IP. You can have great games existing on that platform, but what's going to pull people in? It's like how they interact with it. Traditional console gaming works. You're all over the place. That works. Okay, but like, what's the gimmick? It's like, I think you need a gimmick right now. And handheld, it might not be coming at a better time than right now when I think they need it most.
Sure.
So I have a little bit of optimism if the rumored strategy is true. I think a lot of people are going to have kind of renewed excitement for Xbox because, again, being able to look at something like Elder Scrolls 6 and just, it sells itself like, play Elder Scrolls 6 on this, like this little thing in your hands. I don't know. I think it, maybe I'm overselling it, but I think handheld gaming is super powerful nowadays. A lot of people are always on the go looking for things to do. Like,
it's having a resurgence.
It's complete. Exactly. It's like the early 2000s again. Like, it's so relevant. It's the main way people game, and understandably so. I love handheld gaming. If I didn't have to capture so much gameplay, I'd be a handheld gamer. It's my favorite way to play. So yeah, I'm glad to see it coming back, and I think Xbox being part of it. Last thing, got to do it before PlayStation.
Yes,
got to.
Huge.
I said it to COG last week. It was like a developing thought where I was like, dude, if PlayStation comes around and says like, hey, we're doing what I just described, but for PlayStation, it's over.
It's over.
Because you just lost the window. Because PlayStation has that legacy. The PSP is obviously phenomenal, sold stupid well. A lot of it for like jailbreaking purposes. The Vita is one of the most massive cult followings for a platform ever. Probably next to like something from Sega. Like the Vita is so beloved, and people have always cried, do more. So you do the Portal. Like right now, Xbox, you got the leg up. Like they got to strike before PlayStation
Gotta
does.
strike first.
If PlayStation comes out and says like, we're doing a handheld, native games, play this, play that. Like, look at all this. Look how great it is. I don't know, man. It's going to be tough for Xbox to not look like a follower there. So that's the only thing with them waiting that could kind of pan out. Not great for them.
I agree. Can't be at the same. You got to be first. You can't let them beat you to the punch, and you can't do it at the same time either.
That's why going ahead of PlayStation and the generation in general can help them. But just if you got to get that handheld before them. Just announcement. You don't have to release it, but announcement. That's I think so important.
And the last point you said that I do want to double down on is if they could pull off the business of the multiple storefront, that then appeals more to also people who never really rock with their ecosystem, right? So you're like, wait a minute, I could get Steam, Epic, EA Store, Ubisoft, all of these storefronts, because that is the appeal of the Ally. I am not beholden to just Steam, right? I can get all these places. And again, they just got to figure out the business of how the game selling and the money going to work. Right. But if they could do that future, then you the problem with Xbox is getting new users, new people to the platform. Right. That's how you get it. You're showing more value. Hey, I could get everything here. You know what I'm saying? And it just happens to have this great service on top of it. And I think that would also work wonders for them if they could pull it off.
Read this right in from Liam Marshall. Hey, Summon Signer and Dukes. If we're lucky, Xbox will release a handheld device. My question to you guys is, do you think it will just run Windows? And if so, do you think you'd be able to run PS Now on it? I love it. I'd love to see it load up with the Xbox logo, then immediately launch the PS Now app. Or do you think they do some fuckery to stop that from working? Also, Xbox, allow it to work. Would Sony allow it? Would either of them actually acknowledge it and use it as a selling point or mention it in their marketing? Have a great day, and health is wealth.
My initial answer is I think they don't realize how much they benefited from being like the de facto emulation console until they shut all of that down with like developer mode and being able to access RetroArch. Like that was a big thing for Xbox early in this generation. And a lot of these, like I watch a ton, like for example, I watch like Bob Wolf. Like I watch a lot of these like handheld YouTubers that just like completely manipulate these systems or test out these other brand systems to kind of see how far they can be pushed. Emulation community is huge. And I know you're asking about PS Now, but just the ability to access any game on a handheld device is like one of the biggest selling points. So whether it's Windows or it's kind of like Steam where you can have the Steam UI and UX and then switch over to a desktop mode, whatever it may be, I hope Xbox allows us to access beyond the Xbox ecosystem. I will say that I have this theory that they're working on the mobile stuff right now because it's going to be multifaceted. Like they're going to have an app and a mobile storefront, I guess similar to an Apple Arcade. And I think that's going to transfer over to this handheld. Like whatever you get in that UI and UX is going to be on handheld. That's how I'm reading the situation personally. I could be wrong. But I think as long, as you can exit that and then maybe go get PS Now or whatever, I think that will be really good for them. So you have the definitive Xbox experience there. Like this is a handheld built with Xbox in mind, but you can access all this other stuff if you want to. So provided they allow that, I think that'll be a huge boon for them. So I hope so. And I think they'll do it because they would, God, the amount of extra sales it would generate would be so good. And it would fit the motto. It would honestly fit the motto with this whole multi-platform push. Just like, it would feel very, well, this is the problem with them. It would feel very inconsistent with what they have done, which I guess would line up at the same time. So yeah, that's where I'm at with it.
Yeah. I agree with you guys on that. They need to get their thing out first. Yes. Sony is definitely working on something 100%.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I don't think they're going to play as nice about letting other stuff on their platform. Definitely not. Maybe Steam would be the only thing I could see. Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised that's not being on there though, because they are going to do their own storefront for PC and stuff like that. Like,
correct.
That's happening. We're getting signs of that with Ghost of Tsushima and everything. So that kind of stuff is happening. So if Xbox can beat in the punch, yeah, that would be interesting. Price point's going to be a huge thing when it comes out how powerful it is. Yeah, it's a fascinating time. Kind of interesting. It's like a space race almost.
Yeah.
It really is. Who can go first? Who can land on the moon first?
Yeah, we shall see Xbox. Yeah, maybe we should check in at the end of the year. We'll see how Xbox did. We'll see how all three, the big three did.
That's a good idea.
All right, let's get back to some of the games. COG, Kunitsu-Gami, Path of the Goddess. You've been loving this. A lot of people else have been playing this. I played the demo and I did enjoy it. Just haven't gotten around to the full game. Cool ass game though. COG, tell me about it.
Bro, so proud of Capcom. This is probably the most unique game I've ever played. I finally beat it over the weekend, about 20 plus hours. But I was, taking my time with it. And this game is a legit piece of art. This game screams culture, religion, some Kaguro action, puppet theater kind of vibe. It's for the artistry. I love the way the game starts out. It's very, I think you mentioned, I forgot what game you mentioned earlier, Brad, but every level they introduce a new little mechanic for you, a little thing to do. And basically it's on a simplistic level, it's day-night cycle, right? The daytime you take So, who is the messenger, the protector of the goddess, right? And you go around the town, you cure the defilement in the towns. You free, and then sometimes when you cure the defilement, you release villagers who were captured by the defilement, and then you assign them roles. Now, the push-pull of the day-night cycle is you do not have enough time to do everything. There is a minor ticking clock going on with the before it turns to night, and that's when the Torii gates open and enemies come out. But the thing about it, which is cool, is okay. With the start of the stage, you carve the path to the Torii gate, and that uses a resource. If you push it and make it go very far, she'll go along close. The closer she gets to the Torii gate is the closer you want, because then it'll take less time to get to the gate and purify it. But sometimes if you use that resource to do that, you'll have less resource, that same resource, to assign villager roles and to make them into things. The villager roles are exceptional. They've got like one of my favorite now is the aesthetic, and he's like this shaman kind of guy who his role is to slow the hordes of enemies that come at you, right? You've got the archers. You got your typical archetypes. As the game goes on, these archetypes get phenomenal. I've got like almost 12, 15. I was telling Matty. That's insane. I highly recommend
it. It was very surprising how many there were when you told me all about it.
Oh, bro. The sumo, man. I told you about the sumo. And I told the sorcerer. Oh, my God. One of the most powerful classes in the game. So, again, it's just this beautiful thing of real-time action with your character. And then obviously the turn-based. But the beauty of the game really strikes with press right bumper in real time, pause. Okay, you guys, I'm going to put 2 archers here. You protect the goddess from that way. Make sure no one's flanking us. Make sure, we got the gate control. Then there's that, okay, wait a minute. They're not going to be able to handle that. I myself have to go in real time and do attacks, the combinations, the game with the skill tree in the game. You can eventually get to a point where now you upgrading your main character. So, and giving them abilities, long distance attacks, stuff like that. They have these things called talismans and basically add-ons and gems that imbue your character to do more things. Extra combos, extra attacks, but also things that make you stronger, the villager stronger. Then the super moves. Like, it's like, bro, it just keeps on giving you stuff. And I'm like, how much does this have? And the music, outstanding, very tribal, very the game is so beautiful in the sense that not one word is said in this game from a voice acting standpoint. And you care about this goddess. You care that she gets protected. I even get the boss battles. I told Matty, this is Dark Souls level stuff. I'm getting to the part where it's Dark Souls now. I'm like, Jesus, this is hard. How that? Like, it's the way the game, the beauty of the game is the dance of, okay, do we go all out and attack? Or do we protect? And you've got to make strategic decisions on the fly. The bosses will have multiple phase patterns in different stages of their health. Or I'm like, yo. Now, for my people who are afraid of Dark Souls games like me, where they help me at is when you keep dying, they'll be like, all right, you want to change your equipment? They'll give you the option of like, okay, when the boss does this, you might want to use these type of tactics. Like, so they'll give you little hints in the pause load up screen to kind of help you. You know what I'm saying? Now, the only nitpick I would say when I beat the game is that as you get towards the end, right? Because remember, you do a stage, you beat it, then it's about rebuilding the town, right? And that's cool. But what happens is as you get towards the end, they kind of, and all the bosses are creative and dope, but they kind of do this thing where you kind of got to run a gauntlet again against a couple of them. And I'm like, all right, you're trying to elongate this a little bit.
Yeah.
Let me just
padding.
a little padding at the end, just at the very end. But I will say, like I said, the last thing was really well done. So I'm not going to spoil what happens with the class and stuff. And the last thing I'll say, the ending was good, but it made me feel away. I'm like, damn, I didn't think that, I didn't think that ending was necessarily deserved. So I'm like, oh. But then I found out, shout out to the home, I got shot my man Jimmy from Florida kid from LSM fam. He was like, bro, that ain't the real ending. I'm like, wait a minute, what you mean? Mm-hmm. So apparently New Game Plus allows things. So I'm like, oh, okay. So before I do that, so I'm probably gonna achievement hunt this game. There is replayability for each stage to get the currency to start, because you can't upgrade everything. You can't upgrade all your characters. You can't upgrade all of the village. You have to pick and choose. So I got into a nice dance of what abilities that really were my core abilities and my core archetypes, tactical units. But yeah, man, like I'm gonna do New Game Plus, and I did get a hint of what is to come. And I was blown away. And I'm like, oh, I want to do this. This is cool. And then you get the real ending, so to speak. But yeah, 20 plus hours. Wow, blown away. I am utterly impressed by this game. And the last thing I found out is the camera can be a little weird with the turning stuff, but Capcom, they built these towns and these places are legit dioramas that they built for this game.
Like Fantasian. Interesting.
Bro, I cannot get enough of this. This is, I don't want to say it was my game of the year, but I'm like, the way I be talking about, I'm like, I have to consider it now. Like it's up there, you know what I mean, kind of thing. So yeah, shout out to Patrick, and again, shout out to Game Pass. I would not have even tried this game to be. I know that's not true. I did see it at one of the showcases, and I said, wait a minute, what's that? But I'm like, I told people, y'all better support. These games don't usually come to this platform. Y'all better support this joint. And it seems like they're doing well. They already announced 500,000 in a couple days or whatever.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, that's good. So I just love where Capcom is at. And shout out to Matty for putting me on the Dogma. I never played Dogma. Capcom is now,
Dude.
and I never hated Capcom. I wasn't like the Capcom fanboy like everyone else is. Oh, but now with these two Capcom can do no wrong by me. They
just
gotta get
you in Resident Evil now.
Oh yeah, I like Resident Evil. No, I like Resident. I'm good. I just never been the Monster Hunter guy.
Oh,
and yeah, I tried it and I said, okay, I get the appeal of it, but I know everybody loves everything they do, but those ones didn't click with me for whatever reason.
Well,
but these two,
try out Wilds maybe when that comes out. That's gonna be the next big leap for Monster Hunter.
That's what I'm hearing. Yeah,
next year. So hopefully. Monster Hunter it took a while for Monster Hunter to click for me too, Cog.
Mm-hmm.
But once it did, man,
he got his hooks in.
Yeah, it's got its hooks in me.
Highly recommend, man. I want Matty. I'm dying to know what Matty would think about Pat.
Since I'm planning a lot of travel soon, I'm trying to
perfect handheld game.
I was going to say, I remember you saying you were playing it last episode in handheld, and I was thinking that might be the play. You know what it is, Cog? I am so afraid of taking this Steam Deck on the plane with me and then not being able to connect. So I'm going to probably hit you up this week to prepare for next week and just, you think the Ally?
Yeah, because here's the thing.
I'm going to get the whole kit. That's the thing. I'm going to get the Cog set up. I'm going to have you walk me through what I got to do.
Yeah, the offline.
Get offline and access.
Yeah, because you want that. See, if you go Steam, then I just want you to have that synergy with your platform. The beauty of Xbox with the cloud saving and Windows Play anyway, when it's a Game Pass game, is, bro, the minute I turn this joint off, I'm over here, my data is all you got to do is launch the handheld online before you leave the house. Just launch it online. Just make sure the data pulls down, the cloud data pulls down. Then from there, you can have no internet connection, saving local to the device, advancing, popping achievements, no problem. And then you get off, synergize right to your PC or whatever, your Xbox again, you good to go. This is
I don't know why I had so many issues with that with Starfield. I don't know if it's because Starfield had so many players that it wasn't syncing up well, but that was
Starfield takes forever. Starfield, I agree. Something with the way it transfers the data takes mad long.
All right.
You're right.
I just had a bad experience then in that color and everything else. So
And then there's a setting I'll show you. You have to do a setting in the PC Game Pass app to allow it to play games offline. That's the first thing. Then you got to go. I know this is why Xbox need to come out with a damn handheld, because Windows 11 is the worst. Then in Windows 11, in the Windows Store icon, you got to go in there and then go to your profile. And then there's a setting that says, make this device allow to play my games offline. So it's two places you have to go to do that. Once you do that, then you're good.
Yeah. I feel like this might be the good window for me to do that, because I don't have any other handout. Like when I travel, I don't think I'll have anything else in motion like that I can take with me. Like Final Fantasy 14 is the big thing I'm chipping through, but obviously I can't do that on plane. So I'm kind of stuck there. Trails Through Daybreak 2 I'm chipping through. I'm halfway, but that's got a mod attached to it, so I can't really put that onto a Steam Deck and make that work properly. So I'm in an interesting spot here where I feel like Kunitsu-Gami might be the play. You know, like, and I'll probably bring the Switch's insurance, right? Like in case I do something wrong, bring the Switch with me that has Splintered Fate. I'm taking care of either way.
Yeah, always have backup plan.
Always had a backup. I always give you my settings.
Yeah, bro. I'm gonna.
I got you.
Yeah, I'm gonna need the full walkthrough this coming weekend for sure. I appreciate it.
Okay, now for our final game. Matty, you've been playing Final Fantasy 14, specifically A Realm Reborn. You're a new player starting out.
Yes.
The time has come. The prophecy long foretold has happened. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, dude. So I was playing a little bit last night. I think I'm level 36 right now. And I am in the spot where it's good. It's good. I'm enjoying it more than my first two attempts, but I think some of my criticism of A Realm Reborn has evolved a bit now, where it's not just like boring. It's more like, for example, they've done a really good job with the new player experience where like my first session, I played for 3 hours straight and I got to level 20. I was like, damn, like I'm flying through this thing. And that was really cool because like the combat was like, it was throwing new combos my way. It's pretty exciting. From there, like I took my time a little bit more because I didn't want to like rush it or anything. And just kind of, again, my philosophy going into 14 was like, there's no, not that I want to rush it, but there's no quick way through this. It's like One Piece or Trails. Like I just need to chip through this over time and just do this smart. And Trails kind of trained me for this in that, like, I think of Sky FC a lot with this game, where Sky FC is like considered to many like a boring game because it's just a lot of world building. And 14, A Realm Reborn, at least, has been a lot of that.
Yeah, it is.
I'll say I definitely enjoy the more political aspects of the story. The like, watching these 3 different kingdoms effectively function where they have all their different beliefs and they've been apart from each other, and you're kind of using the lore from the original 14 as a backdrop for this battle that took place, and now they're coming back together to unite against a threat that reminds me a lot of, I think they share the same name, but the Garleans from like Final Fantasy 12 or something, like very similar. I'm like, what's going on here? That's the hook. Like that's what I want more of. I just feel like sometimes in between they're like crystals, mythical stuff, and I'm like, I care a little bit less about this, but I'm trying to give it all my attention because I know it's going to matter later. But I really love that I'm seeing like tendrils of old Final Fantasy stuff here. And I'm like, I feel like there's got to be something to this more than just fan service. So I'm very interested to see what that evolves into. But yeah, I'm really just trying to be like a soldier about it. I won't lie. Like it's not painful or anything. It's more like I know I'm playing this strictly on the like, it gets way better from here. It's like, I'm enjoying it enough, but like not to the level where I like I would typically, if I knew no better, see no future in this game. I'd be like, this is kind of like whatever. Combat, I started off as a pugilist, or is it pugilist? Pugilist. Thank you. Yeah, I was like, I don't remember how to pronounce that. So yeah, I went with that. I recreated my character as Lightning, basically, as close as I could to her visuals, because I love Lightning. So I wanted to try to replicate her. But I knew that if I just played like sword and shield style, I was like, this might be a recipe for like getting a little boring here. And I like fits Lightning more, but I was like, let me just get the fisticuffs going here. Definitely a lot more fun than the class I remember first playing as, which is the Dragoon. Not that the Dragoon is bad, but just I definitely like the...
You didn't even unlock the Dragoon yet. You were the Lancer.
Lancer, that's what it was. Thank you.
Dragoon's later, yeah.
Yeah. And so I like how the Pugilist has a lot of like combos and forms that chain together. There's a lot of like mixing and matching and ways to approach it. That's like definitely my favorite thing about the class right now. I love that she has like a stun attack that like if I see an enemy warming up, it's like, nope, stop that, then rip another combo. Like there's a little bit more complexity for hotbar combat that I wasn't really anticipating right away. Like the most hotbar combat I have experience with is Star Wars: The Old Republic. And I'm really there for the story because I think the presentation and storytelling in that game is like so friggin' good for an MMO. Like really good shit there. Of course, I'm a Star Wars fan. I love the Old Republic era.
No, it was. I played the Old Republic when it first came out, and I enjoyed it.
Yeah, like I love that game. It took me a while to learn to love it, but I did. So I'm trying to take that same practice and approach to 14. It's been a little more tough, but the music's been beautiful. I would say right now, Brad, what I'm most in need of is a shot in the arm. You know, my
narrative shot in the arm.
Like a shot in the arm, like let's reignite the flame a little bit here. Like I went in very excited. I admittedly tapered off a bit where it's like I can get through this, but I want to like right now it's just so you can know where I'm at. I just unlocked like the grand companies and PvP. So no, I wouldn't say very far in the scheme. Definitely in the scheme of the overall game, not far at all. But like in the scheme of Realm Reborn, I don't think I'm like
you're decent way.
Yeah, I'm like a respectable amount in here. I'm at the point where I'm like, okay, I want this to kind of take the next step, and I'm trying to put in the hours to do so. But like, I need that shot in the arm, like motivate me to go. Like, I'll do it, but like, I want to be excited about it. You know what I mean? Like, so I kind of want you to give me like a pump speech here, like just get me hype for my next 14 session.
What you're playing through right now is like the worst part of Final Fantasy 14 in general.
I'm hyped. Let's go.
You're playing the worst parts, but the game literally just keeps going uphill forever. And you get to what many consider now the best Final Fantasy game is this game. I could say easily has one of the best villains of all time in the MMO.
Wow.
Which I know sounds weird.
Wow.
But it's like this. It's an MMO, but Final Fantasy 14 is still very much a Final Fantasy ass game. Like you're going through a story, a linear story, and you're progressing through that. I think when you actually unlock Monk, Matty, that'll be like the next step of your job. You'll go from like, you're like at a 0.5 right now. Then it'll go to 1.0 essentially, and you'll start unlocking way more abilities.
Cool.
That'll make it more fun to play. The story is going to ramp up though. So fear not about that. Shit, it's definitely going to ramp up. You're talking about the Empire and all that stuff. That's all going to ramp up, Matty.
I'm definitely most interested and excited about them. Like I want more of that. Yeah. Whenever they're on screen and they're talking or there's things revolving around them or like they're planning for their like invasion or a war of some kind. I'm like, yeah, like this is the shit I want.
There's all that, like all the characters you're around with, like even though like Alpha knows like not like super really great at that point in the game. Everyone just gets better, man. Everything just is going to ramp up.
The little one, I'm forgetting.
Yeah, he has like the white hair, the elf. Yeah, Alpha no. Yeah, that's just going to get better.
I like Thancred the most.
Thancred? Yeah, Thancred's tight.
Yeah, he's cool as hell.
Gets real cool. Fear not.
Yeah, I love his little neck tattoo. Apparently, I was talking to a friend while I was playing it, and he said all of the voice actors get recast after A Realm Reborn.
Yes, they do. I think, well, I don't know about all of them, but like most of them do. But like the new ones are good. So
yeah, it's not like I'm in love with anything.
I'm just jarring, but then you just get over it.
Okay.
But I think Realm Reborn ends in a very exciting place. So you'll end it and you'll be like, oh shit, I got to see what happens next.
So my question was that I know what I'm going to play through is there's a Realm Reborn and then there's patch content.
Content that leads into Heaven's Horde.
How long is the patch content comparatively speaking to like a campaign?
Oh, it's shorter than the main game. Like per patch thing, it's probably like 2 hours, maybe amount of content, 2-3 max hours like that. But you'll get like more boss fight. Have you done like boss fights and anything like that yet?
Yeah, like I fought Ifrit, like with that.
Okay, did Ifrit? Super basic. Yeah, stuff gets more complex and more involved and more fun later on. Like, are you playing with actual players yet?
I could.
You're doing with the trust.
You know what? I've been doing it with the NPCs only because I wanted to, like, for example, the Ifrit fight got me a couple of times because I kept doing the attacks on him and then he would do his hellfire and just kill me. I'm like, why am I dying? And I had to figure out that there was this sigil spawning in that I had to destroy first to like weaken him basically. And I feel like if I had a bunch of players with me, I would have missed that. And it just would have been a fight that fell flat where it's actually kind of like a little bit of a mini highlight for me.
Oh, so sure.
That's why I'm trying to roll with NPCs just for a little bit because I don't want any experienced players to like hop in and kind of be like, oh, I know how to do this. I'm helping this. I don't know if they can do that. I know there's like a new game plus option.
Yeah. I mean, they can do stuff like that with you. Like I could do those things with you if I wanted to. It's very easy to hop in and play with someone who's not the same level.
Yeah.
But I think playing with trust is totally fine. If you just want to get the ropes of the game and experiment, don't be afraid to fuck up. Yeah, totally. That's something they've added over time is the ability to do that. Now you used to have to do everything with other people, everything. But now for like a lot of the main story stuff, you can do it with AI if you want, which is totally cool.
Yeah, I've kind of been enjoying that way. I'm approaching it like a single player Final Fantasy game. Like I don't mind like the other players existing in the world, but I'm playing it like I don't join like when I'm playing it with a friend. Like they're not in a game with me, but because they're like all the way complete end game now, like Dawn Trail and everything. But like I'll stream it to them on like a Discord, for example. And like when I'm in cutscenes, like they won't talk. Like it's that kind of thing where like I'm trying to treat it like a single player thing, and I'm giving it all my attention and really trying to give it the best chance it can give. So that because no doubt I'm gonna like talk about this in like a video at some point because I'm like really excited to just deliver like a complete thought. But I'm very excited to be at the end of this because I feel like, you know, everyone's telling me it's uphill from here. And more than anything, it's this strong. It's one thing to be like, it gets better. It's another to be like, I hear constantly like, yeah, this is like the Final Fantasy at its best. I'm like, yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. I mean, I haven't played and beat every single one, but I have a lot of love for the franchise. And like, for me, like 9 hit me really hard. I love 12. Like so I'm seeing these things and I'm like, you're telling me like this can be better than that. Like I can see it, but
it's weird,
crazy.
Man. I didn't believe it either until I started like getting caught up again. And I was like, oh shit, I get it now.
Yeah, I believe it. I'm trying to really make full use of the free trial because I know it includes the base game and 2 expansions. That's the other thing. Like, I know there's no rush, and I'm not trying to rush it, but I'm really trying to be like, hey, if you don't feel like playing it tonight, like what killed me last time was I was enjoying enough, but I felt the pressure of my trial ticking, and I was like, man, all right, like I can't like get this subscription just so I can keep going, and if I'm not playing it, I'm wasting my money. It's like I want to be in deep enough and get there naturally to then sign up. Like I'm totally taking advantage of Square's generosity here, if you will. Like, okay, you're going to base game 2 expansions. I'll sign up after. Just like I signed up for SWOTOR. Like I was playing the game for free for like a couple months, and I was like, all right, I'll sign up now. Same thing here with 14. So I'm just trying to really take my time getting through it.
Yeah, dude, you got to take your time. You don't want to rush it or you'll get burnt out. You don't want to push it, man, ever. So yeah, take your time. You're making progress. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
As long as you're not miserable yet.
No, I would not say that. Like last night was the first session where I was like, this was a perfectly timed episode where I was like, I'm going to ask Brad for like the shot in the arm because I feel like I'm tapering a little bit and not like I've had opportunities to sign in. I'm like, nah, I'm going to go play this or something.
You just got to keep going a little. You need a little push. You'll get there. But yeah, I know there's definitely a moment in that campaign. I remember feeling it. Like that campaign's
level 30 pocket.
It's 10 years old, so it's like not the best.
Yeah,
but I remember feeling them like, all right, let's move this along.
What's forced me along is like I'm past where I was previously in the story, but it's that same level 30 pocket where I get there, I'm like, okay, like this is a lot right now, and like that's what killed me both times. It was like that combined with the trial ticking. I was like, yeah, maybe not, but this time I'm like, I'm gonna lean into the trial. And more anything, like determination is on my side. It's like, no, I'm gonna blow past this crap here, and I'm gonna get to the really good shit. So, yeah.
I think when you start doing more dungeons
are great. Like I went through a stretch. There's a stretch.
You do a stretch at the beginning. Yeah,
that was really good. I like that.
They get better as you go on. Obviously, they're very simplistic early on, very simple. Then
I do respect that about the game.
Yeah. They ease you in nice and easy, which is good because you don't want to overwhelm people.
It feels like a very self-aware game is how I would define it. Like it feels very much aware, like there's a lot to throw at you and it really takes its time giving it to you. And I think there's some it might be too much. I don't know. But like for me, I was like, I see everything around me and I'm like, okay, like I see all these different icons. Some of them I don't know, like the ones with the blue and the plus signs are apparently typically new mechanics. And then there's like red ones, which are now tied to my grand company, and then I'm trying to get like a mount right now, and like I haven't even touched player housing, and I'm not going to touch that for a stupid long time. I don't know if I will ever touch that. Like, there's a lot here, and so I'm just trying to let the game introduce it to me as they see fit, and really trusting their process because they seem very aware that like there's a lot here and it can be overwhelming. And you're a more seasoned player than me. Do you have any issues with the navigation in this game? Like, sometimes I learned that there's an arrow on the main story marker, like up or down. But like, for example, when I got to go to, I think it's like Husting Strips in Ulda.
The older cities are more confusing about their layout. That's something they definitely remedy more. Ulda is by far like the most confusing, I would say.
I would say Ulda or
Lominza.
That was the one I was like, dude,
because it has multiple floors.
Yeah, I was having trouble with that. So I was curious if that's like a common thing. Does it get better?
It gets much better, much more simplistic and easy to understand as it goes on. Yeah.
Good.
Let's see. Derek was molested by the Witch Queen, wrote in.
Hey, yo.
Cog, are these your people, man? Your friends? Your Destiny boys?
I don't know what happened to my people. What's going on?
The Witch Queen doing something.
Dear summoning jutsus. I see that Matty's playing Final Fantasy 14 and I have some questions for him. Is this a game that can be enjoyed a great deal even if you decide to go Colin style and play solo dolo? I have no one to play with and wanted to know if it could be played like a traditional Final Fantasy or Dragon Quest game. Is it grind heavy game? How long does it take, or how long would it take to get my first house in Puppy? Brad, I know you've experienced in these streets, so please feel free to add your thoughts. Someone signed into Finding Duke, make my Tuesdays and Thursdays better, so keep up the good work and have a I'm about to make a name for myself kind of day. It's Wolverine memes.
Yeah,
sir.
So, Matty, how has the solo experience been so far for you?
Good. Preferable even, because I feel like for some people, if you play, in my opinion, it may take a lot more out of you. But if I played this in a group setting, it would make me fly through it quicker. But I know for a fact I'd be giving it like 50% less attention.
Right.
Because, there's just so much reading. Some of the sections are voiced, but most of it you're reading. And I think a lot of it's really important to take in to just like get as much out of this world as you can. I think playing it as a solo Final Fantasy experience kind of changes the dynamic and the approach of it too. Like I think I don't know, I get like a little excited, like, oh, I'm going to sink into some Final Fantasy tonight. And it's just, even though I'm in this world populated by people, I'm treating it as my own. I think it's cool. The only thing that I would say, like, is it grind heavy? No, for better and for worse. Like, I liked it. There's no grind for obvious reasons, like time save, just get to the next story mission. The only problem with it is that the world feels super still in not a good way. Like, I'll be over leveled for every zone. So I'll just cruise through enemies. Like, no one's going to attack me. No one's going to interact with me. I'm not going to interact with anyone or anything. Like, I'm just going point A to point B. And so a lot of the world feels like the AI has just been shut off because I'm just like, the game wants to get you to that higher level quicker to make the new player experience better. But I do think like, because I'm never stopping and fighting. Like I just run from quest to quest because by default, like this game, I have not touched any side quests because I think Brad, you instructed me, another friend of mine instructed me. They're like, dude, you're going to be so over leveled. Like don't even bother. Don't even bother with the Realm Reborn. And so that's like the only drawback right now for me is that you just get so over leveled that like, you're not going to be grinding, but you kind of exchange that for a level of like boredom with the world. Like it just kind of exists and you're just running around in it, but nothing really else. And that's why the missions have to be good because that's like the high points. Like, well, I ran all this way for this, or I teleported all this way for that. I don't know much about like getting your house or your puppy or anything like that. I think pretty early you do unlock the housing, if I remember correctly.
The houses are like something you do with like your free company, which are guilds. So you need like a guild essentially, and they have a house you can set up and decorate. Yeah. But I'm pretty sure you don't get like your own house, like Matty's house. Yeah. You can get your own island later on, like Animal Crossing Island, where you can do a bunch of like planting crops and all that shit if you want. And you can get like pets, like just little companions that follow you around. There are dogs, I guess, but you don't have to like feed your dog or anything like that. Yeah, nothing like that.
Yeah, so I would say solo experience is good, preferable if you want to give the story the chance to succeed, especially. But I think like I have yet to sink my teeth into like what the multiplayer features are, where it's like, okay, like I'm far in the story, like let's get some friends together. Here's what we can do. I don't know what that kind of
raids.
Raids. Like I don't know.
You'll have to do the Nier Automata raid.
Oh fuck yeah!
There's like 3 parts of it. Yeah, it's like Evil East. Like, there's 3 parts. There's an Evil East raid and stuff like that.
Oh wow!
A lot of cool old Final Fantasy shit you'll like, and Square Enix stuff in general.
Yeah, but so is the raids like so when I hear raid, I think of COG, and I hear Destiny 2 raid. Is it like what level would you say a raid is on? Like I've done raids in like ESO, but
so what a raid is in 14 is usually 8 people, and it's usually just boss fights. The tier, you just go from boss fight to boss fight to boss fight. There are alliance raids, which are 24-man raids, which are more traditional raids. What you'd say, you like run through an area, you kill trash mobs, and you fight bosses and stuff like that.
Okay,
but the raids are usually like most of the hardest content in the game, or most of like the content is 8 players. Either 4 player for dungeon, 8 player for raids, 24 for the alliance ones.
Got it.
Mostly that. What would you say the most rewarding content is? Like I know the story seemingly is, but like the story is like a huge part of the game. Yeah, I don't know. It depends what you want out of the game. Do you want really hard, challenging boss fights to overcome? It's like, you do like the hardest versions of the raids, I guess. If you're one of those people that enjoys figuring out raid mechanics and just grinding it out with your friends, there's that. There's some. I personally like to just do a lot of the dungeons and like get stuff from that. I do some of the raids. I don't do like the hardest level raids because I don't have like a group for that. But I go through all that kind of stuff. That's what I mostly do. There's PvP in the game. I don't think the PvP is very good, so I usually just stay away from it. But I feel like there's so much stuff in the game I haven't even done yet. Still, there's so much to it. If you want, there's like whatever thing you're into in an MMO, you can pretty much find it in this game.
Nice.
If you're into glamour, if you're into crafting, there's like everything is so much to it if you want to get into that. Got it. And I think it's just something, Matty, you'll latch on to things as you progress through the game, what you like about it.
Because like my favorite MMO ever is RuneScape. Like that is, I just love the skill building in that game, and just like, you could be like a fletching pure, and you could just like trade, or I mean, you could do all of this eventually if you want to go like full 99 everything. But hearing that there was like crafting and that sort of stuff in this game kind of got me excited, because I was like, ooh, that's the shit I like. So
Yeah. You can be like a chef if you want, just make food for people and sell it on the market board and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
Lots you can do. But Derek, yes, you can play like the entire like main story quest. You can play pretty much all that solo if you want. You don't have to interact with anyone for most of those if you don't want to. Some fights you do, a few, but they've made it a lot. Now you can just play the bots if you want. So you can pretty much play as a solo player and have a very satisfying narrative experience from it all.
Mm-hmm.
All right, this is from the Uncharted Wolf. What up, guys? Brad, now that Matty is finally playing your beloved Final Fantasy XIV, will you get off your butt and jump into Knights of the Old Republic? You and Matty probably forgot, but you did promise to play it once Matty played Final Fantasy XIV. Have a Brad better do this, or he's not marked as a fraud kind of day. All right, Uncharted Wolf, relax. Me and Matty have talked behind the scenes already about this. I gave Matty 3 choices to pick from for me to play. Mm-hmm. And I said once he beats Realm Reborn, once he beats it, I gave him for me to play Knights of the Old Republic, Lost Odyssey, or Trails in the Sky.
Ooh, yeah.
And Matty picked Knights of the Old Republic.
Yeah.
So that's what it's going to be.
I believe I rationalized it when we were talking about it. I think I said to you that since Trails in the Sky looks really likely to get a remake, as much as I want you to try that, I was like, like, just wait at this point. Like, you're better off just waiting.
Yeah, if there's a remake coming, I want to wait.
Yeah, 100%. It seems extremely likely. So I think that's a good call. Lost, that was the tough part, man. You were making me choose between like my favorite game ever and the game that I'm so convinced so many people around me would love but have never played, and that's Lost Odyssey. Lost Odyssey is so fucking good. Like, I definitely think you will like it more based on your love of Final Fantasy. Yeah, I think you would like it more than KOTOR, but I really wanted to, I think I said to you, get the opportunity to hear someone's fresh take on KOTOR, who's been gaming for a while. You got a love for the RPGs. How does what I think is like the GOAT stack up for you? Because obviously, like, I'm used to a lot of its flaws and like I'm aware of them, but they don't bother me as much. I'm curious how it meshes with you and if you get attached to these characters quite like I did. I mean, this was the reason I loved RPGs growing up, was like this game, and I still love going back to KOTOR as Cog knows. So I'm so excited.
Classic.
That's like the other thing that's driving me, is like I want to fucking see Brad play this shit, and just it's such a crazy trade-off. I'm playing like this, like, I don't know how long Realm Reborn goes on for, but I'm guessing like at least 50 hours for like what is a 23-hour RPG typically. Like, it's just I'm on the losing end here, an hour sank, but that's okay.
Yeah. Probably like 40, 50, I'd say.
Really? It's shorter than I thought.
For Realm Reborn, yeah.
That's cool.
Depending on how much stuff you do, I guess.
True.
Cog, I assume you have no desire for 14. You're good. Yeah, he's got Destiny.
I'm always in a wedding. I'm fully married, MMO man, looter shooter. I'm taking.
I know. It's too hard to play more than one live service game at a time.
Too much, brother.
It's just too much, dude.
And I'm already going down with the Destiny ship, so I'm riding this thing to the wheels.
All right, let's end the show with a few questions from the audience. I was on the wrong foot, but you copy pasta that. Hold by or stand by, everybody. We gotta do this for the timestamps. There we go. All right. This is from Stefan ST or Saint. Did you watch Psych Odyssey? It gives good insight into how hard it is to develop a game. They also recently released a new episode. For which game would you like to see a similar documentary? Mine would be Destiny 1. I haven't personally watched this. I've been meaning to watch this forever. I just have not watched yet. If anyone doesn't know, it's the documentary about Psychonauts 2. I believe the making of Psychonauts 2. Very long, but very in-depth, and shows a lot of great stuff. And probably a lot of the scary part about game development. So probably very worth checking out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know, what documentary would you guys like to see like this for a game?
That's a good one, man. Let me see.
Oh man, I'm trying to think.
Yeah, right. What you thinking?
Yeah, Psych Odyssey is a blind spot for me. I realized I was talking to a friend the other day about it. I was like, I realized I have a lot of knowledge about the industry and like how it works and its history, but it's typically through the lens of games I played and then learning some of these teams. Like as someone who loves old school BioWare, I do not know them as a company as intimately as I probably should. Bethesda Game Studios is probably the company I'm most familiar with just by studying them for like 10 years straight. But like it makes me think sometimes when like I didn't see Power On, I didn't see Psych Odyssey. Like I haven't watched some of these, and I haven't seen the God of War one either. These are wrongs I need to right, because now that I'm watching more movies, like I can't make these excuses. I don't have time to sit down and watch these because I am making time for them now. So I guess without fearing for sounding ignorant, if there was a game that I would like to see a documentary on like the old school BioWare personally, like just that era from like Baldur's Gate to Dragon Age Origins. And if they wanted to go full send, what happened with games like Dragon Age 2? Like we have stories on each of these individually, but kind of like a full tell all Dragon Age 2 and then Mass Effect 3 and like EA's involvement. Just I think like a whole company spanning documentary of BioWare, provided they stay afloat, it'll never happen. But if they close down, a whole company spanning documentary on BioWare would be, I think, incredible just to learn the ups and downs on a deeper level. Again, like we have, for example, like Jason Schreier's reports of like what happened with Anthem or what happened with Andromeda and so on. Like they've all been documented interspersed, but especially during their most successful era, we really don't have much to go on outside of like a handful of names to thank. So I just like to get a little bit deeper into the people who made these games and what was it like during the golden age. Because one of the most limiting things I experienced with doing like game development research was I think of Pandemic Games, who made like Mercenaries, and they made the Battlefront games, and they made Lord of the Rings Conquest, and they made the Saboteur. Like they made just, in my opinion, just incredible games constantly. And they did all of those games I just mentioned between, I think, 2004 and 9. Like it was a stupid amount of games. And so at one point in my YouTube career, I wanted to do more documentary style videos, but I did not realize when I stated I wanted to do this, how difficult it was to pull off. Not because like I knew I wanted to do it, but it was about getting other teams to actually want to do it. And that was like impossible, like just being able to get into studios and that sort of thing. So I tried to settle for something more remote. And I started off by interviewing a lot of people who formerly worked at Pandemic. And like one of the things I learned there was like, I'm looking at it like rose-tinted glasses, like, man, it was so exciting there. But they're like, yeah, we crunched a lot. Like we made Battlefront 2 in a year. The golden eras were ended because not even really EA, but we expanded too quickly. Like these are from like CEOs, top of the company, telling me this stuff. So yeah, it was like very, very much like interesting to learn, like as a fan, what I experienced versus what the workers were experiencing, where they're like, yeah, it was like, many people like thought of it fondly, but others were like, like, yeah, it was a lot of hard work and I don't remember it too fondly. And that was pretty tough for them. So I feel like getting that kind of angle on BioWare would be great for me personally.
What about you, Cog?
It's a good one, man. I was thinking of two off the top. One, I'll go old school as a Sega kid. Obviously my namesake, Lord Cognito, was kind of built off of whole Cognito, Ninja, Invisibility, that kind of thing. And, Shinobi was one of my favorite franchises of all time. And I don't know a lot about the original origins, as far as especially the arcade version, which is the one that I fell in love with, that I actually have the arcade upright unit, in my old place in the Bronx. My mom's still yelling at me when I'm going to get that. She's like, when are you coming to get that machine out of that? That kind of thing. I was like, I'll be back there sometime. But so I would love to know that original team. It was a unique board that they used, and it was the Ninja craze of the 80s, and it was the Dark Souls of its time in a sense of action platform, one hit, one kill, you're just dead, anything can kill you kind of thing. So that's probably first. And then obviously the origin of the series, the continuation of the series to Genesis, Revenge of Shinobi, Shinobi 3, all the classic Shinobi games. And then I believe a PlayStation version came out, stuff like that. And now we're about to do the Sega revisit, right? Now they're revisiting with the super game, so to speak, that they're doing. So that would be the first. The second would probably be, I'm a huge Respawn fan, and I feel like Vincent Pell and that team, they don't get enough credit. I don't feel they really made a bad game yet, and I would love to know like each game chronologically, you know, the true story of them leaving, you know, Infinity Ward, how that went down, you know, from their perspective. I don't know if that's been done already, but also, you know, the Titanfalls and the Apex Legends and all these great games that they've put out. And I would just love to know how studio culture they were. I don't really feel like I get enough of him. I don't feel like he's outside a lot. I think maybe Ryan McCaffrey did an interview with him one time, but he's kind of like a bucket list person. I would love to, you know, either sit down with, or if not, at least hear more about, because the quality bar that Respawn puts out to me is just it's wowing, you know, and I'm very, very excited whenever that studio does a project.
Yeah, totally. I got two that I wish I could retroactively do, or they would do quickly. One would be CD Projekt Red with Cyberpunk. Ooh. And just like that whole development thing up to the launch and dealing with that disastrous launch and turning the game around. I think that'd be awesome to see. I'd really like to see one with Studio Japan from Sony also, particularly Team Eco, their whole thing, like going through Eco, then going through Shadow Colossus and The Last Guardian, all the turmoil that went through. I would love to see it. I'd love to know what happened there. It would be so amazing. And if I could do like something modern, I would want to do one for like From Software's next game. Whatever they're cooking up, I would just love to see their mindset, what they do, their design philosophy for everything, how they come up with all these ideas, how they just make it work. I would love to know, because they're on top right now. So I would love to see them do something like that. All right. This is from Sean Mason. Hello, Summoners. You have just 3 words to describe one of your favorite video game characters. How many guesses will it take each of you to identify each other's character or correctly? Best Sean M. I got one right now for you guys. You guys are going to get this very easily. I'm going to make it easy as possible. Materia, big sword.
Oh, gee, I wonder.
Mr. Strife.
Yeah, that's right. Easy peasy. Trying to make it easy.
All right, I'll do... Okay. Cocky, yet extremely capable Jedi.
You get 3 words.
Oh, 3. Cocky,
3
capable
words.
Jedi.
Cocky, capable Jedi.
Our man's from not Survivor, right? Not Cal.
If it's from...
Okay.
If it's from...
I'm leaning on your knowledge of me, by the way.
I mean, I'm going KOTOR off top.
If it's KOTOR, I'm not going to get it. I
know you're not going to get it. I'm seeing Cog.
Oh, okay.
What's your man?
You play KOTOR? Wait,
am I Revan. You talking about your man's?
Oh, no. No.
Oh, no.
What you talking about?
Cocky?
We ain't doing Cal Kestis. We ain't doing... Why am I blanking on this?
She?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
She? It's a woman?
Why am I blanking right now? Yo, I'm having like a brain fart.
It's Bastila, y'all. It's Bastila.
Like, yo, I am completely having a brain fart. Okay,
I definitely gave you guys the most broad description. I told you it was a Jedi.
Yeah, I just...
There was too many words. I was going to say like double-bladed yellow lightsaber, and I was like, that's 4.
Like, Matty will get this one. Cocky, Taekwondo, rival.
I'll give Brad a moment. I know who it is.
Yeah,
is this a Tekken character?
Yes.
Rival. Rival of who, though? Lars?
You've got no, but you got to be close to. If you played Tekken 3, you would know this off top. If you missed out on that one,
Tekken 3.
It's so long.
PS1.
I know. So Taekwondo is the giveaway, though. Taekwondo is the...
Is it Law?
No, correct.
Yeah, Hwarang.
Yeah, he's the Taekwondo practitioner.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Damn,
Taekwondo is definitely a big giveaway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I was like,
Tekken is a blind spot for me in a lot of games. I'm much more familiar with Street Fighter than Tekken. I was always more in the Street Fighter camp. I love Tekken, though, but I was always Street Fighter camp. And Soul Calibur, but it's dead now.
Yeah. No.
So that's sad. Those are all good picks. I wanted to read this and keep it up, but I just kind of skimmed over it before. But I'll just throw it in here because it's a very jolly one. Hey, Summon Crew. I have a simple keep it up this week to video games. been having a pretty stressful few weeks as I'm trying to buy my first home and move out of my condo, while also going through some major turmoil and turnover at work. The stress has been a lot, but every day when I get home, my dog and I hop on the couch and journey to the Old West and Red Dead 2. Being able to live in that world and get fully immersed has helped not only my stress, but also helped me giving me the clarity to work through a lot of different steps and problems. So yeah, keep it up, video games, for being there for us whenever, in whatever capacity we need them. What games have helped any of you through particular hard or stressful time? Thanks, and have someone else on my team just quit. At least I found a Legendary Moose kind of day. Yeah. All right.
Oh, man.
Any games that helped us through a rough time that you can think of?
Every day.
Yeah.
Every day. Really, man. I'm always going through
stress,
some shit. Yeah.
Coming in, yeah. Anxiety.
Yeah.
Cool,
like, there's
always some games
going on, and it's just good to always have there. It's my fallback at the end of the day. It's the safety net. So yeah, like I mean, there are obviously specific examples I think I could give off the top of my head, but I'd have to think a little bit longer. But like, yeah, it's just every day. Like there's always something going on, and this is my ultimate decompression, and I love it, and would not trade it for anything. So yeah, it's like just every game, every day, even some of the bad ones. It's just like it takes you somewhere else, and it's very healing. It's very helpful. So yeah, every game really.
Yeah, I mean, obviously most people know he's the big Destiny guy. That's what Destiny does for me. It's very, just hearing that the music in that skybox, the gunplay is just so good. And a lot of times I've been becoming more of a Destiny solo player. When I really initially started, I always play cooperatively, but it is a very soothing thing. And because the music is so well done, man, I could just zone out, and it calms me. You know what I'm saying? It just calms me out. And as far as like so many games, but I would say I love like games like Inside, or what I would consider Somerville, Cocoon, what I consider, Matty, I make fun of myself, what the artsy fartsy games where it's like a single player independent game, generally simplistic mechanics, but light problem solving. I don't know, Brad, if you ever played this game called Out of This World. It's an
no
interplay game. It's made by one man, Eric Chahi, French developer, and it kind of gave a blueprint for like what Inside is now. Like you guys play Inside, you love Inside. Yeah, it's like these atmospheric storytelling where there's not really words being said and no full narrative, but you're trying to make sense of a character in a world and what's happening, right? And then when you end it, you have your own philosophical thing. Okay, what really happened here, right? Kind of thing. And I think of games like that. That's why Matty knows I really resonated with this game. It was in Game Pass. It's called Somerville. And I thought the game wasn't perfect, but the message it sent towards this end with this, man with his family and his daughter and his, his wife, and they had you make some very significant choices. That's a game still to this day. I was like, nobody's played it, and I'm like, I would love to do like a spoiler cast on this game, but nobody plays or don't like it enough or whatever. But I love that game. I was just like, man, this game it's a shame, because it was like one half of the Inside team made Somerville, one part of the Inside team made Somerville, and one other part ended up making Cocoon, which a lot of people love. And I think Cocoon is the superior product, but I liked what Somerville tried to do. And I thought the end of the second half of the game was outstanding. So yeah, those type of games always give me comfort, pleasure. I was just like, all right, you know what I'm saying? I love these type of choices.
Nice.
Planet Alana is one of them too. Like that's
yeah. That game looked very relaxing, definitely.
Games from my childhood especially are very like soul cleansing. Like when I fire up KOTOR, that's obviously been a theme here. Like that's definitely when I hear the music, I'm just in the world talking to the characters, hearing these performances. It just does something every time where I'm just like, man, I'm so happy. Ironically, Mega Man, these are not stress. These are very stressful games, but I just love the Mega Man cast so much in the X games. So I love anytime I've been playing some Zero. I beat Zero 2 this year, and that was really fun. Just getting to dip into that world again. I think it just reminds me of like traveling my PSP, playing X Maverick Hunter, and just how much I love that. So yeah, anything that connects to my childhood. Like I love that PS5 is bringing back these old PS2 and PSP games with like trophy support. Like I fired up Daxter. I was like, this is fucking cool, man. Like I remember like getting my PSP on my birthday with Daxter. So I think just transporting back in time sometimes helps a little bit.
Yeah.
You just tackle the day with a little more with a little more energy, a little more excitement, that sort of thing. So yeah, definitely older games get me. I have these 2 Lord of the Rings movie games next to me. These 2 are also great. Like Return of the King,
those games rule.
Tower, yeah, awesome beat 'em up. So yeah, love those 2. So yeah, just love. I always recommend to people, like, it's important to play new things, but I think it's sometimes it's more important to play the old stuff, and just it can sometimes remind you like why you love this, like why you love doing this, or it can be healing, whatever it may be. But yeah.
Every once in a while, I'll go back to Super Mario World just for a little bit.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this is the shit.
It's like an appetizer almost.
Yeah, man. All right, boys, that's it. We are done. Thank you for joining me on this meaty episode.
Yes.
Lots to talk about, though.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Of course.
Guys, any final words before we head out of here you want to address or anything like that? Or should we just, get out of here? Get the hell out of here.
Good show, man. Good show. A lot of good time. I like the Xbox recap part, and then the game of the year stuff was really. I had to challenge myself. I love that stuff. I had to make tough choices. I had my little obscure ones, but I was in my Matty bag. Like, there's some games I'm going to give the proper respect that I felt that they should have gotten in the years that they came out. So I was going. I got spread my diatribe.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Cool. All right, boys. You all enjoy the rest of your day. Everyone, thank you for listening and watching. We appreciate it very much so.
Absolutely.
So we will see you guys next episode next week. Take care, everybody. Have a good one. Goodbye. Summon Sign is a product of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is written and hosted by me, Brad Ellis. The show is produced by Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by Ramon Narvaez. Summon Sign, along with the rest of Last Stand's media shows, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we are grateful for your kind contribution and generosity to our independent endeavor. Thank you.